Stanley Cup. It was the station that said.
Okay.
And we were at the building next door.
Yep.
And we were told, you can't bring anybody. It's just you. That's it.
Yep.
You know, just the employees of the station. You'll have an opportunity to get your picture taken with a cup.
Mm-hmm. Somebody break the rule?
Yeah. One of the guys, I think, I remember who it was, but I don't want to out his name, but he was a board op. He doesn't work here anymore. And shows up with his father. And they get the picture taken. And some people got bent out of shape about it because, hey, well, I would have loved to have brought my father into this. And I get all that.
Right.
So I wasn't too upset because I get it. It's really cool. It's a really cool moment to share. And if you could share it with your dad, it's odd because who knows how big of a hockey fan his dad was.
Yep.
And judging by the guy who worked here, I'm guessing he was a big hockey fan because this guy was a huge hockey fan anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just one of those rules of the things that happened when they brought that cup through here. And I remember I got my picture taken with it. And once I got it, it was developed and I got it back. I'm like, that's a terrible picture.
Really?
It was awful. Did not look good.
I was wearing my beer league hockey team's T-shirt. Seemed appropriate. I didn't touch it, though. I leaned in.
This is the O2 cup, I believe, yeah.
Yep. And I had on a green flying fish hockey T-shirt. So.
Yeah, well, we were definitely told don't touch it.
Yep.
That we were told by the Stanley Cup people. But
did Board Op guy touch it?
I can't remember if he touched it or not.
Rub his butt on it or something.
His dad had a smile a mile wide.
Dude, this security film from the elbow room is just Matthew Tkachuk strolling along the beach, and there's like two people that are like, "Hey," and he's
that's
just
awesome.
hanging out. But it's got to be early morning.
Yeah,
I don't know whose crib this is on the Intercoastal where they've got the Stanley Cup, but somebody riding past on a boat has got video of a bunch of guys that look like they've been in a pool and then the balcony. I mean, because when it goes out in public, everybody drinks out of it.
I know.
It's got to be just a complete and total germ fest.
I remember when they won it in 02 and we had the parade and I was down where the players, there was like a tent where the players were. And I was kind of doing some reporting there at the time. And I was talking with Steve Duchesne. And he had the cup like the day before. And I'm like, what'd you do? And he's like, filled it up with cereal. The kids got to drink it and got to eat their cereal out of it. I'm like, that's just awesome. And here's Steve Duchesne, who literally had like 4 teeth knocked out during the Stanley Cup Finals in Carolina. And I'm like, did you eat cereal too? And he's like, yeah, I don't think so. But just the stories you hear that with what they end up doing, spending the time with it. Yeah, I remember I think there was even pictures of it, of Draper and McCarty taking the cup to Stroh's Ice Cream in Birmingham and getting a bunch of scoops of ice cream in there and having kids just get the ice cream out of it, which is really cool.
Here's another video of the Panthers running into the ocean with the Stanley Cup early in the morning. Running in and jumping into the ocean. At one point, the Stanley Cup is floating in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah. Blondish, whitish hair guy with the feathered hair and a part down the middle and the white gloves. He's probably, hey.
Here's Tkachuk trying to cross the street and traffic isn't stopping for him. And he's like, okay, I'll let you go while holding the Stanley Cup. See, here's the difference, though. In Detroit, traffic would stop.
I was just going to say.
In Detroit, we would stop for a Red Wing with the Stanley Cup walking across Woodward.
And, Paul, this is why it sucks that Florida wins the Stanley Cup, because the people don't even know what to do. They don't even care. They don't even know what the hell it is. That's why it sucks that they won it. Your people can't even appreciate it. Don't even know.
Congratulations to you, Paul. But
they're like, who's that pale-skinned guy holding this giant chalice? And why is he interrupting my commute?
Yep. I got to get to the juice bar.
Right.
What is the protocol if they lose it at sea, though?
They literally lost the cup. They're banned from the NHL.
It's funny because it came out late. Now people are noticing and they're gathering around. But just if you go to Twitter and just type in Stanley Cup, you'll see all these places that it's showing up in South Florida. It was fun, man. It was a hell of a lot of fun. 248-539-9797. All right, just a reminder, you can stream the show with video using the Twitch. Go to twitch.tv or the Twitch app, search up 971 The Ticket. Bam, there we are. You can also watch on youtube.com. Go to YouTube, obviously, and search up 971 The Ticket. You can stream with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States and Tiger Baseball here locally. And you can stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan posted Champ and Chump of the Weekend. The Champ is kind of funny because it was voted on yesterday, and it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense today. Congratulations to the Edmonton Oilers for being named Champ of the Weekend by forcing Game 7. Posted today. You can see who Chump is by going to 971theticket.com. Chump kind of surprised me. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Got a Lions question coming up today at 11:40. I'll be interested to hear what people have to say. People are talking about places where they saw the Stanley Cup around Detroit. Are we living in the past? A little bit. But Stanley Cup handed out last night. Florida Panthers, they really, I got to give them credit. All the momentum was in Edmonton's favor. They had won 3 straight. Florida had blown a 3-0 lead. They're on the brink of a disastrous collapse, and they pulled out a hard-fought, tough win and what was an entertaining hockey game. And good for the Panthers. I'm no Panthers fan. I was rooting for Edmonton, but I really also don't care all that much who won the game. And right now we're going through that morning after where on social media you're seeing the Stanley Cup at a bar, you're seeing it at a mansion on the Intercoastal with people driving by and Florida Panthers members poolside with the Stanley Cup. There's a video. I don't know how they've done all this by 11:30 in the morning. I guess they partied all night and just kept it going.
What?
But the Cup has been at a lot of places on a beach with Panthers jumping into the ocean with it. And now, do I particularly care that the Florida Panthers are getting to celebrate? No. I do think this is one of the coolest things that happens in sports. You don't see this happen with the Super Bowl trophy. You don't see this happen with the Larry O'Brien. But here's some of the feedback that we have gotten. Will says, Coach Dave Lewis brought the Stanley Cup to the White Lake Supermarket. Was the coolest thing ever. So let me get this right. Did he have like the Stanley Cup in a cart as he was doing his grocery shopping? Because that is one hell of a flex.
That would be a massive flex. And
I'm just casually grocery shopping.
Yeah.
Anybody notice me?
Where are the beans? Anybody seen beans? Looking for pinto beans.
Right?
Lima and chickpeas.
Mm-hmm. Guys, which Panther pulls an Ovechkin and has sex with the cup? I don't know if that story is. Did that actually happen?
I don't want to know.
Guys, there's actually 3 Stanley Cups. 2 are replicas and 1 is the real one. The one that everyone sees around town and at bars, those are replicas.
Right, because it won at the Hockey Hall of Fame.
I was at the Hall of Fame and White Glove guy was walking around. I met him, took a photo with him. I think he lives there with the cup. I've never seen somebody who's got just one so singular, simple job. But it's been the same dude forever.
It has.
That guy with the blonde feathered hair, he is basically Cup Guy. And I'm sure Cup Guy has a name. I guess I don't really care. But with all respect due, Cup Guy, that was his big moment, man. In fact, he probably loved being at all those games, Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, because all of those nights, there were shots of the cup.
Get to polish it up.
And Cup Guy with his white gloves polishing the cup. So does it, I mean, it's like he waits all day. Goes, let me get the polish together so when the TV cameras are on me, I'm polishing.
Would the job be awesome or would the job suck?
I think it would probably be awesome at first. And then.
Now here it is like 30 years later, he's still doing it.
Yep. I mean, maybe the thrill never goes away. I'd be afraid that the thrill would go away. Would you want to be cup guy?
No, I would not want to be Cup Guy. I think I can have the experience and enjoy it, and that's it.
Yep.
I don't need to keep going back.
Gotcha. Okay. So, Lions, they are about a month away from training camp. You know what I looked up today, Gator? Inside the Den, the behind-the-scenes draft edition of Inside the Den. Remember how good that thing was last year?
Yeah, it was great. Awesome.
Do you know when it got released last year?
I don't remember.
July 27th. I want it now. I think it's one of the best things that we've got that they've done on that Lions channel. The Inside the Den channel on YouTube.
It's pretty great.
Yep. Basically live cameras and mics in the draft war room. Now, we only see the sanitized version of what they want us to see. Obviously, it's still fascinating. It's still fascinating.
I can't wait to see it because I love the behind the scenes stuff for the interviews that they have with them. The timeline of you get to see the reactions as they're talking about making the draft selection, when they make the draft selection, bringing the players into the headquarters afterwards. It was so great last year. It was so perfect. You draft a running back and he's riding with Barry Sanders. You draft a linebacker and he's riding with Chris Spielman. It could not have been more perfect.
Well, what's going to be interesting this year is if they show much of the trade talk when Detroit started trying to move up for Terrion Arnold, right? I mean, they're sitting there at 29. Did they call about, at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, until they finally got a taker in the Dallas Cowboys and moved up and got their guy in Terrion Arnold? And the other cool thing that I actually found that I loved was the Indianapolis interviews where you can see him at the combine and those guys are answering questions, all the draftable prospects. We're still a month away if it's on last year's timeline. It feels like post-mini camp, pre-training camp would be a perfect time to release this thing. But alas, we have to wait.
For the beginning of training camp.
For the beginning of training camp, yeah. And as you work your way through this, I mean, they made other trades throughout the draft, and I'll be very interested to see the Sione Vaki, what they had to say and what his interview was like, because he feels to me like that is the most Dan Campbell-y player that they drafted. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'd say he's more of a Brad Holmes than Dan Campbell-y. What?
A Brad Holmesy?
He's a Brad Holmesian type player. But definitely fills the needs for what both of those guys believe in. He's a football player. Just get him on the field.
Yep.
So I would agree with that.
Very much looking forward to that. All right. So a major website did a list of each team's pleasant surprise at minicamp. Did you see this by chance?
I did not see this.
Okay, good. And I don't know how many of the people saw it, but I'm wondering who you would put in that category. Who do you think would go into that category as the Detroit Lions' pleasant surprise? Here's the criteria. The major website wrote, with spring mini camps and activities concluded for every NFL team, coaching staffs got an up close look at which players have given them reasons to be excited for training camp in the regular season. Rookies began reporting for training camp as early as July 16th, and full team activities will start July 23rd. So, which players might have surprised their coaches and teammates the most? Then reporters pick one for each team, what they heard of a player that surprised them the most. Do you have any idea who you might say it was for the Detroit Lions?
I will go with...
Well, who are you considering?
Well, rookies. I'm thinking about like Giomanu.
Okay.
I'm thinking about Matthew Betts.
All right.
Some of the new guys that have come in. I'm looking through a roster here and seeing the other players.
It's a dude from Miami that kept that kind of created a stir. Agude? Mitchell Agude.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm staring right at the name. What do you mean? You mean Mitchell Agude? Yeah, that guy.
Yep.
But I'm gonna go with Terrion Arnold.
You're going with Terrion Arnold?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell you what we're going to do. We will take 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797. Which Detroit Lion player do you think was the pleasant surprise of Detroit Lions minicamp? Have the coaches more excited than you thought they would be? 248-539-9797. We'll take the 10 texts now. Make sure you sign your text. Give us who you think it is and the reason why, and we will read all those answers coming up here in about 7 minutes. After that, we'll tell you who it is, and I will tell you it was not who I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
Yep. But get your text in at 248-539-9797. First 10 with an explanation as to why, and sign your name. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service. So when you find great service, you want to tell people about it. Well, I want to talk to you about Precision Garage Door. I had them come by my house a couple years ago and take a look at my garage doors. I knew they were going to be replaced at some point, but I wanted to see if I could prolong that. And exactly, they gave me some options of what I could do. And I'm more than happy they did, because it actually worked out for me. They changed the batteries out, which is not an easy thing to do when it comes to garage doors, because you got to get all up in there. And the mechanism is very difficult, but they were able to do that. And when the power went out at my house last week, I was still able to use the garage door because of the battery backup that I had that was installed by the great guys over at Precision Garage Door. So listen, if you want great service, you're going to talk to the guys that knows what they're doing. It's Precision Garage Door. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They're available on weekends at no extra charge, which is great. Plus, you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule, and that is awesome. So go ahead and visit them at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing great on this Tuesday. Game 7 last night. Florida scores 5 minutes in. Carter Verhaeghe, of course, tips in just as a power play expired. Then Matthias Janmark ties it at 1. It stays that way till late second period where Edmonton felt like it was just pressure. And then Florida gets a breakout. Sam Reinhart scores 2-1. That's your final. The Florida Panthers hang on in the end. Connor McDavid played almost 26 minutes, 9 minutes and 56 seconds of the third period. Leon Draisaitl, 8 minutes and 59 seconds. Zach Hyman, 9 minutes and 20 seconds. They were gassed in the end. We get to some College World Series stuff. You know, a couple of weeks ago, you talked about your pet peeve. It was called Strike 3. Is it your baseball pet? I have a pet peeve, and it actually kind of reared its ugly head last night in the College World Series. We've asked a Detroit Lions question. Who do you think the most pleasant surprise was in Detroit Lions minicamp? There was one picked for every team. And Gator, you went with Terrion Arnold. You came in, you think he actually showed out better than they expected. Agent Zero. All right, here's what we got. Is it Agent Zero? What's it? No, it's
Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero. My bad. Nelson says Makai Wingo. Mike and Okemos says Jack Campbell. He isn't a pleasant surprise. He's no surprise.
All right, Doug.
Mario in Detroit says Levi Onwuzurike. Robert in Grand Blanc says Jamison Williams. Nick says Enos Rakestraw. He was solid. Ryan in Canton says the Utah draft pick, Siona Vaki. Alan McComb says Terrion Arnold. Lloyd in Lake Orion says Vaki. Kevin in Oxford says Onwuzurike. And Henry says JMO. The answer, according to ESPN Sports Nation, where they had a beat writer for each team answer this question, who was the most pleasant surprise? From Eric Woodyard, who covers the Lions, Levi Onwuzurike.
Really?
Yep. Onwuzurike is looking to have a bounce-back year after returning from a back injury, which required spinal fusion surgery, suffered in 2022. Dan Campbell said he's been impressed with Onwuzurike's recovery, describing him as having a really good spring. His strength and explosiveness have returned during reps this offseason, and he hopes to be an asset to Detroit's defense. Former second-round pick has had his development derailed by injuries, recording just 2 sacks and 0 starts in his first 3 seasons in Detroit. Quote, redemption. I got to show people what I can do, Onwuzurike said during mandatory minicamp. I got to show myself what I can do. Wow.
Well, he's a free agent at the end of the year, so he is going to have to show everybody what he can do.
Yep. But, I mean, this would be an unexpected development.
No, it'd be great. It'd be great if he is. But I'll just say this. I'll be pleasantly surprised if he's
You're not
productive.
counting on him.
Not at all.
Yep.
Not at all. And I hope he's great. And I hope that they have a tough decision at the end of this after the season. Hey, can we bring this guy back? I hope it's a tough decision for him. I don't expect it to be.
I feel like at that position and what we've seen is guys that we used to say, you know, if Onwuzurike ... he could get that starter spot. Now we're doing it if Onwuzurike ... and it's about the backups. That's how things have changed here. I'll give you a bunch of names that we've thrown out there about like expecting them to maybe compete here in battle and contribute that are all backups. James Houston, Broderick Martin, Makai Wingo, Josh Paschal. These are backups. And these are guys that we probably in the past would have been talking about them, their needs to fill starter spots. So now it's talented guys with question marks with something to prove, but if they don't prove it, the team can move on because they're backups and they can try and find somebody better to come in and be a backup. In the past, it was which Okwara is going to start at defensive end. We were hoping one of them would, right?
Right.
Is Kerry Hyder for real? Like all these names that kind of fall into that category, they're not a given yet, but we think they might be. Now we're doing it a lot more with backups. There's fewer starters that we're doing that with, where we're like, I hope he can do the job. Probably one of the ones that we hope, the two that we can hope do the job are Jamison Williams and Terrion Arnold.
Right. Yeah.
That we can hope they can do the job, but there's a lot of more reason to have faith in those guys.
Yeah, Carlton Davis, the other starting corner at this point. I mean, those are the names because everybody else has kind of established themselves as, oh, you're really good. We're okay with that. And it's harder and harder to make this roster, which is a great thing.
Yep.
So the moves they made in the offseason, I was surprised. I heard something came out last week when I was out. I saw a story where somebody had said that they were disappointed with the Lions offseason. I was like, how? How is it possible? They've upgraded the defense almost entirely with the secondary for sure, and then they've added more pieces to the defensive line. It just doesn't make any sense.
So that must have been a Stony day because we did that story.
Yeah.
And
I was out.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. My bad. It was because of the Goff contract. It was exclusively he thought they could have just kept franchising Goff and he would have cost less. And I'm like, okay, but you're probably undermining the healthiest locker room culture they have had in our lifetime. I mean, this is a no-nonsense group, but they had to pay him. All right, we've been talking about how the Stanley Cup is making its way around South Florida.
Yeah.
And even though it's not our trophy this year, it hasn't been for a minute, the celebrations that happen with the cup are pretty funny. There is now a video that's emerged from the Elbow Room. Remember I said this bar where they were on the second floor?
Mm-hmm.
Where they filled the cup up with beer and a fan down below was like, hey, I'll take some. And they dumped it on him. And as the social media post from a fan says, Matthew Tkachuk and Sam Bennett nearly drowned a man with beer from the Stanley Cup. Just absolutely dousing this individual. It's funny as hell.
He had it coming.
Yeah.
He asked for it.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. Only in this sport, though. Only in this sport. 248-539-9797. Coming up, do want to get into the College World Series here a little bit. But Gator, 2.6 million Michiganders will travel more than 250 miles from home for the July 4th holiday. I saw a list of the best states to road trip in. Do you think our state is considered a good state to road trip in or a bad state to road trip in? This is based upon price, safety, and sightseeing.
I think it's a great state to road trip in. I mean, whether you live out of the state or within the state, living within the state, there's so much to see. Go out to the west side. Go out to the Thumb. It's okay. Go up to, the Traverse City area. Go to the Little Traverse Bay. You go up to the Cross Mackinac, and there's all of the UP to explore. You could really, get in your car at Metro Detroit and start heading north. You're still driving 7 hours later. Yep. There's a lot to see in this state. I think it's a great state for that.
We checked in the nation at the 19th best state to do a road trip in. Cost, we rank 13th. 13th best. Safety, we rank 31st.
What?
And activities and sightseeing, we rank 25th, which I think is way low in the 50 states. I think it's way better.
What's top? Like California?
California's 1, Florida 2, New York 3, Alaska 4. This is
Florida is what?
Florida's 3 in activities and sites.
I guess because of the beach, but beyond the beach, in Disney.
Yep.
What do you want to go python hunting?
Rounding out the top 10, Texas, Washington, North Carolina, Nevada, Louisiana, Oregon. These are all nice states, I would imagine, to do road trips in. Yeah. Is it just waterfront, ocean?
But it's not like when you think of Louisiana, you think New Orleans, right?
Yep.
What else do you think of?
Well, I also think of New Orleans.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I think of that bridge. What was that long ass bridge we drove across?
Yeah, there's the
whatever it is.
Pontchartrain.
Yeah.
Or something. Isn't Lake Pontchartrain there? And
yeah. I can see why we rank low in safety. Roads
why?
Aren't great.
Oh, because of the roads?
Yeah.
If that qualifies, then I guess so.
Yeah.
Sure, fair enough.
The worst states to road trip in?
Worst states.
I would have put New York near the bottom because if we're including, I mean, upstate New York's it is beautiful.
Yeah, and it's not
But
that
if you
far.
include the city, it's terrible to drive around. It's awful.
Yeah, but it's the sights you get to see and everything.
Oh, that's true.
You would think like a landlocked state that doesn't have much to see, like a Dakota.
At 50, Delaware.
Oh, there's Delaware's
Not
very small.
landlocked.
Got the water gap.
Yeah. 49, Rhode Island. 48, Connecticut. 47, Montana. 46, Vermont. Vermont's beautiful.
Montana is where?
47.
Oh my! You okay with that?
No.
Oh wow! Doug just let
According
them
to
know they were not number one.
Wallet Hub. Arkansas 45, Hawaii 44. Total score.
Hawaii is 40. Well, I guess for road tripping, it's kind of tough to
Yeah.
hit the island hop.
California is, while beautiful, it ranks 43rd because of cost.
Yeah,
Because gas costs like $10 a gallon.
it's expensive.
New Jersey 42, Washington 41, New Mexico 40. You mentioned the Dakotas. South Dakota just barely nips out North Dakota. 29th is South Dakota, 28. 30th is North Dakota. So there you go. Road trips to states to avoid during a road trip. Okay. Coming up next hour, got some more Lions stuff we'll get to. I'm kind of changing my mind on tomorrow's NBA draft. Player I really like. And Gator, you found something about the most ridiculous divorce ever. I want to address it today at 12:20.
All right.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
What was lunch? It smelled like ramen, but I know it's not ramen.
It was pasta with chicken sausage. It's really good. Really good.
It's big enough for the whole class?
I did not. No, sorry.
No, you didn't.
No. You want me to start bringing you food?
Not necessarily.
Is that the expectation now? Is to bring food for you?
Oh, wait, more kale because Gator's going to be.
Yeah. I'm not sure you're going to like much of what I eat, but
Well, that looked like it would have been pretty good.
yeah, it was pretty good. It was a HelloFresh. Those have been good for us. Well, I like the HelloFresh.
Yeah?
meals. Yeah.
Prepared food stuff?
Oh, they just basically come with everything portioned. So, you still have to cook it. You have to chop up the veggies. But instead of going and finding, a half tablespoon of turmeric or whatever, it comes in a little package and just get it that way. Texas is a miserable state to road trip in. Terrible traffic in the cities and literally nothing in between. That's from an unnamed texter.
Yeah, but there's so many good cities to go to, right? I mean, they're closer together, but Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, going to Galveston along the shoreline.
It's not easy really to get anywhere though. It feels like there's some space in between.
Well, there's a little space.
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe not so much West Texas. You don't want to go there.
No. Gator, really? You're surprised Florida has more activities than Michigan? It ain't even close. There's thousands of beaches, 225 plus theme parks, thousands of tour travel, golf, etc.
Yeah, I said beaches. There's golf too, but their golf sucks compared to our golf.
I don't like Florida golf.
I do not either.
But
I mean, if I had a choice between,
own.
let me say this. I like golf anywhere. But if I had a choice to play golf in Michigan or golf in Florida, I'll take the Michigan courses all day long.
So you get different terrains, different parts of the country you're in. I like golfing through the woods more so than like everything in Florida is kind of wide open and flat and not a lot of foliage. Maybe it's easier because you don't lose a ball. There's gators. Gators eat you. And that's a penalty. But I actually like desert golf. I like golf in Arizona. I've golfed in Nevada. I kind of think that landscape's fun to golf in.
It is fun. I've golfed in Vegas.
Michigan is the best state to road trip in. I've done it here in other states, and if you like the outdoors, it's the best, which I do, and I don't disagree. Okay, Gator, College World Series last night. Look, I don't suspect that a ton of people watch this. It was nice to have the multiple TV set up to be able to watch those games at the same time. The Stanley Cup Finals, the Tigers, and the College World Series. But you talked a couple weeks ago about a pet peeve. And I've got this one that I think happens in baseball where I feel like it happens often. And that is what I refer to, and I think everybody knows the term, the tack-on runs. Like there's the last night it was a 3-1 game. Tennessee was on top. It was 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th with a runner on base, and Tennessee hit a home run. And they go up 5-1. And you could just feel the air come out of the balloon for Texas A&M. Like it was a battle, it was a close game, and now it's a 5-1 game late. And Texas A&M has 6 outs left, and they're down 4 runs. This is not a great place to be in. But there's still 2 outs. The one thing about the home run is it's kind of a rally killer, and so, all right, we'll get out of the inning and just get one more out. And they give up a single, and then a guy doubles off the wall. And Texas A&M actually executes a brilliant relay from the center fielder. I don't know if it was the second baseman or the shortstop, but he fired it home. The ball beat the runner from first, trying to score from first home. And it was a pretty awesome Ole slide. Kid named Ensley, I think it was Hunter Ensley, where he twisted his body around the catcher who was applying the tag and touched the plate as he flew past, and it felt like a tack-on run. Like they'd gotten the big blow in the inning, and now they tacked on another run for a 6-1 lead. And it was a sweet slide. It wasn't like the most amazing thing I've ever seen, but the guy really did a great job of avoiding the tag. Texas A&M comes up in the 8th, top of the 8th, scores 2 runs to make it 6-3, comes up in the 9th, scores 2 more runs
Yep.
to make it 6-5. And you go back to that tack-on run that after they had 2 outs and the bases empty, they allowed another run. I think the air comes out of the balloon and teams like, we're done. And I don't know if it happened. I mean, only they know if they felt that way or the pitcher grooved one in there or whatever. But it ended up being a 6-5 game, and that tack-on run and that slide at home plate turned out to be the 6th run. And I don't know how they officially determine the game-winning run. It used to be the game-winning RBI to the person who knocked in the run that gave you the lead that you kept the rest of the game. But, I mean, that 6th run turned out to be pretty damn important for Tennessee. And I didn't really particularly like the Vols. I was rooting for Texas A&M. And then, I mean, I mentioned yesterday, my son played with a kid that was on Texas A&M. It just so happened he was at the plate with 2 outs in the 9th. And Teddy Burton. And he struck out, which was unfortunate. But, I mean, the Tennessee pitchers, I think they struck out the side in the 8th and the 9th while giving up 2 runs both innings.
Did you see the guy they brought in for Tennessee who had the beard and the Raleigh Fingers mustache?
Yeah, volley fingers.
And he looked like he may have been 38 years old.
Yep.
How is this guy college eligible? He looked old.
He looked like somebody's uncle was on the team.
Yeah, seriously.
Yep, that guy, it's quite a look.
So what was your pet peeve?
The pet peeve is the tack-on run. When your team allows a tack-on run, when the game's over, when you feel like the air comes out of the balloon, and your team starts allowing runs that you feel like it's because they think the game is over, and they come back to haunt you in the end because Texas A&M chipped away, and so when you think it's over, you never, ever, ever give up in baseball. You just can never let up in baseball. And again, I don't know if they did or they didn't, but I think that's the definition of, a home run clears the bases and then they score another run with 2 outs on another couple of hits. I think that is a good definition of a tack-on run, and it came back to haunt him. Did you see the slide by chance?
I don't remember the slide, no.
Yeah.
What did strike me in that, and watching the College World Series, watching lots of the games, pieces of the games, I should say, over the last 2 weeks, is it stands out to me like the disparity between a college arm in the outfield or in the infield compared to a major league arm. It's night and day difference. I mean, you might see every once in a while there's a college kid that's got a good arm, but by and large, the throws from the outfield to the infield they just have no chance. It's not going to be close. They're offline and they don't have the strength. Occasionally, like I said, you'll see somebody that does it, but major league arms, even a bad major league arm, would be way above average for college.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think it probably. The thing about the college game that's hard to quantify it against any level of professional baseball is the bats. I mean, when you're playing with the metal bats, you don't know how much of it is the bats. I really wish they
have limited them, right? I mean,
they're all the
in theory. They're not going to.
Back in the days when games were getting to be like 17-14, they called drop threes now, where they're BB core bats that you take away some of the, the coefficient. I just made that up. Sounds good though, doesn't it?
It does. Sounds great.
So they aren't quite what they once were.
The exit velocity isn't going to be insane,
but it's
the ball's
still
not going to travel as far.
I still wish they could. In this day and age, I feel like you come up with a bat that is not made of wood, that doesn't break, but plays and sounds like wood.
Like an engineered hardwood?
Something.
You do it for flooring. Why not do it for, right.
Trex
to come up there with Trex.
Okay.
Trex should come up with a bat. That's a good
they should.
Angle for them.
248.
Another $1 million idea.
We're full of them.
Here we go.
My NBA draft board Gator is changing again. The draft is tomorrow. I kind of got the dream scenario. 2 players that I'd take a shot at, and the third that is if they trade back. This is for the Pistons. Tomorrow's a draft. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to that coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, can't find a dealership open on Saturdays, right? Well, wrong. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is open every Saturday, not just for sales, but for service as well. And if you're servicing your car, they've got loaner vehicles available to keep you on the move. And their service technicians work in an air-conditioned environment. No more sweating in a hot box. And I've seen their service department firsthand. It really helps a tech stay focused on your vehicle. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has one of the largest selections of new vehicles in Southeast Michigan. They got over 60 new demos available for sale. You can purchase a new vehicle for thousands less than employee pricing. No employee pricing for you? Well, that's a fast. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. The all-new 2024 Trax vehicles are at employee pricing for all. They have the best selection of used vehicles around, always giving you the most for your ride. So go see Katie and the entire team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, where unbeatable service meets exceptional selection. Located at 696 and Telegraph, open Saturdays just for you.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on a ticket. 248-539-9797. Earlier, we were asking for people to come up with names they don't think are on the Stanley Cup.
Yes.
I just looked out and saw one somebody sent in.
Okay.
Vontae Mack.
Are there any Vontaes? There's no Vontaes.
No Vontaes?
Let's see if there's a Mac.
I bet there's a Mac. M-A-C. I bet there's a Mac. I don't know if there's a M-A-C-K. But anybody named Mac?
No.
Name it? No. Did we figure out if there were more Dougs or Scotts?
There's more Dougs.
Is there?
Yeah. Well, you're proud of that, huh?
No, I just think we should make note of it when it comes to hockey topics. There are more Dougs on the Stanley Cup than there are Scotts.
It's true.
Some people might think that's irrelevant when it's clearly not.
Oh. Well, you had Doug Riseborough, Doug Waite, and Doug Harvey. Those are the big three there.
Yep.
The Scots, I can think of two big Scots right away, Scott Stevens and Scott Niedermayer.
Was Niedermayer the one you cried?
I don't know if I cried, all right? I was happy for him when he it was a good story, okay? That's all.
Teared up-ish?
I like hockey. It's a long time ago.
A romantic moment. Okay, so you found a story. It had to be out of Florida about a divorce.
Yeah, there was apparently a woman she's fed up with her husband. And the reason she's fed up with her husband is because he tightens the jars too much. To the point where she cannot open the jars. And she's always asking him to open to make them too tight. And he does, apparently makes them too tight. So he went out of town and she's trying to open a jar of something and she can't, like a jar of pickles. And she can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And she asked the guy across the street, can you help me out with this? And he's like, yeah, sure. And he comes over and undoes it.
This is a true story.
Yes. I read it this morning. So he undoes the jar of pickles or whatever it is for her, and it says it actually was really tight. And she's like, he does this all the time. So he goes, you want me to, I can, loosen the rest of the jars in your refrigerator if that's what you want. And she says, yes. I know this sounds like it's a setup for a joke.
It does sound,
but it's not.
Okay.
This is not. So he undoes all the jars that he can, but there are two that he cannot. And he's like, I can't even get these open because this is done on purpose. He says this to her and she goes, oh, I know. I just don't know why he does this. And I'm tired of it. So she ends up filing for divorce over the tightness of the jar because this guy is either he's just pranking her or he's just a jerk. But he's tightened the jars too much. They're too tight.
So it got us to talking in the office. If you were to leave your spouse over the dumbest thing possible, what would it be? So this is the repeated pattern of behavior that's not a huge deal. However, would fit into the category of I am leaving my spouse because the jars, the tops are tightened too tight.
Yep.
Here is what it would be for me, and I'm going to guess that my wife would predict this.
Okay.
She doesn't listen, but she would predict it. She gets so easily distracted and starts untimely projects.
Untimely projects.
I'll give you an example. This
Please.
happened last night. We went for a long walk together. We get home. It's time to cook dinner. She goes to put away her shoes in the closet, and immediately looks at the closet and starts taking all the shoes out of the closet to leave them out on the floor for all of us to go through and determine which ones we want to keep and which ones we're going to get rid of. Well, this is a project that probably needs to be done at some point. She decided on the spot last night, we're doing this now. I always like to joke that if we have a flight to catch and we're trying to get out the door, my wife will choose that moment to start to paint one of the bathrooms.
Of course.
Like it's
a joke. She has not, but that's the type of thing that's going on.
That's the type of thing that is going on. Last week, again, the same thing. She started to pack for a short trip. We were going to Indy for the weekend, and instead, she went through her entire wardrobe, rearranged her closet, and pulled stuff out to give away. And yesterday afternoon, she went to get something out of the fridge. She ended up emptying the entire top shelf of the fridge to go through everything to see what needed to go. Now, these are all, again, things that needed to be done. But she doesn't, it's not like she gets up and says, okay, I'm going to go take care of this in the fridge, or I'm going to go take this in the closet. And it makes us late for a lot of stuff because she will get into these projects instead of whatever we're supposed to be doing. So if I were to leave my wife for the dumbest reason possible, it's because she gets distracted and starts these projects. And the kids know it and she knows it. But she does it all the time. All the time. Now I've aired this dirty laundry. And I'm hoping there will be no significant consequences. But there's always a chance. But she rarely listens. 248-539-9797. If you were to leave your spouse for the dumbest thing possible, what would it be? Like this woman who is leaving her husband because he tightens the jars too tight, which is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yep. Now, have I lied to my wife about what time we need to be to a place because of these types of behaviors? Yep. Like, and we're getting ready to go up north for the weekend, you know, and so we've got the car packed and everybody's in the car and I'm like, where did she go? And I'll go inside and she'll be finishing unloading the dishwasher. As if that can't wait until we get home.
Right.
She has to do it now. She has to check the box right now. Meanwhile, I'm thinking about traffic to get up north. Like, if we leave early enough, we avoid the mad rush on the Friday. She's unloading the effing dishwasher. And I'm like, let's go.
We got to go. We got time. We don't have time for that. If we miss this window,
Yep.
You're going to have a very unhappy Doug. Nobody wants unhappy Doug.
No, but nobody wants to be stuck in traffic.
No. There's a stupid one with me. It's really stupid. Okay?
This is what you would do to a significant other, or this is
this is what it's when I have dinner at my friend's house, and usually it's like some people will bring in carry out or whatever, right?
Yep.
Automatically gets the silverware out. I never use a fork. Never. Right?
Ever?
Rarely. If it's steak, yeah, you got to, if I have to cut something, but otherwise I can usually cut it with a fork, and that's all big strong man here. I can handle it. So I never ask for the knife, but there's always a knife. And I'm like, why? I don't need this. And then when you go to clean up afterwards, then I go to offer it. Well, this wasn't used, but doesn't matter. It goes right into the dishwasher. I'm like, why? It's the stupidest little thing, right?
Yeah.
It's a dumb thing.
Yep.
Now, it has not set off any arguments. It's just one of these things where I roll my eyes and here comes the silverware. Oh, a knife. Really? Thanks. That's great.
There are some great ones coming in. The dumbest possible reason to leave your spouse. And here are some of what we've gotten from an unnamed texter. I would leave her for never closing cabinets or drawers. Next text.
Who does that?
Never closes cabinets or drawers.
How do you leave a drawer open? How do you leave a cabinet door open?
I live with 3 young people that leave.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
As a child, I didn't do that.
My kids do it, but they're kids.
Not excuse.
I don't.
They're
do
not
it.
kids.
Here's something I do that I know irritates her. I'll go downstairs in the morning. I'll open the fridge and I make lunch on most days for everybody, for my kids, for my wife. I make my own and I'm out the door. I'll open up the fridge and start getting stuff out, putting it on the counter. Go back, get stuff out, put it on the counter. I'll use something, put it back in, and I will not close the fridge door.
Because you're right there,
because I'm right there and I'm just taking stuff in and out. And she will come down, sigh, and close the fridge door, even though I'm working. Yeah,
I can see that. That's divorce.
I would leave her because she eats her peas one at a time. One at a time.
Come on, who does that? Then now you're just messing with us.
How about this one? She talks on speakerphone or FaceTime all the time.
Oh, that would drive me nuts. Get it off the speaker.
What is the dumbest possible reason?
Like to you, or like while she's in the house?
It sounds like while she's in the house.
If she's in the house and you're there in the house with her,
other people.
Oh, I would lose it.
Would you?
I would absolutely lose it.
Let's go to Juan. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Juan.
All righty. First, I want to say I'm not leaving my wife for this reason. I know some family members might be listening. They're going to be like, what?
I'm not
I'm
leaving
sorry,
my
go ahead.
wife. I'm not leaving my wife for starting projects at most inopportune times either. But
Right. But if I was, the dumbest thing would be for me, I'm leaving her because she cooks too much.
she cooks too much.
Too much.
Yes, too much. Right. That's why I had an older gentleman told me one day, like, hey, man, you ought to be happy she's cooking at all. But, yeah, because the reason I say that is because she complained about leftovers, me and the kids not eating the leftovers,
Yeah.
and she complained about the groceries leaving too fast. So I'm like, if you stop cooking every day, which I know sounds dumb, but if you stop cooking every day and give me a chance to catch up and eat some of the leftovers, we'll be okay. You don't have to complain about the leftovers or the groceries leaving too soon.
Is she a
But
good
she
cook?
got a habit. My wife, she's a very good cook, like super good, like
Okay.
everything. But that's the problem. I'm trying to catch up, so I'm eating yesterday's food, but she cooked today, so I'm like, I'm still eating yesterday's food. So
That's-
I'm like,
And at the end of the week, you got 7 days of leftovers in there, and yeah.
now she's complaining about the groceries leaving too soon. So that would be my dumbest reason.
No, that qualifies, sure. 248-539-9797. Gator found a story about a woman who's leaving her husband because he tightens the jars too tight. What would be the dumbest possible reason you would leave your spouse? And I'm glad he said, I'm waiting for that woman to call. Remember the woman that called once that said, you're lucky you found anybody who even loves you. You remember that?
Yeah.
And I am. However, if I were to leave her for a dumb reason, it would be inopportune times to start projects. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We have created an incredible statistic what we call in games I watch. A name that never comes up as the best player in the NHL is Carter Verhaeghe. But in games I watch, I'm convinced he's the best player in the NHL. Scored again last night. 248-539-9797. Talking about this story where a woman is leaving her husband, divorce, because he puts the lids on jars too tight. And we were laughing, saying, what would be the dumbest thing? I wonder what it would be the dumbest thing that I do that my wife would leave me for. Should we call her and ask her?
You could, yeah. I mean, is it leaving wet towels on the floor?
Probably not.
Oh, that's me.
No.
For you.
I was just trying to let you know.
The towel was wet and it's on the hardwood floor?
I didn't want you to think it was clean because it had been up in the undercarriage, but I will never do that again. I will hang it neatly with the rest of the towels so when someone drives their hands, they'll get right up in there. Dumb reason I'd leave her. Scott writes in, you know that sealer that's on the sour cream or cream cheese when you buy it? When she opens the product, she leaves that partially on there, even though the outer lid seals it, like it's going to keep it more fresh. No, it isn't.
I hate that thing. Yeah, that comes right off first thing.
My wife never, ever refills the ice tray cubes. That's from Adam.
You got to go. This isn't working out.
Mine would be the opposite of the jars. My wife sets lids on jars and bottles, but never tightens them. It is now my routine to put my thumb on the ketchup before I shake it every time. Stupid reason would be either the fact that she throws laundry on the floor next to the hamper or her social media use. Put the phone down.
Oh, boy. I'm going to guess it's social media.
Mm-hmm. Next one. This is why my wife would leave me. I purposely put the toilet paper in under instead of over just because it drives her crazy.
Oh, boy.
My wife and I have a little bit of a quiet war going on that hasn't been discussed. We've never talked about it, but I will make a correction. She will undo it, and I will redo it. So the dishes that you wash in the sink, by hand, not the ones you put in the dishwasher.
Right.
She likes to keep the dishwashing liquid underneath the sink.
Right.
I like to put it kind of behind the sink next to the tap.
Right. So you have it on display where she wants to put it away once it's done.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I will pull it out, use it, put it back there. The next time I come back, it's underneath. Next time I go to wash the dishes, I will pull it out and put it back there. This has been going on for about 7 years, and it's never been discussed. It's never been discussed. But sometimes it will go back and forth multiple times in a day. 248-539-9797. Joe, you're next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, I told the call screener the list is too long. Why are we leaving every light on in the house everywhere? She must have stock in DTE I don't know about. But there are switches. I don't know what they do. And she has a use. She's figured them out. They never get shut off. Why is the air conditioning on? The windows are open. We don't need to do both of those.
I'm guilty of that.
Right? And please shut the garage. The leaves get blown in. It's my job to blow them out. Never shut the garage. There's so many things that I could see myself saying, yeah, why is she dumping an entire meal down the garbage disposal? There's a garbage. Don't use the disposal for everything. The list is plenty.
Joe's kind of a nag.
Yeah, Joe. It sounds more like stuff that...
The last one I actually learned, it may have been your show. I don't remember who it was, the morning show or your show, where all the plumbers were calling in saying, basically, don't ever use your garbage disposal for anything. It's there for looks. And then my wife is dumping everything down it, and so that one really came up because of 97 won the ticket.
Yeah, I rarely use the garbage disposal. I mean, for when you have like lots of food that's left, though, I throw it out. I agree with that. And then what the little bits of specks that are left on the plate, then I'll use the garbage disposal.
But I'm like peeling carrots or vegetables or something. All that stuff goes in the sink. That goes down the disposal. But that's the only thing I really use it for.
Why not just throw it out?
Because I'm washing them as I'm going. So I'm getting it all done at once.
Sounds like you need a workstation sink.
Sure.
Catch some of that stuff with
next big home. Overloading the washing machine and just throwing clothes at the bottom rather than wrapping around the outside. Just throwing clothes at the bottom rather than wrapping around the outside. So how she puts her clothes in the washing machine? Are you supposed to throw them in the bottom?
It depends, I guess, on if you have a top loader or a front loader.
Casey in Brighton says, my wife never puts things back where she found them and consequently can't find them again when she needs them. Not the worst, but definitely a dumb reason for a divorce. These are all dumb reasons for a divorce. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
That's the topic.
I find myself guilty a lot of this stuff. I will open up the windows when the air conditioning's on, but not because the air conditioning, I don't know that the air conditioning's on. If I had to leave my wife, it would be because she claws her food too loud when she chews her food too loud when she eats. Oh boy. Jesse the mailman, her using too many words and sentences to answer a yes or no question. These all qualify as dumb reasons, just like tightening the jars too much. 248-539-9797. I just saw something about the NBA draft that I cannot believe is possibly true.
Really?
Cannot believe it's possibly true. We'll get to that today at 10:40 or 12:46. Let's go to John. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
All right.
And listen, my wife of 50 years here, she is duly noted as the greatest folder of clothes in the world.
Okay.
She even has classes on how to fold shirts, T-shirt, pants. For a husband that's leaving, I traveled my 38 years, and my kids in soccer. I've traveled everywhere. She's actually held clinics on how to fold clothes. I'll go into the drawer. Let's say I get a pair of shorts right now in the summer and a shirt. If I change my mind and get another shirt, I can't put it back in there. I try to fold it, but it's messed up, and she goes nuts on me. I mean, seriously, almost physically, for messing up her folding in the drawers.
So
it's gotten to be a real joke in the family.
she's an obsessive compulsive folder.
Oh, my God, it's amazing. You could not fold a shirt. If you're the greatest dry cleaner in the world, you couldn't do a better job than she does. Her towels are immaculate. Her shirts, her T-shirt, underwear. How does she fold these underwear? People are asking her to teach her. It's amazing. She's really
you
weird.
have to live by an unreasonable standard, is what you're saying, John.
It is. You're absolutely good.
Unreasonable.
I can't believe I go into the drawer, I pull it out. It takes me 5 minutes to pull a shirt out so I don't crumple up any other.
Can't do that.
There.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, good luck. Good luck to you, sir. 248-539-9797. All right, I just found two odds that surprised me. One, NBA draft related, the other NHL related. We'll get to that today at 12:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, let me tell you about a great experience I had recently with a local company. I needed new garage doors. So I called Precision Garage Door, and they took my call immediately, scheduled an appointment right away, and they helped me select the perfect doors for my house, and they got it installed in no time. In fact, John, Jeff, and the whole crew, they were awesome to work with, true professionals. And you don't find true professionals these days anymore, but they are incredible. And here's what I love about Precision Garage Door. They work weekends. They're available at no extra charge. And you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. Plus, all calls are answered 24/7, and they offer the industry's leading warranty. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
during the commercial break, I called my wife
Yeah.
and asked her this question. The dumbest possible reason that you would file for divorce. Her response was that when I get new clothes, I will cut the tags off and like leave them somewhere other than the trash. And this happened twice last week where I got a couple new pairs of shorts and I cut the tags off and I put them on the counter in the bathroom because I'm like, I got to make sure I do want these. And if I have to return them, but I didn't throw the tags away. I didn't fully commit. And
you try this stuff on with the tags on.
I know. But anyway, so I'm always in the back of my mind saying, in case I find some huge flaw, like, sometimes you put something on and there's something like sticks into you or something, or it doesn't feel right or whatever. So anyway, that would be the dumbest possible reason she would leave me. Although we got a text here from Kim in Sterling Heights. Doug, the soap needs to be under the sink and out of view. Why would you display it? Messy. Do you display your soap in your bathroom? Do you put the soap in the bathroom under the sink?
But people need to know that that's where it is because it's a bathroom. You don't want stuff.
It's messy. Wow. Anyway, some great reasons here. All right,
You didn't ask her about that though.
What? No, I'm gonna see how long that battle's gonna go on, of where the dish soap goes, because it's been going on for a long time, years. Okay. Gator, you got it. Do you have a list of the NFL draft? Actually, the NBA draft. Sorry, in front of you.
What do you need?
What player do you think is the most bet on to go number 1 overall?
Zachary
Rissochet.
Whatever the hell his
Yep.
name is.
It is not Zachary Rissochet.
Is it Alex Sarr?
It is not Alex Sarr.
What? For the number 1 pick?
The most bet on player at BetMGM to be the first overall pick in the NBA draft tomorrow is neither of those two.
Is it Reed Shepherd?
It is not Reed Shepherd.
Is it what?
It's not Bronny, is it?
Oh, come on. Come on.
At Covers has tweeted out Bronny James is the most bet player at BetMGM to be the first overall pick in the NBA draft tomorrow. I mean, are people, it's obviously an odds play. And I would have to think it is a
So the Hawks
conspiracy theory play. He is plus 25,000. So is a whole bunch of people bet $1?
That's not no. If he's plus 25,000,
Yeah.
that doesn't make him the number 1 guy. That's not it at all.
If everybody else is longer than that or shorter than that, he's the most. That's his odds.
His odds of going number 1.
Yeah, are plus 25,000. And he has the most bets on him more than anybody. Now, it doesn't mean he has the most handle.
I thought you said the odds on favorite to go number 1.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I thought you
The
said.
most bet player
Oh, that's different.
at BetMGM to be the first overall
So
pick.
people are putting the money that they think that Atlanta they're going to take their
Or
chance
that somebody is going to take Bronny James, number 1 overall.
because LeBron's a free agent. Although the reports that LeBron could be extended a 3-year max contract, it would pay him like $180 million,
So weird.
$160 million.
I mean,
like that.
I guess this is the Doug bet $1 theory and hope that you score. But yeah, he has the most bets of any player. Yep. Crazy. Huh?
I'm surprised by that.
Yep.
I wouldn't.
All right, next one. Odds to win the Stanley Cup. How many teams do you think are in front of the Red Wings?
Oh boy. I would say there's probably in front of. Sorry, because the Wings would be in a group with like a few other teams. So I would say there's probably 14 teams in front of them.
Wow, you nailed it. That's exactly what it is. Florida is 13-2. They're the favorites. Edmonton is 7-1. Dallas 9-1. The Rangers 11-1. Carolina 12-1. Colorado 14-1. Toronto and Vegas are 18-1. New Jersey and Vancouver are 20-1. Boston and the Kings 22-1. Winnipeg 25-1. Tampa 28-1. And the Wings 33-1. So 14 teams in front of them. Which, let's see here, Eastern Conference, this gets them in the playoffs, though, right?
Well, it should if there's 14 teams in front of them. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they could be all in the East, but they are not. This has them in the playoffs. As the 8th most likely team out of the East to win the Stanley Cup.
One thing we have to remember with the Red Wings is that they have improved year by year.
Yep.
The point totals have gone up. They had, 91 points this past year? They have gotten better. And do you expect them to continue to get better is the question.
Well, if they don't do anything significant, okay, and NHL, I mean, you've got the draft, and then next week you've got free agency, and so, this could be interesting times indeed. But if they come back with largely the same team, which they won't, but, I mean, they got guys to decide on, like Kane and Gostisbehere. I mean, they could bring those guys back.
Perron.
But is the belief that, hey, Mo Seider will get better, Lucas Raymond will get better. Is that the way that this thing's going to go? And, I mean, Joey Veleno's only 24 years old. He could get better still. Albert Johansson's 23. Probably going to be here to stay. Simon Edvinsson.
See, that's the thing, is that you're getting guys like Edvinsson, who's going to be there for the full season, who will be better than what they had last year for a full season. He'll be better.
Mm-hmm.
The other player that we forget about, Michael Rasmussen, got hurt.
Yeah.
When Rasmussen got hurt, that really damaged the Red Wings. That was a guy who would sit in front of the net in the power play, cause all types of problems out there. He fought his ass off in the corners, did a lot of the dirty work, and that's why he got the contract extension that he got. So having him back, I think, is going to help this team. And then counting on other guys taking step forwards. Lucas Raymond, hey, great season, Luke. Let's kick it up a notch.
When the games mattered most at the end, he looked great.
He looked like a leader.
Yep.
And very impressed by how he finished the season. It was his team, it almost looked like at times. He put him on his shoulders. I got this. I'll score the goal. So can he continue to take it up a notch and maybe possibly be considered one of the stars in the league? I mean, it's possible, but it's the prospects that they have that'll get the chances. The Kaspers of the world. Are they going to step up and hit the ice skating, hit the ground running, if you will, and be positive players? Yes, there'll be some growing pains for sure, but will he actually make the team? Will Carter Mazur make the team?
It'd be awesome if he did.
It would be. And
my kid played against him.
But the other thing they have is they have a lot of players signed too. Are they going to trade these players?
Yeah.
And try to free up some money, or try to just free up a roster spot for some of the players that they want to bring up? That's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's a lot of premium on this offseason, and Yzerman's news conference last week didn't engender a feeling it was going to be big moves. But I think I don't know that means anything. Steve Yzerman, that we've heard from forever, has been always downplaying and non-committal to anything. So there's a chance to have a big offseason with cap space and with a ton of tradable commodities. They have something that a lot of teams would like, and that is a good system that I think teams would love to be able to dip into and take a player here or there and send a veteran player our way. If I were to bet what the big move is, that's what I would bet. Some lesser team decides to give up a quality player for a Red Wing prospect or two.
Take a chance on Jonathan Berggren or something.
Yep. Maybe one of the goalies. Who knows? But when you have that type of system, and then let me ask you a question about the Red Wing prospects. About any of them, do you have the I can't wait till blank gets here? Because I really don't. I think they're all good prospects, but I don't know that I get the sense that anybody's a pending star.
I don't know why, but the Axel Sandin Pellikka,
yeah,
that's one I think. He's a defenseman. but I don't know how soon we're going to see him. He's only 19 years old. But that's the name, I guess, that I have that has me excited.
Yep.
Offensively, I don't know. I was so high on Casper in the very limited time we saw him play a year ago, and then he just had kind of a season. Came on at the end. It was much better the second half than he was the first half for Grand Rapids, but that's another guy.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get to some NBA draft stuff as it pertains to the Pistons. We'll do that today at 102. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Lions have released their training camp schedule. Things will kick off July 27th. That's for season ticket holders only, with fan registration for tickets beginning on the 16th. Also, if you have season tickets, you can begin registering about a week before that. After delays due to the weather, the fan gates of the Rocket Mortgage Classic are officially open. Headliner events today include the Youth Golf Clinic at 3, followed by the Celebrity Scramble with the likes of Aiden Hutchinson, Calvin Johnson, and Tom Izzo. Things will tee off there at 5. The Tigers will face the Phillies in Game 2 of the series tonight. Tarek Skubal is set to face Ranger Suarez. Suarez is 10-1 with a 1.75 ERA through 15 starts for the Phils. Tarek Skubal trying to shake off another rough outing, a couple home runs against Atlanta through 4 innings, 7 hits as well. Through 83 pitches of work, Tiger starters have not been able to go deep as much recently. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So obviously all those training camp dates were released today. For the Detroit Lions, there's a chance for fans to get out there to Allen Park and see practices and all that goes on there. And we've broadcast from these things before, and basically they sell out. The tickets in the past have been free when it's open to the general public, but you have to have a ticket and you have to try and get in line or whatever they do online now for a ticket. This would be the year, and not that this is ever going to happen, but this would be the year to hold this at a place like Saginaw Valley, which they used to do. And I did shows from Saginaw Valley.
Yeah.
Did you do shows from up there?
I didn't do shows from there, but I was reporting from there.
Yeah. It is going to be so hard to get into these practices now with as good as they are. And it was normally under the worst of times. It was a popular event. Players were hounded for autographs. Fans were behind ropes and everything, but they were always screaming and yelling. Can you imagine the frenzy now that this team is filled with young, interesting players? And they've got the days for like the season ticket holders and all that, and those people will get their opportunities. I hope that it doesn't become inaccessible to the average fan, because not because really they make you pay or anything, but just because so many people are going to want to get in. I mean, I guess the same amount of average fans will get in, but there's just going to be higher demand, when makes it harder for an individual to get in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, and you're right. This is it'll be an awesome time to have the camp up where as many people can see it as possible. I wonder if they would do, and they're not going to this year, probably not, but I wonder if they would consider doing more practices maybe at Ford Field.
Yeah.
To get as many people as possible there. The problem is it's just one field. That's why they like having these practices at their facility, because they have several fields to choose from. The dual practice, or the what do they call them? Not the dual practices, but the practices they have when they bring the other teams in.
Oh, the joint practice.
Yeah, whatever they call it. Those are fun.
Yeah,
those are a lot of fun, and that was part. I think that was also part of what happened with Saginaw Valley. Is that they would have a joint practice. I forget, was it Carolina that had back in the day? I remember Kevin Green was there. And I can't remember if he was playing with Carolina at the time or not.
They're going to be. I mean, it's going to be at a frenzied pace. I mean, that thing's a month away. Keep it locked in if you're interested in going, because, I mean, look, I know for some people it's affordability, a cost issue, and the free training camp is the only time you get to see them up close and personal. And those people, stay on top of it so you can get your chance, because this will be a fun year for it. This will be a really, really fun year for it. We did the show from out there last year, had Jared Goff on, amongst others. We have Marvin Jones.
We did have Marvin Jones.
Felt a little random, but we have Marvin Jones on. But ultimately, they're gonna be dealing with a fan crush that they have never had before.
They've had a pretty good fan crush last year, but yeah, this year would be more so.
Yep.
And it's great. This is what good teams deal with and go through. And I think the players enjoy it. When they get to see the fans all happy and excited and signing the autographs and stuff like that, I think they can appreciate that to a point.
It's funny, because of training camp, I've realized that I think of places and know the name like Latrobe, Pennsylvania.
Right.
Why does one know the name Latrobe?
Well, Arnold Palmer, but beyond that, sure.
Because the Pittsburgh Steelers hold their training camp at Latrobe.
That's where Rolling Rock is from, right?
Is it?
Maybe no. I'm thinking is Pennzoil from Latrobe? Pennzoil.
Is it?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
What's
a lot going on in Latrobe.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
What's the city in Illinois where they do the their training camp? It's another one of those.
Yeah, it's another one of those.
It's like Forest
It's not-
something or
Is it
Lake Forest.
it's Lake Forest,
Lake
isn't
Forest.
it? Packers are just in Green Bay, right? Why do I feel like they're in La Crosse or somewhere like that?
Because I think they're probably in La Crosse.
No, it says here Green Bay.
Fond du Lac.
The one that always sticks with me is Latrobe. And whenever Jansen mentions where he went to with the Redskins, is it somewhere in Virginia?
Probably.
Yeah. I'm always like, oh, yeah, I remember hearing about that place. Okay, NBA draft is tomorrow. So I have really gotten to the point where there's one player that I really, really covet for the Pistons at 5. We talked about it briefly yesterday, but that's Reed Shepherd. Reed Shepherd shot over 50% from 3. He really does a lot of the little things that helps a team win. Really good defensively. He actually, I think, surprised people at the combine with his athleticism, his vertical jump, and the numbers he put up. But he's tiny. He's 6'2".
That's not tiny, but he's a smaller.
By NBA
yeah.
standards, he's a smaller player. But, it's this draft. This draft, by all accounts, it sucks. And so even the player that I covet the most, I can see a strong argument against. Last week, I was going on and on about Dalton Knecht, the shooter from Tennessee. He's bigger than Reed Shepherd, but a 5-year college player. Some questions about will he be challenged defensively and things of that nature. And we got some texts of people ripping that I like Dalton Knecht. And I said, yeah. But this draft sucks. And then there's Cody Williams, the long-arm kid out of Colorado.
Who doesn't have a great vertical leap, apparently, but he's got length.
Yeah, they say he's creative at finishing near the basket, and his shot is pretty. But he only how many threes did he take?
Took 41 threes, but knocked down 41% of those 41 threes.
Which isn't a huge sample size.
No.
There's plenty of times where I've watched tape and I'm like, he's kind of floating. But he's kind of a theoretical player of what he can be. And I like him. I don't love him. And at 5, I don't want to take a player that I like. But this draft sucks. And then there's Devin Carter, who was the Big East Player of the Year.
Providence.
Out of Providence, who's a worker, he's a leader, he's smart, he's a glue guy. And those are all intangibles that helps your team win. Would I draft a glue guy at 5? Normally, no. But this draft sucks.
Sure.
So I feel like every single player that I don't want Modest Bazelis, and there are other players, I guess, could theoretically, I mean, if Alexander Sarr is still there, he's another player that was coming off the bench for his team in Australia, I think it was. And you're like, okay, is he really going to be all that? And he might be, but all the players, I just keep coming back to, you're taking a chance no matter who you're taking because there aren't sure things. The Rissochet kid from France, same thing. There's just not a lot out there on him. Another theoretical player. He could be this.
You know who I don't want?
Who? You're going to say Reed Shepherd, aren't you?
No, I'm not going to say it. Anyway, I mean, he's got one thing you love, which is shooting 50% from three-point line is great.
Yep.
But a name I hear people talk about that they like this guy, and I'm like, I don't get it. And I watched him play in the tournament. I'm like, I still don't get it. Donovan Clingan.
Yeah. There is some discussion.
Big center from UConn, 7'2".
Yep.
Can't shoot.
There's some discussion of him maybe going number 1.
But he can't shoot. I don't understand. I thought there's everybody was like, you got to be able to shoot in order to play.
Yeah.
And defensively, I guess you can play defensively.
There's a lot of players. Like, I feel like the Bazelis, to me, Bazelis is another Ausar Thompson. You know, and unless you think he's going to be better than Ausar Thompson, I wouldn't take him. The Devin Carter kid is really intriguing. What I like about him most is that through his college career, he didn't really shoot it. And I guess he worked on it and worked on it and worked on it. And last year, he went, here's 3 years in college, 26.7 from three, 29.9 from three, 37.7 from three. So he did turn himself into a pretty good shooter. So I'm okay if it's Devin Carter, but he's another guy who's only 6'2". So I wonder if NBA guys love this as a draft or hate it. And what I mean by that is it feels like they're all being asked they're being asked and challenged by this draft to be the smartest guy in the room. Because there aren't sure things.
It's not like typical drafts where you would say, wow, there's a handful of guys we love, and then there's a handful of guys we really like.
Mm-hmm.
And then it feels like this draft, there's a couple of guys that they really like, and that's it. And then then it starts to get like the rest of these guys in normal draft years might be middle of the draft picks. Like, would they be lottery picks in normal drafts?
I mean,
or at least what the Pistons are looking at 5 is it?
I don't know that a lot of what we're looking at 5 would be lottery picks in normal drafts. It's just, I don't know why it happened this year. I don't know if this is a new trend moving forward, that everything is that's going to be taken is either 4 and 5 year college players or players that are just barely scraping the surface and starting to show a little bit of promise and they get drafted. But this is such a weird draft. I would imagine the GMs probably like it because they're asked to really do deep dives on players, really do homework, and they're not being told, well, you have to take this guy. Like if you hear, well, you got to take Torkelson, you got to take Torkelson, you got to take Torkelson enough. Everyone's got Torkelson number 1. As a GM, are you confident enough to not take Torkelson when everybody's telling you have to take Torkelson? This year, nobody's telling you what you have to do because there are so many players that have question marks around them. There's no sure things in this draft, it feels like.
No, it doesn't feel that way. At least that's what we're being told.
Yeah.
By my own eyeball test, I'm not impressed. But I also know that every draft is full of superstars.
They're full.
You got to do your homework. Of course, they got to develop, and they got to be, they got to be coached up, and they got to be in the right situations here. I can't get too emotional about what's going to happen tomorrow night at 5. I'm open to everything. I'm open to almost every player, except for Klingon. That's the only guy I'm not really big on. But I don't know. I mean, I want to see. I'm open to trading up. I'm open to trading back. I'm excited to see what they're going to do. What Trajan Langdon's efforts are going to be here. They still don't have a coach, which is interesting.
Yep. Well, I mean, what you're looking at is essentially the first sign of what Trajan Langdon's going to be. Who's his Justin Henry Malloy? Which is one of the first things.
His first move.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Check. Am I good? 3, 2, 1. Hey, let me tell you about Michigan Auto Law, the auto accident attorneys. They specialize only
point guards in the history of the league as the
As
example.
an example. Well, I mean, look, Steph Curry. I mean, why do we want Reed Shepherd?
Shoot.
Because of his elite shooting ability. Steph Curry is 6'2". Now, let me be clear. I'm not saying Reed Shepherd's the next Steph Curry, but he's got the same, at the college level, he has a skill set that is similar to what Steph Curry was bringing to the table in terms of he's a great shooter. Now, Steph Curry is maybe the most elite shooter of all time. And that's why I'm just saying the skill set that attracts me to Reed Shepherd is the same thing that Steph Curry is elite at. It'd be awfully nice if Reed Shepherd was that good and they got him. And I'm kind of hoping it's Houston at 3, right? That Houston, and there's all these rumors that Houston wants to trade the pick. And everybody projects Reed Shepherd to Houston at 3, kind of does so saying, well, if they stay here. But people are expecting him to move out of that spot. And if he doesn't go at 3, then the Pistons are 1 spot away, and could they get him? And I'd be ecstatic if they did. Pistons should draft Dalton Knecht. Pure scorer. We need scoring. I don't care about his defense, but this guy can score and score a lot. He should be a lock for us. If they pass on him, he will be another great player we regret passing on. Well, I like Dalton Knecht. I like Dalton Knecht a lot. And he is a good shooter. He's a bigger player. He's at 6'5", and he can finish at the basket, and he's a 40% three-point shooter.
It was in the tournament against Purdue. It was back and forth, right? Knecht and Edey just lighting it up for both teams.
Mm-hmm.
It was like literally 2 one-man teams. It was impressive.
Yeah, Dalton Knecht finished with 37 in that game. And I'm going to have to go look at what Zach Edey had. Zach Edey had 40.
Yeah.
Now, would you want Zach Edey in the second round?
He's not going to be there in the second round.
You don't think so?
He'll go in the first.
Okay. Would you want Zach Edey?
At 5, no. No, because I think
not
he
at
got,
5. No, God.
No. I mean, if you trade back, even that, he's got a shooting touch,
Does he?
doesn't he?
I
thought he.
I will tell you, I can't imagine he'll ever be on the floor where there aren't 4 better options to shoot it. But I mean, look, if he, I think
he's. I don't know. He was so he's slow. He's big and look. I liked Luka Garza a few years ago.
Yeah.
Where they were gonna. I'm like, hey, maybe let's see interesting. See what he can do in the NBA. And like, no, this is not.
No.
This is not a world for Luka Garza. Is the same thing going to be said about Zach Edey?
Steph Curry is 6'2". I'll take superior shooting over anything. Yeah, I mean, look, he's the number 1 player I hope they get. He's a player I want more than any other. Is Reed Shepherd, the 6'2" guard out of Kentucky. So I'm not going to, it'd be, I mean, if he were 6'6", he'd go number 1. If he were 6'7", he'd go number 1. But because he's 6'2", that puts him in a position where, people question. I mean, they still haven't projected at number 3. But what I can't get over is how much Matas Buzelis is projected to Detroit. Like, and if you get in the YouTube wormhole, you'll see spectacular highlights. But he's not at all a shooter. He just, I don't know. I feel like a player like him, a get-to-the-rim guy who's not a great shooter, the Pistons have an abundance of those.
They need finishers. They need shooters. They need defenders.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And get it by hook or by crook. And they're going to have to find ways. I think it was a Free Press today. Amari Sankofa had an article about things they can do with salary dump players from other teams.
Yeah.
To take on a bad salary from somebody else, but you're getting draft resources in addition to that. Not necessarily for this year's draft, but down the road. So if you were to take Zach LaVine and his awful contract and his injured self.
How many more years does he have left?
I think he still has like 4 years left on a monster deal. But can you take that because you're going to get a future first-round pick and a future second-round pick or a couple future first-round picks or whatever it is that they have to do to ship him on out to make it worth the Pistons' while?
Yeah, he's under contract for this year at $43 million, next year at $46 million. Then there's a player option for $49 million.
I'm guessing he might want that.
Yeah. And then he's an unrestricted free agent. So 3 more years. I mean, if you're trying
But
to
the other side of that is that maybe he's healthy, and if he's healthy, he's good.
Yeah.
But that's a big if.
Yep. Well, got a tweet here from Barry Bob. Remember, the Pistons did hire a shooting guru, so hopefully he can provide input to the new president, Trajan Langdon, on who has the potential to be an excellent shooter. They went out and identified and got this guy, then fired the head coach. So they believe in him so much so that they're going to basically tell the new head coach, this Vincent guy's your shooting coach.
We got a specialist.
Yep. And you're gonna have to take him.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose he could insist he doesn't, but it feels like
You're not going to get the coaching.
he wouldn't have taken the job.
Right.
So if he's that special, can he make Matas Bazelis a better shooter? Or is he the guy that tells Trajan Langdon, yeah, Reed Shepherd, he can get the shot off. I don't care that he's only 6'2". Unnamed texter, I want the Pistons to take Matas Bazelis. Okay. You guys are killing. Here's another one. You guys are killing me today with the height stuff. Allen Iverson was 5'11" or 6 feet tall, and one of the best players ever to come on, get over the height stuff. I mean, you're talking about, first of all, the game has evolved quite a bit. Players are getting taller and taller and taller. The equivalent of when somebody brought up Isaiah. When Isaiah played in the league, there weren't guys at 6'9" bringing the ball. Well, I guess Magic was, but outside of Magic, now everybody's got a 6'9" guy who can bring the ball up the court. Like it's a much bigger league than it was when Isaiah. It's even a much bigger league when Allen Iverson played. And you guys are citing like elite, superior.
Tell me Isaiah Thomas is available at number 5, and I'll be like, I can't believe we got him at 5.
Tell Allen Iverson is available.
Tell me he's
at 5.
available at 5, and that's great.
Did they both go number 1?
Well, was Isaiah 1 or was he? I mean, he wasn't 1. He was 2.
Either way,
He was a top pick. He was one of the top picks.
In good drafts.
Yeah, in great drafts. But that's not what this draft is.
No.
But that being said, if Reed Shepherd's there at 5, I'd take him.
I would too.
And I'd be happy.
But
because, hey, it's crapshoot. It's the draft. And this year, because apparently it's not a good draft, but this guy has one elite skill, and it's shooting.
Dalton Connect is a career 77% free throw shooter. My draft pick better be over 80% free throw shooting unless he's over 7 feet tall. This is a classic sports talk text. And I love it. I love it. You're committed to the theory, but you're drawing a hard line and saying, if my player can't shoot over 80% from the free throw line, I'm not taking him. Which seems over 3% from the free throw line, you're creating an unnecessary bar to pass on what could be a great player. Am I wrong? Pistons need to be using that number 5 pick to be drafting a player for a different team because they used it in a trade. Well, I have no problem if they trade the pick. I mean, this is somebody's in love with a player up at the top and they want to give you market value for a pick at 5 in a bad draft. I would take it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Did you guys see how tall Kuzi was? I would never.
Can we go through this with wide receivers at one time?
Yeah. Well, I'm not drafting a wide receiver unless he's 6'5" or taller. I love hard and fast rule guy.
Oh, you can't make 80% of your free throws. Sorry.
Yeah. But. Yeah, too bad.
You got to go.
Right? A hard and fast rule guy, man. You got
hard and fast rules, Doc.
Yep.
What the funny thing is, these guys they're texting in about the height factor.
Yep.
We both would take Reed Shepard at 5 if he's there, despite the fact that he's 6'2".
Yep. Exactly.
But stop bringing up some of the greatest of all time, like the top 50 players of all time.
Like literally, we've had. What are you guys talking about? Steph Curry, Isaiah Thomas, Allen Iverson. You tell me Steph Curry, Isaiah Thomas, and Allen Iverson are in this draft. Do you know where they're going? Number 1 overall.
Well, if all three of them are in the draft, who do you take?
I take Steph Curry. Sorry.
Today's NBA, you can shoot.
Yep. In this NBA, sure. But do you know what Victor Wembanyama shot from the free throw line?
65?
79.6%.
Oh, he was that good.
That's
Or
less
was
than
it?
80. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jason. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? I feel like we got to stop seeing the height in these guys and look at the productivity on the court, because we passed on a guy named Donovan Mitchell, and look how that turned out. So we got to stop seeing the 6'2", 6'1", and 6'3", and thinking that these guys are not going to be good ball players just by their height, and seeing the productivity. Reed Shepard's a great shooter. I feel like that would be a good pick for this team and its needs.
If he's there, most mock drafts I've seen have him going 3rd overall. But if he's there at 5, I think we're all in lockstep. We'd take
He's
him.
the number 1 player I want.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ignore the shooting percentage. You can't ignore that.
The number 1 player I want from this draft.
And guess what? If Reed Shepard shot 35% from 3-point land, no one would want him.
No. I don't know about that, but he would not be. I mean, the fact that he shoots 50.
Well, that's the thing. He does. Not only is it's 52.
Yeah. And he shoots them coming off screens. He shoots them wide open. He shoots them when he's covered. Like his shooting numbers are incredible.
But that's what his NBA ticket is.
Yep. But I mean, if you read any analysis of it, like, yeah, he's 6'2". Can he get his shot off in a league where height isn't the only factor, but he will be challenged. Now, the analysis of his ability to get his shot off has been good at the collegiate level. NBA is a different animal. He tested very well, surprised people at the combine with his athleticism, had one of the best standing vertical jumps available, vertical jumps on record. So number 1 player I want. Am I concerned about his height? Yes, I am concerned about his height. If you're telling me you think he's the next Steph Curry, then I will gladly take him. Gladly take him. All right, list came out, Gator, of the top 20 running backs for the 2024 season. Now, at first, I thought this was a fantasy football list, but it's not.
It's not.
It's just a regular old football list. I want everyone to ask themselves, do you think one or both of our guys makes it? David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. Ask yourself this question. Now, you and I both saw this list before I brought it to the air.
This is correct.
So I won't have you answer the question, nor will I. I'm going to work my way from 20 down to 1. I'm going to move it quickly. If you want me to stop at any point, just say stop, okay?
Okay.
Number 20 is Jaylen Warren of the Steelers. Number 19, Isaiah Pacheco of the Chiefs. Number 18, DeAndre Swift of the Bears. I'm going to stop it there. So DeAndre Swift is the 18th best running back. This is a challenge here because the Lions at one point had DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams. and they let them both go. They reset at running back with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. You hope you are doing so for the better. But here's one of the guys they let go, they traded, that has made this list as one of the best running backs in the NFL. Of course, the problem he had here was staying healthy. He hasn't seemed to have that problem as much since he's left. Number 17, Devon Achane. Number 16, James Conner. Number 15 for the Titans, Tony Pollard. Number 14, Kyron Williams from the Rams. Number 13, Kenneth Walker III from the Seahawks. Number 12, Raheem Mostert from the Dolphins. Number 11, Travis Etienne from the Jaguars. Number 10, Aaron Jones. We're down to the top 10. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, not mentioned yet. Number 9, Josh Jacobs of the Packers. Number 8, Jahmyr Gibbs. Here's what they write. Jahmyr Gibbs entered the NFL with lofty expectations after the Lions took him 12th and paired him with David Montgomery. He became just the 8th rookie in the 21st century to total more than 900 rushing yards and at least 10 touchdowns while averaging at least 5 yards a carry. The company Gibbs keeps with that rookie year production is among some of the NFL's best when it comes to Pro Bowl running backs. It includes Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, Ezekiel Elliott, Adrian Peterson, Maurice Jones-Drew, Clinton Portis, and Mike Anderson. Then they write, Gibbs is well on his way to rocketing up this list should he be given slightly more volume in 2024. He ranks right behind Saquon Barkley at number 7.
Well, there was one, you mentioned Josh Jacobs, right?
Yep. Right behind him.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Jacobs is that high. 2 years ago, he had an amazing year. 1,600 yards rushing, 4.9 a carry, had 12 touchdowns, and added another 400 yards receiving. Last year, he had 800 yards rushing, 3.5 yards a carry, and just about 300 yards receiving. Did that in 13 games, but 3.5 yards a carry. The year prior to his big year, he averaged 4 yards a carry. Before that was 3.9 a carry.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Josh Jacobs a lot, and I think he's got great potential. I'm just,
top
10 running back. He hasn't done it consistently enough to have me say that he's the guy.
Saquon Barkley is 7. Breece Hall of the Jets is 6. Nick Chubb of the Browns is 5. I'm going to be interested to see how he comes back from that knee.
I'm curious about Breece Hall, too.
Yeah. Jonathan Taylor of the Colts is 4. Didn't he get hurt last year, too?
He dealt with an ankle, I believe.
Number 3 is Bijan Robinson of the Falcons. Number 2 is Derrick Henry of the Ravens, still. And number 1 is Christian McCaffrey. So David Montgomery didn't make it. There was, and this list was put together by CBS Sports, there was honorable mentions, and David Montgomery was on that list, along with Alvin Kamara, James Cook, Najee Harris, Ramondre Stevenson, and Rashard White.
Well, to me, what's interesting with it is that running backs in the NFL, they're just different now than what they were 10 years ago. Way different than they were 20 years ago.
Yep.
You don't have the bell cow backs. Been saying this for years. Guys don't get 300 carries in a season. Even that they had another game, they still don't do it. Derrick Henry, I believe, led the NFL last year with 280 carries. 280.
Yep.
I mean, that's nothing compared to the guys back when they were getting the ball 350 times a season. So the game has changed. So it's to me, it's kind of hard to define who those 20 guys are because things are done by committee almost. A 1,000-yard rusher, does it mean more now than it did? It used to not mean so much because, 67 yards a game, you get, great. That's your 1,000 yards. But now, because you're splitting carries,
it probably does mean more.
Maybe it means more. And the Lions had Montgomery, who was a 1,000-yard guy, a 4.6 per carry guy, who had the 13 touchdowns, but he's not on this list. Yet Jahmyr Gibbs is. Gibbs had 945 yards on the ground, a 5.2 carry, and 10 touchdowns. I understand why Jahmyr Gibbs would be rated higher because it looks like he's going to do more in the offense with being able to catch the ball out of the backfield as well. I guess I'm trying to stick up for David Montgomery. If you're going to come up with a top 20 list and Montgomery's not on it, with the touchdown totals that he had?
You know me, I love David Montgomery. Always have. Yeah. Loved him at Iowa State. Was disappointed when he went to an in-division team. Was ecstatic when the Detroit Lions signed him. And I think everybody came to like him. And he was really good for the Lions. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, congrats to all the Michigan Wolverines drafted into the NFL for 2024. The University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering loud and proud. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of your Detroit Lions. One might say they're the leaders and best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too. No matter where you hail from, you're eligible to join, and signing up is easy. On top of that, hey, they got the coolest debit cards around. They got a Block M debit card. They got a Winged Helmet debit card. They got a Lions debit card. And you can use that sweet sports debit card at millions of stores, hotels, restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pocket? Hit thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today. It takes less than 10 minutes. UMCU.org. Get in the game. And hey, while you're there, check out their resources for student, auto, or home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union, proudly repping your official Block M debit card. Win with UMCU. So for the record, my not him guy is Matas Bazelis, and your not him guy is Donovan Clingan.
At 5, yeah.
Yep. Gotcha. And our dream, we both agree the dream is Reed Shepherd falls to them at 5.
Yes.
All right, so a list of the most talented teams in the NFL. Best projected starting lineups. Have you seen this?
No.
I think the Lions are in the top 2.
For
Best projected starting lineup in the NFL.
do I think they're in the top 2? No.
Okay. Top 4?
Yes.
Okay. The number 1 best projected starting lineup, according to multiple writers at ESPN, is the San Francisco 49ers. Biggest strength, offensive skill positions. God, I hope this Brandon Ayuk thing blows up in their face. Biggest weakness, offensive line. X factor for 2024, their defensive line. Non-starter to no receiver, Juwan Jennings. Kansas City Chiefs ranked number 2. Biggest strength, quarterback. Biggest weakness, offensive tackle. X factor, receivers Marquise Brown and Xavier Worthy. I would imagine with Rashee Rice's availability not known. Non-starter no, linebacker Leo Chanel. Wasn't he from Wisconsin?
Yeah.
No way, Wisconsin linebacker. You don't say. Number 3 best starting lineup in the NFL, the Baltimore Ravens. Biggest strength, safety. Biggest weakness, guard. God, did they lose a guard?
Huh. Who'd they lose?
Kevin Zeitler is who they lost.
Who'd
To
they lose him
Detroit, X Factor, defensive coordinator Zach Orr. Non-starter no, edge rusher David Ajabo. The Michigan product. Number 4, best starting lineup in the NFL, the New York Jets.
I'm sorry. What's that?
Yep.
The Jets?
Yep.
Okay. What? Tell me all about the Jets.
Biggest strength, cornerback.
Corner?
Which I can see, yep.
Sauce Gardner, sure.
Biggest weakness, safety. X factor, left tackle Tyron Smith. Okay, the real answer is Aaron Rodgers' Achilles, but after that, a lot hinges on Smith. Isn't Aaron Rodgers just his Achilles? Is it just his Achilles? Or is he likely to flake out? Non-starter to no, defensive tackle Solomon Thomas. Number 5, best starting projected lineups in the NFL, the Detroit Lions. I want to go back to the Jets.
See, I would have had the Lions in the top 4. I could see them being there. The Jets, I just don't see that.
I would be petrified with Aaron Rodgers being the captain of my ship.
Well, for the fragility or for the mental aspect?
Yep.
Okay. See, I think once he's back in camp, based on what we saw through Hard Knocks last year, I think he's all in once he's in the camp. The problem is that he could have helped things out, maybe move things along quicker if he had been in camp the entire time, like the mini camp.
He turns 41 next season.
Yeah.
And, I think when you basically miss an entire season at that age, what happens next? Who knows? Who knows? It's a hard thing to project. Now, I will admit, Gator, that typically when I'm evaluating players when they get up into older years, I'm pretty quick to start to dismiss them when they get into their high 30s and into their 40s, and maybe too quick, but I don't know. There's just all kinds of warning signs to me that Aaron Rodgers and the Jets could potentially be a disaster.
To me, the bigger concern would be his health reasons, not the flake out factor. Though it's a factor, but to me, it's the health stuff because he was getting banged up towards the last couple of years with Green Bay. The way that the Lions ended his Packers career was fantastic.
Fantastic.
And then you're starting up the next year and you're out a couple plays in the game. You're done because of the Achilles, and those aren't easy to come back from for anybody. But when you're 41. It's not easy. That's why my concerns.
One of my favorite Aaron Rodgers questions: who caught Aaron Rodgers' last pass at Lambeau Field as a Packer?
As a Packer?
Yep. Kirby Joseph caught Aaron Rodgers' last pass as a Packer.
Oh, I was thinking of the Packer that caught it, but
no.
Okay.
Yep, exactly.
Lions defensive backs.
So Lions' biggest strength, offensive line. Biggest weakness, safety. Another writer says, I'm getting picky here because this is a really good balanced roster. In fact, safety could prove to be a strength depending on how Brian Branch is deployed. X Factor, cornerbacks Carlton Davis and Terrion Arnold. Detroit invested in its weakness from last season, especially after release Cam Sutton by trading for Davis, trading up in the NFL draft for Arnold, but that isn't guarantee of success. Davis is coming off a rough season in which he allowed 1.9 yards per coverage snap, the third most of any outside corner with at least 300 coverage snaps per NFL Next Gen stats. That's an interesting stat and a disturbing one. Non-starter to know, cornerback Alec Robertson. Robertson had strange charting stats last season in Las Vegas. He was 9th in success rate, but 83rd amongst qualifying cornerbacks in yards allowed per pass. He didn't allow a lot, but when he got beat, it was very, very bad. And the previous season was similar. If injuries force Robertson into Detroit's starting lineup, he has to avoid giving up those huge plays. So there you go. Lions with the 5th best roster. Dallas is 6th, 5th best starting lineup. Dallas is 6, Cincinnati 7, Houston 8, Buffalo 9, Philadelphia 10. Philadelphia down at 10.
Houston's at 8, huh? I thought they'd be higher than that.
You know what Houston is this year? They're what the Lions were last year. Houston's the it team.
And it happened quickly.
Yep. It did happen quickly.
1 year.
But they are getting the love. Everybody is loving Houston. If that makes sense.
Well, they got the quarterback on the rookie contract.
Mm-hmm.
They've got one of their top defensive players on a rookie contract. So it allowed them to go out there and get some players for him. Oh, let's take a look at this defensive end in the free agent market.
Yeah, Danielle Hunter.
Wow, that's big.
Yep.
Let's get some more offensive weaponry. How about a wide receiver?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's if they can stay healthy, it's an exciting team to watch. It's a fun team to watch, and I'm glad they're in the AFC.
Yep. Then I hope we play them
In the final game. That'd be great.
Exactly.
That would be nice.
Exactly. Worst roster of collection of starting players in the NFL. The New York Giants, 32, dead last.
Well, you hate to see it.
Yeah, Rico, I think you should bring this up next hour. Starting rosters ranked.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Michael, love this topic.
Yeah.
It's a topic that'll go like 2 seconds. He's beating the man. He's a beaten man when it comes to that.
Is he?
He
doesn't care.
Well, number 1 benefits your fandom, and number 32, unfortunately, is for Mike.
Mike doesn't care. I mean, seriously, it's just like, yeah.
He's
whatever.
completely checked out.
Yeah. I mean, he says that, but then it's always amazing how he knows every intricate detail of everything.
Right. It's hard to totally let go, but
it's like how he tells me, "Oh, I don't follow state," and then he can break down everything. Like that's interesting for a guy who swore up and down and you don't follow a team.
He's Lions free now, huh? Just he's applying Lions freedom to
right.
Giants and state.
Is Mike become a Lions fan? Do you think?
Yeah, no. See, with Mike, and this actually kind of leads to this. Mike is a different type of fan. He's a spike fan, where he gets to the point where he hates a team so much that he's a fan of watching their misery. He's a fan of watching their pain. He's a fan of watching them fall upstairs.
Who am I to judge? But that seems like a weird way to be wired. But I think
I
right.
know, but that's where he's at. And I kind of feel like he's that way with one of our local teams.
Currently, right now.
That's where we're going to start the show, and then
gotcha.
Pistons. I'm going to do a sad breakdown of some potential guys who will be Detroit Pistons.
Yeah. Yeah.
And not ringing endorsements, strengths, weaknesses, but I've grouped together a list of 6 potential guys. They got the number 5 pick. I took the top 2 off. So picks 3, somewhere 3 through 9, they'll get.
You got you got a dream guy?
I do. We argued over it.
Okay. So will you both reveal it, or is he just going to rip on your dream guy?
Oh, I don't know who. No, he doesn't have one.
Oh, okay.
I got one. He ripped on it already.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, I want a certain scorer who can just come in and help out Cade immediately.
Yep. Yeah, there are guys. The weird thing is there are guys. I feel like there's some NBA ready guys. They're just not considered great prospects.
Well, if your argument is, well, he's too old, I don't care.
Old?
Well, he's 23. It's like
He'd be like the oldest starter on the team.
right, and I'm like, okay, can he get back? I don't
Right.
care.
Give me 5 years.
I don't care if he's 38. If he can score, he can score.
Well, I want you to have a great show.
I want you to have a great ride home.
That will
and
be-
be respectful.
I
Don't
will
have
be
your wife
respectful.
leave you,
I hope
and
not.
enjoy your ham.
Did you hear why she'd leave me? Because I
Okay,
cut tags.
I heard about wet towels.
No, that's a different story.
That's
I
why
cut,
I would leave Doug.
Yeah, I cut tags off clothes, and then I keep the tags just in case I have an emergency situation and want to take them back. And she thinks I should just throw them out right away.
That's psychopath.
I'm a crazy man.
I mean, this is like, yeah, what is this? Okay, this is like something you hear on Dateline.
Yeah.
And then he cut the tags.
That was the final straw.
Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
After a weather delay, the fans' gates at Rocket Mortgage Classic are officially open. The golfers are beginning to speak with the media today. Minwoo Lee weighed in on his prep for the course. It's Game 2 of the Tigers-Phillies series tonight. Tarek Skubal is looking for a bounce back after a 2-homer start versus Atlanta. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Hockey Hall of Fame releases their latest class of players today at 3:30 on NHL Network. Former Wing star Pavel Datsyuk is on the ballot for the first time. While Zetterberg has been eligible for the last 3 years, players need to capture 75% of the vote to get in. There's 18 members of the committee. After his injury troubles in the playoffs, Celtic star Kristaps Porzingis is expected to have surgery in the coming days and miss the Olympics. At first, it was his hope to postpone until after the games and suit up for Latvia, but the team released a statement saying that his ailment doesn't allow for consistent play at the level required for Olympic competition. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. See, sometimes things happen and, well, we have to pivot. So we have a topic we're going to get into, but I just have to do a PSA, if I may. I haven't even told Rico about this. There's no need. I want to stick up for the rest of this station, and I'd like to stick up for the local media. Because, see, there's something happening right now that I detest. I detest where we're at in 2024 in the world of sports. And I detest the following. Sports is not real. Sports is fun. Okay? And these teams take themselves entirely too seriously. I will say it to you again.
Okay.
They do not run the Karmanos Cancer Institute. That's actual serious work. They're not at U of M Hospital trying to save little children's lives. Okay? These are billionaires, real estate plays, and fantasy baseball and football teams. That's all it is. Nothing more. It's an entertainment product. Why do I say it? I say it because where we're at in 2024, we are creating safe spaces for team executives where they never have to answer a real question. And it drives me insane. And I think it's not fair to you, the fan. Let me be unequivocal about something. I understand the way I like to do radio doesn't jive with teams, that they don't want their people here because I don't pay fealty to these people. I don't care about them. I don't want to be their friend. I'm not interested in their free meal. I don't need their tickets. I'm a man, okay? I'm an adult. And I like sports. You know what I don't like? Losing. Losing is like starving children. Neither's acceptable. So today, just now, Rieger texted me, and this really warms me up.
I just saw it.
So Scott Harris doesn't talk to this station, and to my knowledge, hasn't appeared anywhere locally. But he found his way to MLB Network in that's a protected class. It's the league's channel. But even worse, Scott Harris checked in with the local media. One problem, and I mean no disrespect to either gentleman, but he checked in with the two guys who do play-by-play for the team, Dan Dickerson and Jason Benetti, on a special edition of Who's on Third.
So now one of the local sports stations.
Right. So understand something. This isn't about us. He's never coming on this show, and that's fine. I think we both know the score here. But my God, Jim Costa, John Jansen are very nice people. Go on with our morning show. You send AJ Hinch there, who, by the way, will be on the mornings tomorrow, I believe, at 8 a.m.
Duncan Gator.
Lovely guys. They're non-threatening. They'll be very nice. Get Scott Harris on with them. I mean, we consider ourselves kind of a team partner. Listen, here's my whole point in this. It chaps my ass already that this team couldn't even get us to the 4th of July. And it chaps my ass. They had an indescribable triple play turned on them last night.
a Little League gang broke out again with this team.
Also,
of not knowing how many outs there are.
Also, chapping of the ass. The fact that between 13-run eruptions is essentially 7 straight games of not scoring in a morgue. 0-1, 0-1, 1-1-1, 0-1. So then Rieger texts me that, and I'm like, it's amazing. You run a baseball team. It's really not that serious. I'd hate to break it to you. You're not negotiating peace in the Middle East. You're not fixing starving children. You're not curing pancreatic cancer.
Wow.
It's a baseball team, okay? Wow. You take a billionaire's money, and essentially you fictionally buy and sell baseball players, okay? It's really expensive fantasy baseball. And yet, you can run this baseball team largely into the ground and never have to talk, never have to say anything. Look at Troy Weaver. Let me take the focus away from the Tigers for a second. Troy Weaver did not face the local media. He released a Shakespearean love letter a year ago. That's the only time we heard from Troy Weaver outside of a cell phone video where he threatened to kick a fan's ass. We never heard from him again. He simply disappeared as the worst general manager in the history of the NBA. I just don't understand how it's fair to the fans. Forget about you, me, hell, forget about our coworkers. I accept my place in this world because, A, the interviews are a waste of time. I'm as a man, I'm not going to sit here and have another man lie to my face. It's ridiculous. That's what most interviews are.
You mean you don't want to hear about there's no shortcuts to October?
Correct.
That's what it's entitled. So.
Right. I don't want to hear it. And I'm not being disrespectful to Jason and Dan, who are excellent at what they do. But that's not who I want asking the questions. They call the games every day. The idea that you don't have to talk, and yet you want people's money, you want people's time, you want people to care desperately about your team. That's crazy to me.
It is. You do realize something, though.
What?
Everything you said is valid, Mike.
Put the glasses on if you're going to talk down to me.
They're out there. Kenny, you want to get my glasses for me?
Just go.
You and a lot of people feel like you, but a lot of fans just want to hear how pretty they are. Okay. A lot of fans just want to hear great things about their team and how they're up and coming and how we got these young guys in the system, and just be patient and hold on to, because it's going to happen. So in interviews like this, where it's kind of set up with softball questions, the average Tiger fan is going to walk away feeling good. They don't want to hear, well, why did we suck? Well, when are we going to get better? Because you know you're never going to ask that question. You would. I would. But a lot of fans don't want that. It's the people that, unfortunately, you'll call them Scott bots, but they just want to hear that the Tigers are trying and they're doing good and they got new season ticket packages and they have all of these different things. You're right. He should. Everybody, as a responsibility of your job, you should have to face difficult questions, especially if your team is bad, because you need to be honest, because you don't give discounts to the fans for tickets. You don't give discount for parking when your team is bad. You charge them full price. You need to be able to face the music and say why this product is so bad and when will it realistically get fixed, not pie in the sky type of thing. So I understand what you're saying.
I know. And
I think a lot of people will agree with that, but they don't care about those types of people. They're going for their hardcore fan base who want to hear how pretty they are and how close they are to turning things around.
Well, I will just tell you, I'm sure both Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch would have an open invite on our morning show. Very nice people. John and Jim have a cup of coffee and a fireside chat with our morning show. I'm sure Cookies would welcome them with open arms. But yeah, when I got that text from Rieger, I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, my goodness. You know what? Hey, here, I'll stick up for the beat writers. Those are the guys who got to be down there every day covering this god-awful baseball team. Geez, how about I answer their questions?
But instead, you go to a safe space where I know you're not going to ask me anything that I don't want to answer.
Right. How could you possibly go into the offseason and Matt Canna was your answer? Huh? That's a terrible question.
But Rico, it's the fact that it's a safe space 3 times now. Twice on MLB Network, and now this. if it was the first time and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. He spoke to someone.
If it's in concert with the real media stuff, no problem. You have contracted things you have to do for the team. No problem.
I got to do a coach's show. I have to do this type of show, and I know it's going to be softball questions in this kind of setting. But you should be able to face the music, and you should not be afraid of it. You shouldn't be able to go into an interview where allegedly there may be scripted questions.
Right, and no one's going to see. Here's my thing: no one, and it's the biggest compliment I can pay. There's no one at this place that would openly attack the man.
No,
you could say I didn't like your move. That's not an attack. Now, I'm not asking for any ad hominem attacks on anybody. I'm asking for baseball questions. Scott, seriously, why did you give a 2-year deal to Kenta Maeda, 1-year deal to Flaherty? Hey, why was Mark Hanna this big acquisition? How could you sign a dude with a broken pelvis instead of a real third baseman /DH? These are all real things. They are. Scott, what will it take to DFA Javi Baez? For you to let go of the fantasy that this guy's here? Do you have the ability to DFA him? Would Chris write that check, yes or no? Those are just questions about sports. It would be not cancer treatments, sports.
It would be critical questions that he would be forced to ask. It would be questions that would make him feel uncomfortable. But you know what? That's what the job of the media is to question things, to make you come up with an answer, and maybe an answer that you just really didn't want to talk about, but it's there because we all see it, and you need to justify why you did that. And maybe the answer is, I don't know. Or maybe the answer is, we made a mistake. And just admit that, and you move on.
You know what that
because
does?
I don't think that the presidents and the general managers really realize how much credibility they would have by simply saying, "Yeah, I made a mistake. Don't know."
I totally agree with you. Yes, it humanizes you.
Yeah,
we
thought
all
this
get
guy
things
was
wrong.
going to really be something. And you saw it. I mean,
I
he couldn't
love how
do anything.
you and I are held to some bigger standard, or Doug and Scott, or Jim and John. If we go on the air and we say something that's wrong, we have a million people that want to engage with us and tell us all about it.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares? It's fun. Sports is not real. Like, sports is not the reason you can't pay your mortgage. Sports is not the reason kids starve in this country. It's fun. The idea that these guys dodge media more than politicians, it's mind-blowing to me. And you see it in every town. I'm not making this as this it's just an issue with one team. Mm-hmm. Hell, I've cited a couple here. I think
a lot of it comes with the fact when you're losing, you don't want the tough questions. When you're winning, you know what you do?
First one of the day, David. Why?
What?
Why?
That's not a why for me. No,
I'm whying because of what you're describing.
No, because I'm about to say, because when you're winning, you know what you do? You tell a radio host, say it with your chest. Say it. Say what you really want to say.
Right. Brad Holmes gets up there with receipts.
Right. He has receipts. Dan Campbell basically challenged Cookies out and say, don't soft shoe this. Say it. Say what you really want to say. Ask me the question.
But then if you're losing and you're Troy Weaver, it's a love letter and no one hears from you.
Yeah.
Or if you're Scott Harris, you just keep avoiding any appearance. I mean, here's the other one. It can be optics. You could say whatever you like. It's a bad look when the owner is in Atlanta at the games, but no one finds him here. That's tough for the customers.
Yeah, that's about as bad as an owner saying how great it is that people come to Detroit and live here, except he doesn't.
Tommy G, we got a lot of great things to offer. Really? So many that you're not here. Howdy doody, 248.
No why. I'm just when you're winning, you don't care.
What?
You come out there and you say stuff. But when you know you've made mistakes and you know one of the first questions is going to be about Javi Baez and buying him out, I don't want to answer that.
Scott Harris could be a hero if he would just very publicly, very directly, in a very human way, just be like, listen, I screwed up the offseason, period.
Yeah.
This didn't go the way I wanted it to go. I'm disgusted. And we're going to get this right.
Or
you know what? Bravo. I would take that.
But even if you believe in what you're doing, even if it's right or wrong in our eyes, like Sheila, you get up there and you speak and you say something.
I agree.
They were 1-5, and she said, I believe in them.
Or go on another special edition of Who's on Third, or whatever the hell it's called. 248-539-9797.
No, it's called Have a Seat. Next interview will be with Pause.
Right. I mean, go on with Cookies and John. Go on with Doug and Scott.
Go on with Mark Ryan. Go on with somebody.
All right. Victor's Home Solutions. You enjoy that rain this morning? Well, if you got a problem with your roof, you sure as hell didn't. If you need to get that fixed, Victor's has got you covered. You are getting the best roofing contractor in the state of Michigan, and they have the highest standards. Their installers install a perfect roof. First time, every time. Job site inspectors are going to look over that work. And again, perfection is their only standard. And they are so confident in what they do. They're going to offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So Victor's gets it. You're going to get communication, follow through, and the job done right the first time. You want that no obligation 21-point video inspection today. Just call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or simply go online at victors.com. All right, so I know we started with a little audible there. I apologize. But yes, I think we'd all like to hear more from Scott Harris in what I deem to be a fairer engagement, meaning go on with our morning show. I don't care. Despise me all you like. I don't give a damn. I don't need you on this show. But John and Jim are very nice people. Doug and Scott are lovely people.
You know what? Just wait till you go on vacation. I'll do it.
That's fine, because you'll ask the same damn questions.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is, what we were going to start with was different than this, but we'll do both now. And I'm going to get to these phone calls in a second. But last night, the Tigers, it was the first, 1-3-5 triple play or whatever the hell it was in 100 years. It's unspeakable. And everyone, you can see the video. It doesn't matter the team's not on television. You can see the highlight.
Mm-hmm.
And it's It's not Major League Baseball. It's not Major League base running. Yeah, I'm not trying to vilify Zach McKinstry, but bottom line, I don't care if it's an all-star or a guy who's probably not a Major League Baseball player. It's unacceptable. And I'm not going to read too much into a wry smile. I'm not going to sit here act and tell you that Zach McKinstry doesn't take his job serious. That wouldn't be fair to Zach McKinstry. I'm making a point to you that whether it's Javi getting picked off second, butchery in the outfield, whether it is a situation like last night, whether it's not touching first base, this team doesn't play high-level baseball. They don't play fundamental baseball. And the further we go, I'm going to admit bias to you, right? I'm massively frustrated with this baseball team. I'm angry. And I'm openly telling you, I've probably just reached a phase where I want someone fired just so I can feel pleasure, like so I can feel like someone's held accountable for all this losing and the frustration, admitting it, not proud of it, but admitting it. The point I'm making to you is, at what point do we have a conversation about A.J. Hinch being the manager of this team, and what is he exactly teaching? We have 3 hitting coaches, one of whom has their first professional job, and this team can't hit. Well, do I get to talk about Hinch for that? It's his staff.
Right.
This team is abhorrent defensively. Do we get to talk about A.J. Hinch there? That's before we get to some of the pitching and bullpen usage, which has been spotty. Rico, is it wrong of me that like that triple play encapsulates a lot of my frustration? Is if you can't hit, but you do play great defense, or you run when you hit, or you have power, like don't hit much, but hit for power. Yeah. They don't do anything well.
Let me clarify that, Mike. When you are not a good team, you have to do all the little things great to steal games. You can't shoot yourself in the foot and help a team like the Phillies beat you, as they're sitting there saying, did he really take off from third base? Like, my God, no wonder this team is so bad. Throw the ball to third, triple play, let's just go ahead and get out the inning. You have to know it reminded me of like the time when Javi Baez early in the year, and he took off running, and it was like, wait, the ball's hit the third. What did you think was
extra innings, you're on second base, you can't be doubled off second base,
like,
period.
What were you thinking? But yeah, it's the little things that they just keep doing, and it's okay to make a mistake. But when you keep seeing the same mistake over and over again, it tells me that your players and your managers are not learning and they're not correcting them. So that's where it becomes problematic, because yes, everybody screws up. But when you see base running mistakes like that, you're like, that's a little league type of thing. David, you coach your son's little league, and hey, everybody, how many outs is it? I mean, do you literally need to start yelling that to your professional ball players?
So once again, let's bring it back to the question I asked. At what point do you get to talk about A.J. Hinch? Look, I've got a blind spot with Hinch. I do think he's a good manager. I do think it was a good hire by this team. But I'm starting to kind of, and I admit my bias, right? I'm frustrated. I'm emotional, lashing out, whatever you want to call it. I'm kind of getting to a point where I really don't care if he'd be hired in 20 minutes somewhere else. I'm kind of like, what are we doing here? What do we have quality at bats? No, we don't. Do we play great defense? No, we don't. Are we managing a pristine game where we're not doing some confusing things? No. And I'm not going to nerd out on that, because let's face it, a majority of people aren't watching the games. I just wonder, okay, we've talked about Chris Ilitch. We've talked about Scott Harris. When do we talk about AJ where it's like, if they're not playing fundamental baseball, isn't that the manager's job?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you wonder, like, is he starting to just space out a little bit? And maybe he's starting to feel that frustration, like, yeah, whatever. You got out? Okay. You know what? Next inning.
248-539-9797. Caller, sit tight for 1 second. I am coming to you. But, David, ticket text first. What do people have to say? Either topic.
It's pathetic that this team doesn't have an area that they can hang their hat on. Bad in the field, terrible base running, can't hit, score runs, pitching staff has descended to average territory as well. Someone says, I don't disagree, but if there's an admission of fault from Scott Harris, he's putting his own job at risk. That is A and Auburn Hills.
But see, A and Auburn Hills, I would say this. It's not putting your own job at risk when we all can see the mistake. It's not like you're giving us this deep, dark secret that nobody knew about. We all see everything that's happening. So by admitting it, I'm actually going to respect you a little bit more, that you're not going to sit here and gaslight us and say, no, what problem? We're fine.
Well, the issue I do take, you played a clip of the interview he did with Benetti and Dickerson, and it's always this thing with the Tigers. They want to hold up one player, right? Earlier in the year, it was like, oh, Veerling's hitting. What do you have to say now? Well, now it's, Riley's a good player. And? So one guy looks like he's pretty good, and that's, we have to, young players have to go through it. Right. That's why if you bring in veteran bats to insulate them, you help their journey. Versus Jurassic Park, great movie. The yak being lowered in the Velociraptor pit. That's kind of what Major League Baseball is. It's really hard. Round ball, round bat. It's hard. And when you don't have veterans and you don't have really good offensive players to help your young players, oftentimes you fail big time. I don't understand it. David, go ahead.
Cavalier management creates a lazy work environment. Simple. Back to the Ivy Leagues you go, AJ. The person said, where was the third base coach telling McKinstry to get back? Everyone is bad. Everyone's at fault.
No, and again, I'm not trying to single anyone out, but it's a conversation I think you can have, which is, okay, I don't view a manager like I do like a Juan Soto. Juan Soto could be a 10-WAR player at the end of the year, and you go directly, this guy is helping us win an additional X amount of games. Managers' jobs, don't hurt me, steal a couple of games, put your guys in the best position to succeed at all times. And really, it's about managing a standard. That's all it is. A lot of being a manager is ego management. You got a lot of egos in that clubhouse. So I just wonder, why is AJ exempt from the criticism? It's not going well. I don't know. Look, yes, Colt Keith is developing offensively. Defensively, he cannot stay at second base. Can't happen. Who's in charge of that?
The reason why I think it seems like he's exempt from criticism, Mike. The old saying, when you're being chased by a grizzly bear, you don't have to be the fastest, just don't be the slowest. He's faster than Illich. He's faster than Scott Harris.
Great way to put it.
So therefore, he's eluding all of our criticism because he's just a little bit faster than those two.
I want to get to the people. A lot of people want to talk about it. We can. We've got a lot of NBA draft to talk about. Rico and I just have we see the world in a completely different way, and I don't know that either of us is wrong, but it's going to be a conversation you guys have to decide. We're going to get to that later today as well. 97.1. Rico.
Michael.
Straight to the phones. We got Mike on a cell, batting leadoff on a Tuesday. Mikey, how are you today?
I am well, guys. How are you?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Good. So you guys have kind of touched on pretty much my main gripe is I am very frustrated with the ownership groups, specifically 3 of them in this city that have overpromised and underdelivered, not just on the field but off. And they don't have to answer to anybody because they're the boss. So why and Gores showed his colors on Friday when they were an hour late to the press conference to announce the president that they hired a month ago.
Oh, I mean, do you need me to tell you my thoughts on Tom Gores? I'm pretty sure you know them.
No, I think we all know them. And then the Ilitch group, again, the District Detroit that is reminiscent of the baseball team that hasn't been relevant in 10 years and a hockey team that is longer. I mean, 3 of these 4 teams haven't been relevant since the late 2008, 2009, 2010. And they don't have to answer to anybody. It's frustrating because at least Campbell is a breath of fresh air, and so is Sheila, because they answer the hard questions in the hard times, and now we're propping them up in the good times.
And here's the thing. Look, Rico's right in this sense. If you win, you can get away with a lot more. But I think part of the love affair that the Lions and you, the customer, are enjoying right now, it's not just the winning. It's that you feel like you got a real person who cares. You got a real leader who's forward-facing, who cares. And when he does get upset, it's on your behalf as much as his, or when he does get emotional, or what it means to him. You know what you don't have with the Tigers? Any of that. You know what you don't have with the Pistons? Any of that. It feels robotic. Right. It feels like it is a real pain in the you-know-what for them to even have to dignify our existence as customers or as fans. Yeah, Mike, that's the problem.
And Harris is propping up not his guys. These are Avila's guys that he's propping up, and he's trying to take credit for a guy that at the end of the day on any competitive team would be a 4th outfielder, a bottom third,
right.
7, 8, 9 hitter on any good team. So you want to prop up the bottom third of your order. That's kind of pointless. That doesn't win you anything.
No, look, the disagreement, and Mike, I appreciate it. The disagreement I have in the theory of how they're building this team is that you think it's 2 completely different ways of team building, that if I want to develop my youth, I cannot sign people or cannot bring in veterans. No, they have to work together. Mm-hmm. The machine only works together. It is very rare. Look, even
because if you would have brought in just any type of hitter, maybe that hitter could reach out to the young guy and connect with him. And you know what? Let me show you a little better way of doing this. Let me, tighten up your stance, do this, do that, and maybe it helps you. Why? Because this is the same man who's gone through everything you're going through. And sometimes it's easier just to learn that way. When you look at just a J.D. Martinez who goes back and, my goodness, after every at-bat, he's on the iPad looking at every little thing that he did right and that he did wrong. You don't think he could teach that to some of your young players? Absolutely he could.
Let's go to the people. We got time. I want to make sure we're good on time there. Tony, 97.1. Tone, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
I'm going to stir the pot a little bit and leave it spinning. So, first of all, most importantly, I'm going to ask Scott Harris, do you really want to go down as one of the worst of all time, like Avila did? I would ask him, why are we sending down Torque, but we're still playing Javi? Mind you, I think we should have sent down Torque. I think that was a good idea, but we're playing Javi as if he's going to end up becoming the player he once was in Chicago. And it's just, we have that issue. And then, you bring up a good one with Scott Harris. Do we think that this is more of a Scott Harris thing, or do we think that this is more of an Ilitch thing? Because it's very possible that Scott Harris is telling him everything he wants to do, but Ilitch is throwing money at his feet and telling him to shut up. So
I can't.
I don't know.
I can't speak to it. I mean, Tony, if you want me to theorize, look, I can only go on Scott's limited time in San Francisco as the assistant GM, and they had one magical year with a team he didn't build that did it with a bunch of gym rats. right? They did it with a bunch of tryhards. And the San Francisco Giants had a magical summer. They won like 105 games. They didn't win anything. Got aced out, I believe, in the NLDS. The point I'm making is, Tony, I don't have anything else to go on because Scott Harris has arrived here. And I've given full credit for his identification of pitching, really piecing together a very affordable bullpen. I think him, Chris Fetter, AJ, there's a synergy there. But when it comes to offense, Scott Harris has basically thumbed his nose at it. Yeah, I would like to believe you could criticize that. And if we're talking, Rico, like to talk about young players, yeah, we want the young players to play. We want them to be good, but we wanted help for them. Mm-hmm. I never, like, how can you sit there and not feel like, and I don't know what he feels. I don't really care. I want to win. But when you got Gio Urshela hitting third in your order, I mean, tell me you're terrible without telling me.
Great point.
Go to Cody 97.1. What's up, Cody?
Hey, Mike. How's it going?
Good.
Long time listener here, guys.
Welcome.
I just want like 30 seconds to explain my experience last night. Went to the Tigers game. I haven't been to a game in a long time, but my girlfriend's family, birthday, they invited me along. So sure. We get there. How many fans can fit into Comerica? About 41,000. Tee off is probably like 10,000 people there. It was just so sad. I'm going to skip the routine ground ball to our shortstop that he just didn't pick up. And I'm going to skip the triple play because you guys have already talked about it.
Yeah.
After the first inning, it's 4-0. Fast forward to the end of the game. The thing they cheered most about was when they showed a guy wearing a Jared Goff jersey on the Jumbotron. Like, what are we doing? They exhausted 5 pitchers that I've never even heard of, besides Casey Mize, sorry. And it's just, we have a Phillies chant, let's go Phillies at the end of the game. Yes. And the saddest part is usually there's some D-bag that's like booing them and saying, nope, no one fighting it. It's just, let's go Phillies. It's so pathetic, you guys.
No, okay. And Cody,
I feel like someone stole money from me or something.
No, and Cody, you know what the problem is, too? The problem is the limited times you've heard from Scott Harris, and what you hear more loudly is the actions or lack thereof.
Right.
They just seem totally fine. Taking our time, no shortcuts, people.
Yeah.
It'll all work out. And that's just not how it works.
Patience, just you'll see. This is all everything will work out. It'll be fine. We'll start winning, and then you'll be cheering us, and you'll want to buy these season ticket packages.
I'm going to be very interested in the trade deadline, Cody. Last year was a bit of a disaster, and you can blame whoever you want. The bottom line is the team didn't get anything for Erod. Period. Amen. Hallelujah. Well, now you got Flaherty. Urshela can help some contender as a bench bat who can hit lefties. Maybe Canna as a utility outfielder. The point is, what do you get for those guys? I have no illusions that Scott Harris will make an interesting trade to expedite the rebuild. But, Cody, I think the tale is going to be when you call us winter meetings, what has this team done? Because, man, if they don't spend some money and they don't get this thing moving forward, I really don't know what other conclusion you could come to.
They're so far behind where they were. I mean, this is feeling a lot like Patricia Quinn right now is what it's feeling like. And it's just so frustrating. I just wanted to say that story. Thank you so much, guys.
No, thank you. Cody, that's what we're here for.
And keep doing your thing.
Yeah, you got it. I mean, Cody, I want to hear from people like you because that's a real experience from a real human being who spent real money and left away really disappointed. Mm-hmm. At a certain point, it can't just be all about parking lots and pizzas and revenue and bottom line. And there has to be an element of connectivity with your customer base.
The people who bought in, the people who drove down there, bought a ticket, got the seat. And what's your experience like? And Cody told you, it wasn't great. You're watching a bad product on the field and you're hearing, let's go Phillies.
They got 2 players right now that are what I call good offensive baseball players. I mean, Colt Keith has been good. He's heated up. He's been good. Riley Green, he's been good. That's it.
You don't know if Colt Keith is good until he's used that as an example. Then,
the problem for Keith is he's not good playing second base.
No.
just like Torque was awful playing first. And Javi is a -4 defensive run saved. And then he got hurt. And like Young is trying. He's trying to learn a new position in the minors to play third. Reviews so far, not great, Bob.
Right.
What was it? 42 games and 11 errors?
I'd say 10, 11 errors. Yeah, something like that.
I'm with Cody in that regard. Is I want to feel like we're moving forward. And I don't know, man. I feel like
it's more frustrating because when you're hearing, well, this guy's not good because you're trying to teach him this new position and he's trying to get this new position. It's like, well, why didn't you? Like, what are you doing? Because if it's going to take you extra time to learn something new,
you know what kills me though? What kills me is somehow, some way, seemingly every year, Cleveland pieces together a lineup. Yes, they got J-Ram in the middle, and he's a beast. But I mean, it's all these other things. Where the hell did Stephen Kwan come from a few years ago? Now this guy's John Olerud hitting 400. Where Bo Naylor, Josh Naylor, what about Bobby Naylor? I mean, they just find these guys. And you're like, where's that for us?
Right. It's like, why is it that this is starting to feel like the Troy Weaver, I'm just going to go out and get scrap pieces and I'll fix them and you'll see I'll shine them up and I'll put them out there and it just never happens.
Well, that's why I comped those two together. You picked up on that. Pretty smart guy, you know that?
That's right.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years of it, in fact. And they make the best mattresses, and they do it right here in the state of Michigan. Right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, you could save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right. We'll get back to the phones momentarily, but NBA draft, a 2-night affair, even though you're only paying attention to about 10 minutes of tomorrow. Let's get a little primer with the professor, Rico Beard. David. I like this. More modern than a cappella John Tesh. Rico, what do you have for us?
Well, Mike, Pistons selecting at number 5. I'm giving you 6 prospects that should be available for them. We do this every year. Some of their strengths, some of their weaknesses, who they compare to, and just so that a lot of fans will know when they say a name, a little bit about them. So let's start off with Reed Sheppard. 6'2", combo guard from the University of Kentucky. He's 20 years old. He's being compared to a Steve Nash or a Derek White. They say he's a great shooter, tough defender. He averaged 12.5 points a game. He shot 52% from the three-point line.
And again, problem is, how do you project a 6'2 guard in today's NBA? That's tiny. This is not 1986 with Isaiah. If you are Ja Morant and you're 6'2 and you're an alien athletically, okay. Look, Reed Sheppard, okay. I still have PTSD watching what the hell he did against OU.
And I was about to say, if you're a Detroit Pistons fan, you have to forget that OU game and realize that you witnessed probably the worst game of his life going back to high school. But yeah, the thing is, being 6'2", Mike, in the NBA, if you're that small, you got to do something well. If you're shooting 52% from three,
right,
you're doing something well.
The point I make to you is, if your best calling card besides shooting is your defense, you're not guarding anybody at 6'2", 180 in this league. I get very afraid by that. But okay, fine. And he's 19. Fine. There's developmental room there. That's a theme with me. More on that later.
It is. Devin Klingland, center, 20 years old, from UConn, national champions. He's being compared to Rudy Gobert, Marc Gasol. They say that he's got great interior scoring, rebounding, defense. He averaged 13 points a game, 7.5 rebounds. He's a rim protector. The cons for him, he's a slow perimeter defender, hard time getting out, stopping the three-point, and he needs advanced post moves. Basically, when you dump it into him, he's got one move, and if that one move fails, he's got to kick it back out.
Yeah, and look, Pistons are not in a position to pass on good players. If he's there, you probably take him, but you'd have now not one but two centers who can't shoot, don't have a post game, and are not really good as the anchor of a switch-all defense. They tried it with Duren, didn't work, and with Klingland, I think it would be a disaster. Do I like him? Of course I do. I like him a lot better if it's on a team like the Spurs,
right,
or if it's on a team that has multiple perimeter weapons. I get scared, but again, I don't hate the player.
David, comment?
Yeah, all I see in the back of my head is the highlights of Rudy Gobert versus Luka Doncic. That's all that will be with Klingland.
At number 3, Stefan Castle. He's a combo guard. Castle is 20 years old. Castle averaged 11 points a game, 23% from the three-point line. He is from UConn. His pros, he can catch fire as a shooter. Very streaky, but when he's on, he's on. He thrives in the pick and roll, and he's a good on-ball defender. Cons, he shoots under 70% from the free throw line and under 30% from the three-point line. He is inconsistent with his shot. Like I said, he's streaky. When he's on fire, he's great. When he's not so much. His comp is Andre Iguodala.
I really like the player. Pistons need winners.
6'5", and he's almost 20 years old.
I like the player. They need guys who win. They need guys who are workers. Castle's a hustler. He's the first guy in, last guy out. They need players that want to be great. I get terrified, and if you go deeper into the metrics, it's a guy who on catch and shoot, open threes, shot about 17%. Hey, man, yeah, all these guys are going to have to teach him how to play basketball, basically. Castle can guard, and he's a wing.
Yeah.
And you could put him out there with Cade, and you got a pair of guys that are 6'6", 6'7". So, yeah, I get it. And he's, 20? How old is he?
19, not quite 20 yet.
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm in.
Speaking of age, Dalton Connect.
I'm out.
Tennessee, 6'5". He's 23 years old, averaged 22 points a game, and shot 40% from the three-point line. His comp is Chris Middleton and Max Strauss. Talented shooter. He was the go-to guy at Tennessee when they needed a bucket. It went to him. He can handle the double team well. Either he would get the basket or he would find the open man. His con, he needs to improve his defense. It seems like sometimes teams picked on him and went after him when he was on the court.
Yeah, this will be something we talk about later. I'm not drafting a 23-year-old. I mean, that's like Matlock in NBA years. You know, if you're talking about an 18-year-old like Ron Holland or 19-year-old like Reed Shepherd, you've got 4 more years of development you've lost. I think you could take him, and it'd be safe, and everybody would buy the jersey, and he'd be a bench player in a couple of years. I just don't see stardom for him. He's not a plus athlete, and he's not a good defensive player. Now, can he make every shot in the tree? Like a leaner, George would love him. High gun, leaning gun, laser gun. Your microphone's not on, gun.
You're right. We'll get into this down the line because he's the guy that, yes, he can score points. He's the guy that I like. He's the guy that if they said he was coming here, I think you get better because this team couldn't score points, period. All right. I'm going to save the best for last. So we're going to go to Cody Williams, Colorado, 6'6", 20 years old. His comp, Jalen Rose. He averaged 12 points a game, shot 41.5% from the three-point line. His best attribute, he would be considered a point forward, his handles. That's what his strength of his game is. He's a fluid scorer. He works well with the pick and roll, and he's an alert defender. The cons for Cody Williams, he has a problem defending at the rim. He's got a problem finishing at the rim. He's not great with the mid-range game either, and he's got a small frame, meaning he's skinny. Somebody's going to have to get him into the weight room and bulk him up.
Yeah, I mean, his total project, by the end of the year, he was coming off the bench for Colorado. He weighs like 185 pounds and is 6'9". All these guys, I'm more inclined, and we'll get into it. He's a project. He's a guy, it's all development. Might grow another inch or two. How does he react to putting on 20, 25 pounds of muscle? How does his game evolve? Right. I think if you're taking a Cody Williams or you're taking a Buzelis or you're taking any of these French dudes, you're hoping you take a guy that eventually turns into Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby. Like, Rico, it's all projection.
It is.
So I don't have this huge opinion on these. Like how would I have an opinion on Ron Holland, who's 18? And went to G-League United or whatever.
No,
I can't.
Mike, they're all lottery tickets. Finally, the best for last.
Buzelis.
Matis Buzelis.
Team Tellem.
G-League Ignite. He's almost 20 years old. He's 6'9". His comparison, Franz Wagner, Lamar Odom. He scored, averaged 14 points a game, shot 23.3% from the three-point line, and 7 rebounds a game. He versatile offensive player who can be used in any scheme because of his high feel as a passer. He isn't a savant playmaker who will lead the offense per se, but he's the type of player who could thrive in a two-man game with other like-minded players.
Look, he's a wing. He's got a more NBA-ready body, and he is a defender. Offensively, I'm sorry, but if you can't shoot 30% in the G League, boy, do we got a long way to go.
Well, that's the problem. The downside for him, he is a streaky shooter. He has trouble finishing at the rim, and he has a negative assist-to-turnover ratio.
Oh, hot.
So
love it.
You're going to be bringing in somebody who turns over the ball a lot on a 14-win team.
I'm sorry.
David?
I'm sorry.
I'm upset now. That's all.
Thank you for that. This was really, I'm so stoked.
Hey, man, I try to give you some of the – look, everybody doesn't know these players, but I figured I would help you tomorrow when it comes time to the NBA draft. When you hear these names, just think of this and, yeah.
Nothing gets me excited like a player comp to Kyle Kuzma. Thank you for that.
At least I didn't say the comp is Amen Thompson, 97-1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The NHL draft begins on Friday, and the Wings have made a trade ahead of it. They send OHL player Andrew Gibson to the Predators in exchange for Jesse Kiskinen and a second-round pick.
Not Gibson! No!
For this year, Kiskinen is an 18-year-old drafted in the third round last year since he's been playing in Finland. The Tigers take on the Phillies for Game 2 of 3 of the series tonight. Hear coverage right here on 97.1 The Ticket as Tarek Skubal takes the mound. Pre-game at 6:15. Scott Harris joined the Have a Seat podcast and had this to say about the offense. MSU has just landed a 5-star long snapper in Hudsonville's Jack Wills. He announced his commitment on X.
Can we just shut the program down at this point?
You need somebody to hike the ball, Mike.
In the past, Blue Jays star Vlad Guerrero Jr. has said he would not play for the Yankees, but he might be reversing course. He said, quote, "Sometimes one says things. It's not that I'm trying to take back what I said about the Yankees, but this is a business. I sat down and spoke with my dad and my family, and this is a business, and I said I would never again talk about the topic, and lots of people has asked me to talk about it," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Ott. I've upset Mike. I'm sorry. I'm Jeremy Otto from Morgan and 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. We did open with a little Tiger talk 2 ways. A, Scott Harris, MLB Network, or talking with the play-by-play guys. How about talking with the beat writers? How about going on with our morning show? How about answering a few questions? Now, I've got some audio from this sit-down he did that's rather upsetting to me, but I'm saving it because I don't want to be angry, especially about a team that you're not watching. But please listen, it's free. So I have Rico and I on this particular issue see the world completely differently, which is fine because this is, to me, not something about right and wrong. It's not. I think it's a waste of time if Rico and I argue about this. This is about you guys. And it's about 2 human beings who couldn't be further apart on the Pistons draft tomorrow night. So we're calling it a draft decree. Rico's even dressed up in a House of the Dragons reset, and he's going to the town square to send a raven. Here's what I think the Pistons must do in this draft. Must. I think they have to swing out of their shoes. I think you have to take the biggest, wildest swing you can on projection, and the player you draft is either working next to Kenny in 3 years or he's an all-NBA player. I don't care how Langdon is doing it. Lord knows we don't have a coach. I couldn't ask him what he would like. You have to draft a player whose physical tools are so immense that if it works, it's Giannis. If it works, it's Pascal Siakam. I'm just highlighting 2 players that were absolute projects, right? I want to take an 18 or 19-year-old player, and I'm not going to play him this year. I'll probably barely play him in year 2, and I've got to nurture them along to where they can become this explosive weapon. Or they end up playing lawn darts in their backyard because they suck at actual basketball. Or Rico is at the other end of this.
Because at that thing, Mike, when you keep just drafting players who are 18 and 19-year-olds with high potential and you hope that things happen, you end up winning 14 games in a season. Oh, that was the Pistons last year because they took, hey, we're going to take Asur Thompson, and we're going to take Duran, and we're going to take all these different people. And hopefully they pan out. My thing is this. If you're going to keep Cade, and I think you're going to keep Cade, you're going to re-sign him, you have to put pieces around him that can help him win now. Because if not, he's just going to say, I don't want to be here for a rebuild with a bunch of young guys. So, yeah, I like players who could just score baskets right now, that you could take them straight from New York from the draft, plop them right on the team, and let's go. You're in the starting lineup. You're going to help Cade Cunningham. You're going to try to win some games. We said this is a weak draft, so there may not be a superstar. So I'm going to go with a sure thing over a project, because 3 years from now, you could be hitting the reset button already. But if you're keeping Cade, you have to start surrounding Cade by competent people who can score the ball. So, yeah, that's why I want a guy like a Dalton Knecht. I don't care about his age. I just know that the man can score. He's going to help out Cade, and now we infuse this offense. We got a ton of defensive players, but defense doesn't get you baskets. You got to be able to score.
People, do you want high floor or high ceiling? That's really what it comes down to. Like that look, I don't really want to get into a Cade Cunningham conversation, nor do I want to argue with the man to my left. I don't know that either of us is wrong. But for me, the whole idea of you guys have a reality check coming if you think this summer is going to be about putting players around Cade. No, you're going to be a pop bottle machine. You know when you go to the grocery store and you return your pop bottles and you put them in the Gigantosaurus machine and they hand you pennies on the dollar? That's you. That's the Pistons. You're the league's pop bottle machine. And you're going to take on dead bodies with first-round picks attached to them. That's not going to help Cade. And with all due respect to Dalton Knecht, at age 23 and a half, great, he comes in, fine. What, win 3 more games? 5 more games? What's the upside? You and I differ. I don't believe in development after age 23. I think you kind of are what you are.
No, but I mean, look, there's examples of both, Mike, where you get some guy who comes in at 23 and he caps out. Right. You also get guys who come in and, okay, he was 22, but you look at it like a Jalen Bronson and now look at him.
What does the aggregate say, though? That's my point. Don't do what Scott Harris did, which is, hey, here's our 3 best offensive games. Weren't they fun?
What did I just say?
Not you. I'm saying people need to use the aggregate. That generally speaking, not exclusively, the bust rate is going to be immense in the NBA draft regardless.
Right.
I want a guy who the best might be yet to come versus old balls college guy. Don't want it.
I would take a guy who can get me some points right now. And if the worst case scenario is he ends up moving to 7th or 8th on my bench, but he's still playing great, rather than guy with high potential and in the end he's Killian Hayes.
So people, what do you want? Look, and this is the key. I'm not asking you what player, because you don't know any of these players. And you're not wrong. You have lives. We don't know all these players. You think I've sat down and I could give you this dissertation on Ron Holland? Who? I thought he was the guy who played Spider-Man.
That's
18.
Tom Holland.
I don't care. They might be the same person. 18 years old, played in the G League. No idea. None. And allegedly reading, he's Cade Cunningham. He had no help around him. 35% usage rate. What? For an 18-year-old playing against grown men? So here's my thing. You either want, it's all about the ideology of it. Rico wants a ready-made product who can play basketball, give you 20 minutes a night this year, and help this team. It's not anything to laugh at. I think the only way to get out of this, which is being in the perma bowl of the NBA, where the toilet is flushing and you're just continually circling, you need stars. The only way to find them, you got to find a unicorn. You got to find a guy that right now looks like hot trash. And because of the staff you bring in, which, Rico, you'll win this argument. I don't know who the coach is.
Yeah.
I don't know who they're bringing in. I don't know if we're going to begin teaching basketball. But that's the swing I have to take. Because realistically, I'm not making my way out of this with just nice players.
Right.
Cade needs a running mate, a star.
Because I would say this, you're saying, well, if you take a guy like a Dalton Knecht and you win 5 more games, okay, you take a project, he's not going to be here. You
then I
don't
draft
win-
Cooper Flagg.
You don't
and
win
away we
any
go.
more games. You're sitting at 14.
Right. Well, part of it is, and David, he's boxing me in to talk about something I don't want to talk about. But I'll do it. I'm a man of the people.
What just happened here?
I'm going to tell you what's happened. A lot of this centers around Cade and the belief structure. See, I don't believe there is a way to get good quick. I don't believe there's a way to give Cade what he deserves, which is good players around him. This summer, they'll have $70 million in cap space.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think you're doing? Trading for Paul George? Not happening. You are going to be the recycling center.
Right.
You are a garbage receptacle.
Right.
That's the Pistons. The league is taking their trash bag with Ben Simmons' body in it or Andrew Wiggins' body in it, and they're going, oh, hello, Tom Gores. You have room in your trash can. Enjoy. And here's 2 dinner certificates and a crumble cookie. Like that's what you are. So this whole fantasy of we're going to get great players, we're going to put them around Cade, we're going to draft somebody at 5, and he's going to not play this year. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
But then it forces me to be at war with the listeners, and I don't want to do that. That's what you're mean.
I'm not mean, Mike.
mean?
It's
Hurtful.
not. No, it's not, because I'd rather have somebody that I can see go out there and actually contribute to this team, because you have a team full of potential and it's not working.
Do you agree with me that Dalton Knecht at his best will be a rotational player in this league?
No, I don't. I think that
we don't see it the same way.
by rotational, you mean what? Let's just
Rotational. Guy who's the 7th man off the bench of a good team.
I think that Dalton Knecht could be a starter. Now, is he going to be your main guy? No, but I think that he could be a 3rd or 4th scorer on
and
the
if
team.
Knecht isn't there, I want to test your theory. If he's not there, who are you taking? Because you want a ready-made player. Who are you taking?
Reed Shepherd. Because you need somebody who can hit threes, Mike.
Okay.
This team can't.
Okay.
I know he's tiny. I get it.
It doesn't mean he's bad.
Right.
But at least he's 19. At least I have 4 more years to develop him.
Right.
And hope to God he grows and has some kind of growth spurt.
But yes,
Benjamin Button.
He won't be around, but yeah, in the 2nd round pick, or if you happen to trade down and get some later picks, I would say I'd take Terrence Shannon.
People, anybody around? Anybody. And it's just simple. I have tried to simplify talking about this draft to the best of my abilities. You got Team Rico. You want the ready-made guy, high floor. Unlikely to be utterly atrocious at basketball, but unlikely to ever be a star. Or my way, desperation mode. You trust Trajan Langdon, and he looks at one of these freakazoids at 6'10", 205, and goes, this, and this. And the next thing you know, beep, bop, boop, bop, beep, he's Pascal Siakam. Or he works at a paint store. I'm willing to swing for the fences because this team's destitute. It's not right and wrong. It's preference.
Yeah.
It's chocolate and vanilla ice cream. They're both fine enough. 248-539-9797. Or you decide you don't want to do this, and we'll ask you what your favorite childhood toy was. 248. Whatever you like. Figure it out, people. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games. The best viewing experience built for you. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view with a massive screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in the heart of Las Vegas. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Now, while we are talking draft decrees about the Pistons draft tomorrow night, a move has just been announced that I am happy to tell you I can't make any sense of, not positively or negatively. A literal WTF move by one Steve Yzerman. I would like to speak to Kenny Cott about this because I need someone to tell me what happens next. This doesn't add up to me. Kenny, the floor is yours.
So the Red Wings are trading Jake Wallman to the Sharks and a second-round pick that they just got from the trade that they just made prior for future considerations. So
what's Wallman make?
3.4.
Okay.
So I was trying to dig up because I was like you.
So it cost them a second-round pick for somebody to take Wallman's dead body?
Yes,
okay.
Essentially.
So you paid through the nose on this. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, sure. I think a second round's aggressive, but here's what I'm seeing, and here's a tweet that I found pertinent by Matt Larkin. He writes for the Daily Faceoff.
Oh, I love his stuff.
Wallman signed his deal in 2023. His $3.4 million comes off the books. The Wings now have more than $32 million in cap space. Room for a lot more after extending Seider and Raymond. If you're coughing up a second too, Yzerman must have something major brewing.
That's why I said, what comes next?
Exactly.
Now, this isn't where we're getting Juicy Joe or whatever his name is.
Juicy Soros?
The juice is loose. Let's go. Get juiced. Juicy Soros.
It could be a number of things. I'm hoping either a defenseman or a goaltender or something, but something's brewing here.
So look, and obviously it took place during the second period. We were talking about Ullmark yesterday. We all were in agreement. Want a goalie. He wants roughly 7.5. And we were all in. This is before shedding more payroll and paying through the nose to do it.
This is also part of, by the way, why you remember last year during the draft, we were like, why do we have all these picks? What are we using all these picks for? We can't use all these picks. That's why this doesn't offend me, is because clearly something bigger is on the horizon.
I'm not mad in the least. I'm also not celebrating yet. Here's the thing. The Ullmark deal, I was never making it if you couldn't extend him. He didn't get an extension done with Ottawa. Ottawa just dealt a young, possibly really good player that Boston's going to use against them for a rental. Now, is Ottawa in a better position to make the playoffs than you potentially? Maybe. That's a major upgrade for them at goalie. Agree?
Yeah, and Friedman also, Elliot Friedman, wonderful insider for the NHL, reported basically that Ullmark is perfectly fine betting on himself this year and just not re-upping with Ottawa, so that's probably what he's going to end up doing.
So what happens next? I mean, obviously, if you chop the Wings cap space in half after Mo Seider and Raymond get an 8x8 in that range, they got about $17 million to play with. Is that fair? What are we doing with it?
I see it has to be a goalie at this point. Based on the Ullmark thing that we just witnessed, Steve Yzerman reportedly in on him
now,
for a period of time.
Now, what's old Juicy want? Little 5x5?
Juicy, I think, is actually going to want a little bit more than 5. I think you're looking at 8 there.
So you're thinking
7 or 8. Yeah.
8?
Going rated goalies, man. It's going up.
He's not as good as Ullmark.
He's not as good as Ullmark, but he's an everyday starter. And those are hard to – he can start you 60 games. And he can put up good numbers
So you're thinking goalie and not score.
Goalie and hopefully – I'm hoping it's a defenseman they end up getting.
Yes, that's what I want.
Because if they do that, that is a home freaking run.
Okay. Now –
and they have the cap space now to do it.
Does this throw you back in the market for Kane?
No. I think this takes you out of the market for Kane.
Okay.
If you want to rap about it, go ahead. I think it's a little incomplete for us to just, what we're not going to do is fantasy sports radio. Hey, let's go trade for Draisaitl. No, let's not. I live in the real world. Hey, let's call the Whalers about Ron Francis.
There's been a review, Rico. Flag has been picked up.
Call the Islanders about Martin Straka. All right, now listen. everybody calm down. Now listen.
Go get Michael Pekka.
Right, exactly. Hey, number 27. He wears the C. Okay. All right, let's get back on track.
So can we go out and get McDavid and the trophy he left out there?
Man, here we go. Here we go.
Hey, you won the concert. Yeah, keep it.
I'll take Yari Curry and Grant Fuhr. Now, listen. Let's just, if you have thoughts, you are welcome. But without knowing what's next, that is very difficult for us to speculate on. And all jokes aside, the Ullmark thing I'm not mad about. I'm not big on a rental. I don't think you're in that position. Kenny loves this Juicy Soros, so we're going to go that route. Now, I'll never call him by his right name. He's Juicy Joe in my world.
He could be a Red Wings. His number could go up in the rafters. He's still Juice to you.
The number goes up, it's Juice. You put it right next to Gordie Howe. Juice. Get Juice.
Lindsay Howe.
Juice. Remember when we wanted Owen Power for the Power Hour? Like the discounted beer section? I just want to sell tickets, man.
We even had Michkov's theme song ready to go.
We were ready. We were ready to fix U.S.-Russian relations.
So we pick up Juice from the airport in the white Bronco?
Done. Somebody call Al Cowlings. Get Soros from the airport.
A slow drive down 94.
It's AC. I got Juice in the back. Wait a minute. This dude's like Latvian. What the All right, Kenny, listen, it's a positive. Yes. Yzerman's no dummy. He paid through the nose to get that money off the books. Something has to be brewing. Stay excited. Don't get negative.
Well, see, the reason why it was like yesterday, I don't like it when you hear the Wings name in something because that means probably not going to. When he moves in silence, it's like, okay, never saw that coming. So
this is silent.
Right. That's
if there's something else coming.
I almost don't want to hear of a name. Because it just means by the time you hear the name, it's not going to happen.
That's why I think the Yzerman way of like in the weeds, silent, like the deals that get talked about never happen.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we've heard of the Yzer plan. I want an Yzer bomb. Mm-hmm. I want one of those moves where Kenny falls out of his chair. What? Kenny just ripped his beard out. What happened? What's wrong?
No, I'm just trying to get a grasp of what it could possibly be. Everybody is so confused and disoriented by this idea.
I like that, because he's the G in lasagna right now. Silent.
Listen, I'm with Rico on this. Don't be confused. Don't be scared. If at any point you needed to trust in Steve Yzerman, and this is me saying this, it's right now. He has teed it up.
Have you converted?
Mm-mm.
Are you a Steve bot?
No, I'm just smart enough to see what's happening. That in this moment,
Mike, I know.
If he did this and doesn't have something lined up, that's a chair drop. You don't. That's exactly. So I'm choosing to believe he's got a doozy lined up.
Mm-hmm.
You could have been critical for a number of things that he didn't do last offseason, but there's no way any GM with any sort of brain cells would do this without having the next 3 steps.
Here's what it's the equivalent of. If the Miami Heat began clearing the decks and you go, oh my God, they can sign a max player. Who is it? And then nude Paul George shows up at your house. I'm believing that's what's happening.
So we're talking a move before the draft or...
Well, the free agency period starts on Monday, the 1st. Wow. So it could be before, it could be after.
Who's the most expensive free agent goalie?
Free agent goalie? Probably Saros at this point.
Juicy.
It was.
All right, who's the most expensive free agent defenseman?
That I would have to look at. Let me look it
Who's
up.
The most?
Wait. Sam Reinhart. We're getting Sam Reinhart.
So juicy.
So would he put Juicy on his helmet?
Yes, it would be orange squeeze.
Wait,
yeah,
big juice.
The juice, or it's a big syringe.
Maybe we could sponsor his helmet.
What if it was a syringe shooting out Fago? Welcome to the D, and on the side of the syringe it just says Juicy. Kenny. These are money-making ideas, buddy.
We'd have to trade for Juicy. He has 1 more year left, but that's an extension that we can sign now.
I like it. I'm excited by it.
Don't get your hopes up.
No, I am.
I don't want this to be Michkov all over again.
No. This is different. This is a tactical, pre-war move. Oh, shut up, you. 248.
David for the win.
Rico.
Got a better 3-point shooting than Batellus.
Okay. That doesn't take much. Hey, David, are you good at your job 26% of the time? Great. You're better than most of these draft picks in the NBA draft tomorrow. You want to see what a shooting percentage is when we actualize it? Here, David, do you do a decent job 26% of the time? You too could be a lottery pick. 97.1.
Maybe this year. Xfinity gives me a chance to catch up on all my favorite shows when I'm on the go. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my shows without interruptions. It means I get the out-of-market scores and stats with Xfinity Internet, latest injury updates, and even if you got a fantasy team, you get the stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply stop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Red Wings received a second-round pick in a trade with the Predators earlier. Now they've traded away again to the Sharks, along with Jake Wallman for future considerations. Wallman played in 63 games for the Wings last year, scoring 12 goals and 9 assists while dealing with a lower body injury near the end of the year. Easton Lucas has been recalled for tonight's game with the Phillies for the Tigers. He pitched briefly with the A's this season before being released. With the Mudhens through 10 appearances, he has a 6.14 ERA. It's believed that Mason Englert has been optioned as the counter move there. Keter Montero also has a locker in the clubhouse. He should be the starter tomorrow, with the Tigers being listed as TBA since the beginning of the series for that third game. A.J. Hinch also released the lineup for tonight. Vierling starts in center field and leads off. Ibanez to follow. At second base, Canna plays first and hitting third. Green, Urshela Perez in the middle. Malloy at DH, Rogers catching, and Kreidler rounding things out at the shortstop position. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
Hey, Kenny, just real quick, and I'll knock out some calls. Again, the Red Wings thing, it's hard to have a big opinion because it's shrouded in mystery. And look, they are – how many true NHL caliber defensemen does this team really have outside of Mo Seider? One? And that's counting people as a half a defenseman? Well, you just traded one of those guys. Look, guys like Chariot, guys like, Hull, they don't belong here either. My point is, you dealt a guy and you put a premium asset with it. There is no way I would be insulting enough to Steve Yzerman to suggest he's not doing it with purpose. Now, who they go after and what that means, who the hell knows? But that's the fun. But here's what's interesting. Kenny, I brought something up, and I was surprised to see this, and I wanted you to tell me whether you support this or think it's Bula. Of the available free agents in the National Hockey League, do you know where Patrick Kane ranks?
I would imagine near the top because last year he was a point per game. He's going to want term, though.
He's number 6 on the list.
There you go.
Now, I am not telling you that you need to bend over backwards. He's old, and he has Estelle Getty's hip.
So you don't think this is a move to re-sign him?
No, because I don't think money's the issue. I'm with Kenny. It's term. This is an older player who wants term. But it's interesting, a lot of people are quick to brush Kane aside and yet want Yzerman to, quote, make a splash. Well, if one of the top 10 free agents is what you're losing, it's a very interesting way of looking at it, where you're like, okay, why am I so quick to lose that guy?
Because he doesn't address one of your two biggest needs, and that's
defense
goaltending and goaltending. That's why, maybe for just on a salary basis or a value basis, you might consider him a top 10. But it's like Brad Holmes' draft board. I need to fill this hole, this hole, this hole, and this hole. He's not in my top 10.
So,
he might be. I'd have to look at what else is out there. But
Kenny
Powers brought up an interesting idea during the break, which I'm starting to talk myself into more and more.
Okay, but no one knows who you're talking.
Nikita Zadorov. He's a big-bodied defenseman. He's going to be a free agent. He's probably going to want a little bit of a pay bump. He's making 3.7 right now. Give him 5.4, something like that. He's 29.
He's ranked 19th on the list.
He's gigantic, and he's an NHL defenseman, something that, as you pointed out earlier in the segment, we don't have very many of.
No.
So we'll get bigger on the blue line.
That is literally exactly what I'm suggesting.
Kenny, oftentimes in the playoffs, you want to roll 4 lines.
Make it bigger on the blue line. Neutral zone trap, Mike. No, I think Zadorov would be. Powers also suggested Reinhart now that we have the money, which I think is a little bit off the wall. But I love the idea.
Shoot for the fences.
No, Kenny didn't tell you the full story. Powers suggested both Zadorov and Reinhart. Get them both this offseason is what he's saying. Wow.
Now let's calm down.
This could be the Stamkos move, Mike.
Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Anthony, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Anth. What's up?
First-time caller. Honestly, I'm just really confused, man. I'm a Steve bot. I will just be totally honest with you. I feel like a lot of the times I'm quick to give him excuses, but this seems weird to me. I don't understand why Wallman would be the guy to move at all.
I mean, I look at this as I don't understand it either, but it's almost like, Anthony, I'm encouraged because I don't understand, because I don't know,
That's
because
right.
Steve is moving in silence, and as a Steve bot, Anthony, it's one of those, you just got to let him cook and see what he brings to the table.
I want to let him cook, man, but I was a Wallman fan. I think you're right. Like, we don't have a ton of elite defensemen on this team, but I did feel like while on a good team, I don't think he's a first pair defenseman, but I do think he could still be like a third pair, maybe second pair defenseman for a solid team. So I don't know. We'll see.
See, Anthony, this is what I'll say here. This is a 1,000-piece puzzle right now. Right now, you're looking for all the pieces, the corner piece to put it together. We don't know what's going to happen. So you got to be patient and wait before you, as a Steve bot, give up on what this is.
You let go of an okay defenseman, and you may end up with something a whole lot better.
Yeah. Now, I think, Anthony, you're right. It's a little jarring to see a second-round pick attached to the player, considering it's not insane money or term. It's not like it's Milan Lucas's dead body. Like, that part, you're like, wow. But you have a ton of picks. I'm so tired in this town of hearing about draft picks. I want players. He's clearly cooking up something. Because if he's not, it's just the whole town will have a chair drop.
And to answer Anthony's question, there is a logjam of defensemen in the minors that are, I guess, going to be brought up.
Oh, here we go again.
But,
okay.
But the answer of Wyatt Wallman is he's the only one of consequence that was making any sort of money. The rest of them are making under $1 million. So that's not really a cap dump if you do that.
No, but that's the interesting part. That's why I said it, Kenny, is the player's not totally egregious. The money he makes is not insane. It's not like he was a $5, $6, $7 million defenseman who's not a lead dog.
No, he's worth every dime of that contract.
That's where attaching the second round pick to it becomes very, I don't know. I have to wait and see. I'm not going to go crazy. I can't. If they go and get a player who stinks, well, then we'll go nuts. But I'm going to believe Yzerman is cooking up something.
Yeah.
Let me go to Chris, and then we'll move it along. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. I just call in. I know we jumped into hockey, but I actually called for the basketball topic.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the draft just because I feel like nobody knows where it's going to go, but I'm terrified because, Mike, I can't jump on your bandwagon purely because Killian Hayes and Sekou. Those are two young people that were supposed to develop into something, and now they can't even make Rico's Moneyball team.
No, I'm not gonna be able to argue because you've selected two players under a different regime who failed miserably here. You're not wrong. You have to keep swinging.
You have to keep swinging, but eventually you just go for the safer player who can get you points right now, and you have something to build with instead of, well, this guy and this guy. Because I look at this team, Chris, the entire team looks like a G League team to me.
Yes, I agree.
Take away Cade, and you're looking at a G League team.
And I think I'm in your boat. I don't want to swing as much because I know there's going to be one player out of this draft who's going to be amazing, but there's probably going to be like 50% of the first round that doesn't even make it to the third year of the league.
Even higher. Even higher. No, you're not wrong at all. Yeah. Chris, that's why I said it's not a hill where I'm going to die on it, yell about it. Like everybody, I get Rico's side. I think he gets mine. It's just we all want the same result. And for me, I think it's just it's really futile to try to incrementally improve out of this. The NBA is as such. If you don't find a couple stars, you ain't going nowhere. Period. 248-539-9797. All right, let me take care of some business. We'll touch the table with some football. Summer road trip season is here. Moran Buick GMC, they got you covered. 24 GMC Sierra 4-wheel drive, $310 a month. You got the Buick Encore. Lease it for $222 a month, 36 months. No employee discount required, by the way. Moran, yes, Yukon Denali's are in stock. Make sure your vehicle is in tip-top shape. MoranExpress.com. Always fast, always easy. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's touch table. A little football for the first time today. David, music, please.
So I have a little surprise for you guys. This music was the last menu music on the last college football game. So what they are doing this week are releasing their top 25 of different things every day. And today is the toughest places to play. This is what they believe, and this is what they chose as the toughest places to play in college football today.
So we got to guess them?
No, we don't have to guess them.
Oh, well, isn't that part of the fun?
I'm digging this music, though.
I do. Okay, you can guess them, but let's start with Michigan and Michigan State. They are in the top 25. Where is Michigan State?
Somewhere 20 to 25. They can't be much higher. They don't even sell the place out anymore.
Yeah, I this somebody sent me, so I know.
Yeah, so
then you sit out, you cheater.
No. The Michigan State thing.
Oh,
then welcome
just that
back.
one. Okay.
You're good. All right.
So Michigan State is in that range, right? They are 22.
Oh, I was about to say, I thought it was 21. Okay.
Yeah, they are 22.
Okay, fine enough.
Mhm.
I mean, we're everybody's homecoming game, so it
Right.
whatever.
Where's
All right.
Michigan?
A giant hole in the ground.
This is the toughest places to play.
Somewhere between 10 and 20. They cannot be a top 10 place. It can't.
They are not top 10.
Okay. I will say,
especially when they have all your plays, makes it really tough.
All right.
16. I'm going to split the difference.
What did
Go
you
6.
guess?
I'm going to split the difference, go 16. Because I think.
You sure you didn't see this list?
He's a liar. He got it, didn't he?
It is number 16.
Oh, you did
You
that
got it
to a
right
pastor.
on the nose.
No, because I was going to say, because of the last few years, it's been a very tough place to play. But before that, good teams could come into the big house and win.
Well, they didn't have all their plays then.
And when when you said it was between 10 and 20, I was like, okay, I'm going to split the difference here. All their plays.
I think Rico called.
Stallions
I think he knew the
edition.
plays. I think you knew exactly what this list is.
Hold on, Connor.
All right,
What'd you
so
say? Who's next?
It's a run.
Who's next?
I wonder if they have an Ask Stallions button in this
Oh,
game.
no, they don't. So give me another guess. What do you think is top 10? Let's start getting some
LSU.
top 10.
If LSU's not number one, this game should be bleep game.
Connor, who is it? Okay.
LSU is not number one.
I hate this game.
Number one.
They are number 3, LSU.
Okay, that's not.
Yeah, it's not crazy. Yeah.
That's not crazy, but the Death Valley's wicked.
Right. I'm thinking environment. Would it just be Alabama?
For number 1, they are number 2.
All right. Okay, not bad.
So you got.
I mean, it's like maybe we're just overthinking this.
How about Penn State for the whiteout?
Penn State is number 6.
Okay, I'm on the
All
board.
right. Tennessee.
Tennessee is number 13.
Oh. Well, they don't win, but it looks nice.
You also got to ding them for the dental
By
care
the
score.
time it's the third quarter, they are gone.
Right, but I mean, with the orange and the checkers feel, I'm like, okay, this looks pretty cool and intimidating.
Man,
but
they
then-
don't win, but it looks great.
All right.
Ohio State.
Ohio State is number 4.
All right, how about the 12th man, A&M?
They are number 1.
Number
Giga.
1?
They are number 1 because
the
again,
sway.
they look great, but they don't win.
Okay, but if that's the case, then yeah, I'm challenging. You can put Tennessee in there because they don't. They are the Penn State of the SEC now. Looks great. You'll get game day to show up, but your team won't.
I found this one interesting. It's way back. It is number 24, but I found it interesting that it's on the list. Boise State, number 24.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah. A little weird there.
You know what? Where's Georgia?
Georgia is number 5. So you all have all of the top 5 there.
Yeah, I heard they were okay.
Well, top 6, yeah, Penn State.
All right. I'll give you, this is where I'm going to sound old, but it is a tough place to play. What about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin is number 7.
No, that's not old, Mike.
That's recent.
The jump around.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass to play at that place. I feel like nothing ever goes right up there. It's just a disaster.
Oh,
what?
Oregon.
Yeah, they
Oregon.
spit on you.
It's number 11.
Alton's a tough place to play.
It's small, but yeah, it's.
That's probably why it's intimidating. You're right on top of the
all right,
field.
let me give you one. This is not to bust Kenny's chops, but all right, College Football 25, EA Sports, toughest place to play. It's cliche, and it hadn't been tough lately. Work with me. What about the Swamp?
Florida is number 10.
I'm on the board.
You know what, David? Let's stay in the state of Florida and go Seminoles.
Florida State is number 9.
What is that, Doak Walker?
Yes, Doak S. Campbell.
Oh, Doak Campbell,
Stadium.
Doak Walker.
Yes.
Who did Doak give a damn?
You're
Wait.
You're missing one inside the top 10. You're missing number 8.
Is it his team, Ole Miss?
No,
it is not Ole Miss. They're
Vaught
not
Hemingway
on here.
Stadium.
Wait,
is a party.
Mississippi State is the Cowbells. Right?
Mississippi
Yeah.
State is on
Yeah,
here at
it
number
is all the
25.
same.
Can't
Yeah.
make the
Mississippi
list if
State.
your scoreboard is bigger than your stadium, which Mississippi State's it is. Also, negative score for dental care.
It can be Miami because
They don't have fans nor a
Right.
stadium. Out.
No,
How about
not on here.
All right. How about Jordan Air Stadium, Auburn?
Auburn is number 14.
No, not top 10. David,
Nope.
who's number 8? Give it
What
to us.
conference? What conference? Oklahoma.
Oklahoma is number 8. He has seen this list, guys.
No, I'm trying to think what conference. Oklahoma.
Yes, they are number 8.
Oh, we've named off pretty much every team, David.
Pretty much. You missed your team, Clemson, Rico. They're number 12.
Howard's Rock. Clemson still is a tough place to play. Hell,
Yeah, it
last
is.
year,
Wait.
look when Notre Dame went in there.
Yeah, I was
Clemson
gonna say,
wasn't
where's
that
Notre
good.
Dame?
Notre Dame is number 21.
Really?
Yes.
That's low to me.
That's very low. Wait, so Notre Dame is slightly more intimidating
Than
than
Michigan
MSU.
State. Yes. That's what they think here.
I mean, look, Wayne State, okay, I know this is a foreign concept for the young people. Wayne State is good, which has happened in history.
It is.
It is a hard place
Right.
to.
But Notre Dame, I've been there. Yeah, I would rank them higher.
You are missing another SEC team that's probably going to come into the SEC and win it.
Texas?
Texas,
I said
number 19.
Texas.
You did not say Texas. I did not hear Texas.
Rico just making things
I
up
did not
again.
hear Texas.
You know what? Review the tape.
Oh, is it like
How
the
they do it in
commercial where they drop the replay?
How they do it in the NBA? I need this reviewed. Review this play.
All right, David, let me ask you this question for the EA Sports game.
Yes.
Who is not on this list that you went, that's an oversight? Of their top 25 hardest places to play, where you're basically, you're going to have a seizure or whatever because your TV's going to explode. Who didn't make the list and you went, that's a mistake?
That's a really good question.
Like, for
Is
instance,
Utah on there?
Utah's on there.
Rice
So,
Eccles Stadium.
yeah, Utah's on there.
Whoa. Now, I know they stink too. They're like Michigan State. But
Colorado?
no. You'll vibe with this. When they're good, place is a nightmare. 2 words for you. Enter Sandman. Is VTech on the list?
They are.
Okay.
Number 17.
When they're good.
Yeah.
Now they're everybody's pleasure pillow. But there was a time you didn't go to Blacksburg and win.
Okay.
No, I don't think they really missed anything. I think some of these are misplaced, but I don't think they missed anything.
So you got to have Indiana football on there. I'm kidding.
Nobody walks into the Rock.
Northwestern.
And I'm fine if you wanted to take State off the list. Believe me. Not mad about it.
Yeah, because I was about to say USC and UCLA really don't have the crowd.
And that's what I was thinking, West Coast, but there's nothing.
I thought maybe Washington, but I think that's just recency bias.
Correct.
Because they redid their stadium and got rid of seats and put in suites that are
What
empty.
about Bon Jovi Field at Rutgers or whatever the hell it is?
No, it is
I
not
know,
on
I'm
here.
You know what? It really could have always been a great field, but I guess the team is always bad. But it's kind of like LSU because of the heat. It's Sun Devil Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
Because
They just can't get it together.
right, it's just like that place. It's 100 degrees at night. You don't want to play there, but they just don't win.
I don't mind it. Mild disagreement on Notre Dame. Probably wouldn't have had State in there, but whatever. Not going to complain. Overall, pretty good. Anything else? Kenny, Ed, did they miss anything in your world?
Georgia should have been higher. 5's a joke.
So Ole Miss.
Oh, come
So
on.
Mike, so Ole Miss is not an intimidating place?
No, it's a party. No one even knows what's up or down by the time the ball
So it's
kicks
like
off.
CMU?
Yeah, except there's people. And they give a remote education. Oh, and they don't have scumbags on their sidelines scouting against the team.
And there we go. That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. This just in, Pavel Datsyuk is a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He played his entire NHL career in Detroit, which spanned 953 games and saw him log over 900 points. He's the 59th Red Wing to enter the Hall of Fame and the 10th on the 2002 Stanley Cup team. According to sources in a report by Sharks writer Sheng Peng, the Wallman trade was a result of Yzerman looking for more cap space and, quote, a greater opportunity for him. Pierre LeBrun reporting that the Wings are still in talks with defenseman Shane Gostisbehere as well. He tallied 56 points last year and is a pending unrestricted free agent. The Tigers made the Easton Lucas for Mason Englert transaction complete. Lucas will be in uniform tonight for the first time as a Tiger. Tarek Skubal makes the start for Detroit tonight, looking to shake off a short 4-inning outing against Atlanta. Here was his take on it then. Coverage kicks off at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We opened up with a little Tiger baseball. Just another embarrassing play last night, a triple play. Combined it with some Scott Harris stuff. We're going to get you some of that sound a little later. Again, I'll leave it alone. It's very frustrating. That's all I can say to you. But that's out there. And we also had a little draft decree. I mean, I know it's hard to have sizzle for the NBA draft. You don't know the players, not making fun of anybody. Hell, we don't know all the players. Mm-hmm. But it's a question about whether you want a proven college player or an 18-year-old mystery man who could be anything from homeless to an all-star. We'll get back into that later as well. David, I know we got to hit the ticket text, though. We're way behind on those. What do you got?
Yo, I actually read some text on that because we got to some Wings news, so I'll go back to that. It says, haven't we been drafting projects? Mike is asking for more of the same. I do not want to do that.
No, I'm asking for a person with a functional brain to do the drafting. Troy Weaver is Matt Millen on hardwood. You cannot apply the failures of a prior regime upon the new one. It's why I always say it's not Scott Harris's fault the team hasn't made the playoffs in a decade. It is his problem.
Right, but I remember with Troy Weaver, that was his forte. Man, Troy can draft. Look where he came from, and oh my goodness.
And he continued to take players who can't shoot.
And then think about every draft, the Pistons were the belle of the ball because he would make a trade, and it's like, ooh, wow, and nothing ever happened.
Okay, so then don't ever try it again. Because the last bum who you unceremoniously dumped, like, we can't do that.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that was his thing, was drafting. So that's what I'm saying. You know what? Just give me somebody who could play right now. Because, yeah, you're not good enough to wait for 3 more years on somebody who's going to end up playing more time with the G League team than they will for the big team.
Yeah, someone says, draft Dalton Connect. He would be Trajan's Tyrese Halliburton. Will drop in his lap, will pass on him from Basellas, and in 4 years, Connect will be an all-star, and Basellas will be mopping floors.
I never said any of that, but okay. I just want the proven talent right now.
Tom says, so I'm with Mike. I do want to take a swing. Maybe we can get a Giannis, not the Sekus. Not what I want, though. I'd rather have Giannis.
You're going to draft 10 Sekus to maybe one Giannis. It's just the draft blows. The team's nowhere close. You're not going to get good free agents this summer. You're going to take on dead bodies. I don't know another way out. It's not what I want to do. It's just, what's our pathway? You know what I'd love? Here, trade down. Maybe Oklahoma City cares so little about their 37 first-round picks, they want to move up to 5 and make this easy for us.
Yeah, because for every Kobe, there's 1,000 Corleone Youngs.
Leon Smith. I'm there with him. Yeah, the high school era was something to behold. Go ahead.
This one is for Kenny regarding the Wings news. Someone says, does this open up the door for Steve Yzerman to get his number 1 guy in Steven Stamkos? I just want to know what we're doing here.
Well, hold on. Before Kenny answers, let me state for the record, Kenny brought that idea up a month ago and was mocked.
Yeah, we can't spend that much money. We don't have that much cap space.
He's not good 5-on-5.
I don't care. Yes, it does. To answer that texter's question, yes, it does open that door a little bit wider.
But no, it doesn't open the door wider. No. What I'm not going to allow is the same people who made fun of you a month ago to touch their own chandelier when Yzerman does the move, and then they tell you how great it is.
Maybe that was one of the 4 people that agreed with me. Outside of the dozens who didn't.
You got spit roasted like a pig.
It wasn't
Kenny?
great. It was not pretty.
Or maybe, Kenny, you were just ahead of your time.
That's right. I'm like you now. I've graduated. I'm ahead of my time. You're welcome, Detroit.
Right.
I was ahead of the DeBrincat thing, too.
Right.
Saying.
You know what? It happens. Just be the bigger man about it. You know what? You were right.
Take the high road, Kenneth.
That's something I've never been known to be good at doing, Rico.
David, go ahead.
Pistons straight down to 12. Give OKC the 5. Get everything else and Cody Williams for the trade.
It's the same thing in football. Everybody wants to move down. This is a terrible draft.
Yeah,
so why would someone want to move up? It would just have to come down to OKC has identified one specific
Right
player,
there.
and they know he won't get to 12, and you probably take 70 cents on the dollar and you move down. Look, Langdon has to be weaponized. Like, even the New York Knicks, who are notorious for not having a war chest, have 2 first-round picks this year.
The biggest problem that I have for tomorrow, you don't have a direction. You don't have a coach. So you're going in this thing blind. You would be better off just taking a dartboard and just throwing it up there and saying, we will take, bang.
Doesn't
that
it
player.
feel like it's Borrego's job, especially when Cleveland passed on him, went with Atkinson?
I do wonder if he's calling the shots and saying, if I were the head coach, I would take this.
The problem is the player you take, unless it happens to be your lover at 5, he ain't going to play. None of these guys are going to play. Like, I love these people who think, what, Alex Sarr is going to play 35 minutes? No, he's not.
But see, I'd rather, if you're not going to play, but at least you fit the system that the coach wants to run. So, yeah, in a couple of years, you'll be ready rather than you saw it with Monty. I wouldn't have drafted Jaden Ivey. I don't want to use him. So what I'm just going to put him on the bench. I'm going to play Killian. Killian's no good. Don't care.
Good thing we have a coach. Or not.
Yeah. You know what? Real quick, David.
What?
Speaking of draft.
What?
So, looking at this latest mock draft on NBADraft.net, there's a long history between Boston and LA, a rivalry. Okay? You guys are fighting for the most amount of time. Would Boston be so petty with pick number 55? Because at 56, Bronny James goes to LA. Would Boston take Bronny James and hold him hostage?
I mean,
and just basically call up the Lakers and Rich Paul and be like, I know you want him. I know. What do you want? Because we're taking him right before you.
I know would be my non-fun answer. Yes would be my fun answer. But no, again, they just got done winning an NBA championship.
Right. As for a second-round pick, you probably don't need.
So here's what the Lakers
So
do.
you may flip that into
They
more.
move ahead of the Celtics by 1 pick by giving up a hot dog and a car tire. I mean, really, what is it, pick 56 and pick 54? Rico, for a new hat,
right,
you can move 2 picks.
Well, it's funny you say that, because if they do that, guess who benefits? Your Detroit Pistons, because they're at 54. So it's the Pistons followed by Boston, followed by the Lakers. I'm just saying.
Here's what the Pistons should do. They should take Bronny.
Right.
Why? Because I don't have a great reason why not.
I would take Bronny because I think Bronny could help build up your war chest of picks, because I do think the Lakers, they may not come off of first-round picks, or maybe it's a first-round pick in years later, but I think they want him. LeBron wants him. Let's just call it what it is.
I don't care what he wants. I got to see, do the Lakers even own a single one of their own pick?
I don't think they do.
Hold on, I got you covered. Just sit tight. I got you covered, guys. I got to pull up the cap table here. All right, here we go. So the Lakers, all right, they have their first rounder this year. So next year they actually have a first round pick. I mean, there's no way.
LeBron's already orchestrated. He's got his coach there. He's running the team. You know, I know, the world knows. He wants a year with his son. He's stuck around. That's what he wants. You know, he doesn't want to come to Detroit. He doesn't want his son in Detroit. But if I'm Detroit.
We know Austin Reeves doesn't want to come to Detroit.
Right. If I'm Detroit, I'm taking him. And then, you know what? In the Liam Neeson voice, I have a particular set of skills. You want your kid? Work something out.
I think you're going to be very disappointed, but you do whatever you want. I don't care. I won't be watching the draft at that point. I mean, those are all guys that are going to be selling paint for a living.
It's going to be on during our show. It'll be
4
on that
o'clock
TV.
on Thursday.
Right, it'll be on the TV right there, Mike.
Like I said, won't be watching it. All right, we'll get back to business. I've got Scott Harris audio, not from our radio station. He did a podcast instead with the play-by-play guys. I want to play something for you, and you guys tell me what you make of it. Summer driving is here. Combination of tons of traffic, construction, and largely these ridiculous thunderstorms and flash flooding. Michigan's got accidents galore. If you're injured in one, David Femminini and his team are ready to help you right now. And David does not take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so I want to have some fun with you. We opened up the show where, look, Scott Harris is just not going to talk to local. He's not going to do it. And I don't care. He doesn't ever need to come on this show. Go on them in the mornings. Jim and John are very nice people. Doug and Scott, very nice people. Go ahead. You don't think you'll get a fair shake on this show? That's fine. Don't care. Don't need you. The point is, when you go on a podcast with Jason Benetti, I'm sorry, that's not real. And I don't think it's fair to you, the customer. because we want to hear more from Scott Harris. And when your team is awful and unwatchable, both literally and figuratively, you have to answer for it. Well, I want to ask you guys, sitting here on June 25th, all right, approaching the halfway mark of the season, and the team's out of contention. I mean, they're 14 games out of first. They're 6.5 out of the wild card with 5 teams between them and the wild card. They're dead. But Scott Harris, this offseason, was hotly debated here. We need bats. We need bats. And the Tigers kind of thumbed their nose at that. No. We know better. We have Mark Canha. We can't block the youth. So he was asked by Jason Benetti. And I want to play this cut for you. Kenny, thank you for doing that. This is from this pod. What's it called? The Who's on Third pod, or what is it?
Have a Seat pod, I believe is the name of it.
Sure.
It is Have a Seat.
Wonderful. Wherever you get your podcast. The point is, I want to play this for you regarding the offseason and free agency and the reasons they didn't do it. And then I want to know, as a fan, are you buying or selling this line of thinking? I don't care where you were during the winter. I care where you're at right now. David, hit the button.
What?
Uh-oh. So the only thing worse than making a mistake is not admitting it and being stubborn. So let's look at. Hold on, I want to be reasonable.
I think there was a short in my headphones.
Okay,
I didn't hear.
Johnny 5 is alive. Now hold on. First of all, has JD Martinez underperformed? Absolutely not. Dude's got a 850 OPS. Has Cody Bellinger underperformed?
I'm going to go with no.
Has Matt Chapman underperformed?
No.
Okay, so just work with those. Those are the mainstays of what we talked about on this station. And I told you, I'm not married to any one player, but I wanted to get better. Second of all, who the hell would those players be blocking? Who? How do you block a guy who's in the minor leagues? How do you block a guy who sucks? And here's the other thing. Even if you're, quote, blocking a guy, it allows you, if you have a player at the major league level who's thriving, to then redistribute or reallocate resources that these prospects can become bait. I really, the only thing worse when you disagree with a team's thinking is when they refuse to acknowledge they may have made a mistake. And again, can we please not have an argument? Well, JD wouldn't be the difference between 50 wins and 36. Can we live in the real world? You have a team that essentially twice a month scores 13 runs, and in the space between can't function. How is this guy allowed to go in this pot? Now, again, you heard, I think you heard Benetti laughing in there. Yeah, it's a real chuckle fest being 14 out of first, Jason. The whole point is, who
are you blocking?
I don't believe you should be able to say that as you're 14 games out with an offense that in reality, forget about run differential and forget about total run. Look at reality. Outside of their occasional eruption versus gas cans, they can't function.
And that's why I would ask, if I was either one of those guys, well, who did they block? Who would they have blocked? Who has blossomed and developed so much in these couple of months that you're like, yeah, you know what? you never would have heard of this guy if we would have brought Chapman
but
here.
that's a follow-up you would have made, or Costa would have made, or I would have.
Right.
You're not going to have it there. You're on with Benetti.
Yeah, I'm not going to chuckle. Well, come on. Serious. So who is this person? Because maybe I'm missing it because you could have played this guy.
The best part, you want to say you're blocking Jace Young? He can't play third right now. So even if Chapman were here, Young could go to second where he originally was. Keith can go play first. Okay, fine.
And maybe you have a better defensive infield? Oh.
And you sign Bellinger. Bellinger plays the outfield and first base. So if Torque had worked out, great, I got insurance that Parker Meadows sucks, or I never have to look at Malloy in the outfield.
Right. You know what that's called, Mike? That's called having talent where you have to make good decisions. Who do I play? Because I have too much talent here. That means that, hey, come trade deadline, maybe I can get rid of one of these guys and bring in more players and develop more people. Instead, you went with I'm not going to block the young guys, but I don't see who you blocked. You could have made the moves, and yeah, it would have galvanized a certain part of the fan base. That's the fan base, part of the fan base who just wants to win.
I think the problem people have as well, it's very hard for us to stomach. You go out and acquire Mark Canha for $12 million a year, who is nowhere near the ball player that, let's say, a Cody Bellinger is. And again, guys, you don't know if these players would come here when you don't try. I'm not telling you could have got him. I'm not telling you to sign an irresponsible contract.
See, I don't even think it would have been irresponsible, Mike. You may have had to pay a Detroit tax, but you had the money. I'm not. You don't have to break the bank, but maybe you got to sweeten it by a few $1 million because this is Detroit.
I want to throw a number out. 248-539-9797. Now look, Kenny.
I'm sorry. I'm still. You know what? Okay. I'll be quiet. I just can't believe he said that. I don't want to block him. You're not blocking anybody. There's nobody there to be blocked. Jesus. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kenny.
I was just going to say Kenny combed some more of the pod, and it only gets worse, and I'm not going to do that to the audience. It was just, what is your reaction to hearing that now? Not in February, right now. That's today. Scott Harris said that on a pod with the play-by-play guys. What is your response to that? That still, at this very moment, as his plan blew up in his face this year offensively, it did. He's still sticking to that line. We don't want to block the young players. And, the splashy headlines, those guys, not all of them, but a lot of them have underperformed. Well, here are the ones we talked about, none of which have underperformed. I'm still watching Zach McKinstry play for this organization. I still have Akil Baddoo in my car, mysteriously. I still watch players that don't belong in Major League Baseball playing here. Who am I blocking? Because the idea of that is to approach baseball that injuries don't happen. It's to approach baseball that young players have a complete linear development path, which they don't. And by the way, Colt Keith is a platoon guy, right? He's not going to play every day. When Kerry Carpenter is healthy, he doesn't play every day. He doesn't hit versus lefties. You want roster optimization. So what? Bellinger, who plays first and center? By the way, Bellinger...
How does that hurt you?
Bellinger broke a rib crashing into Wrigley's wall. He's still more productive than any player on your team not named Riley Green. I just would love to know what your reaction is to that today. Because I really don't know how you can't just say, look, hindsight is 20/20. Yes, I may have done a few things differently. It's never a linear. Give me something. Give an inch.
Yeah.
Give an inch on it.
Yeah, my reaction is just simply one word: insulted. That's how I feel listening to that.
Then you don't want to hear the rest of it. Okay. I'm just telling you, you would not like the rest of the limited clips I've heard. 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you on it. Don't need to go crazy. I'm just asking you. And if you believe in what he's saying, then by all means, but tell me why. Tell me how it would have hurt and who we'd be blocking. And guys, realistically, I'll say this, and I don't know, maybe I'll get skewered for saying it. That's fine. But had you gone out and signed a couple of these guys, do I believe you'd be 3, 4, 5 games better? Yeah. And you know what that puts you? That puts you a game outside of the wild card. And it makes your team watchable.
Mm-hmm.
And as Rico put it, my God, this is bargain basement as it gets. What would it have hurt? And who am I blocking again? All right. You guys do what you want. Rico will ask what your favorite pickle is coming up next. 97.1.
It's got to be dill pickle. All right. You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. You're going to learn all about their broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors like myself who work in the business with a hands-on approach and expert faculty. You're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Classes are going to be starting up in the fall. You need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs. And you will learn more about what it takes to make it in radio, TV, graphics design. ltu.edu/specs. And then once you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Pavel Datsyuk is a first-ballot Hockey Hall of Famer. He scored over 900 points and 300-plus goals in the wing wheel, while also taking home 4 Lady Byng trophies for gentlemanly play. Michigan and Michigan State football are both in the top 25 for the toughest places to play in EA Sports College Football 25 game. Michigan Stadium checks in at number 16, while Spartan Stadium at 22. The Wings making a pair of deals today. The first brought them a second-round pick in this year's draft, but the second shift off that pick to the Sharks, along with defenseman Jacob Wallman, for future considerations. The Lions have released their training camp schedule. Things will kick off July 27th, with fan registration for tickets beginning on the 16th. According to a report by Mark Stein, Detroit has emerged as a potential trade destination for Tim Hardaway Jr. He averaged 14 points and shot 35% from three for Dallas last year.
How many first-round picks do I get with him?
I don't know. That's a good question. After his injury troubles in the playoffs, Celtics star Kristaps Porzingis is expected to have surgery in the coming days and miss the Olympics. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5. We're at 97.1theticket.com.
So let me do this before I get to the phones. I just want to lay this out with some data. And admittedly, you do live radio. I needed a minute just to pull something up. So I just want you guys, Rico, David, Kenny, and you guys driving home from work, I want you to just hear me out on this. You run a baseball team, and look, whether we like the way you present yourself or not, or we agree with your strategy or not, in the end, we all want the same thing. We want to parade down Woodward. But let's think about how Scott Harris brazenly put this team together. Okay? This is a team that has scored 2 runs or less in 27 of their 77 games. That's 35% of your games you have no chance to win. You know what the record is in those games? 4-23. Okay? It's a team that in 77 games, if you want to be more specific, has been shut out or scored 1 run. How many times? 21 times. You have a team right here. See, here's the big problem. All right, Colt Keith is developing offensively. One problem. Factually, he's the worst second baseman in baseball. Defensively. Dead last among qualified players at second base. How many players on this team are a net positive defensively in the team that he created, saying these free agents, like a Gold Glover like Matt Chapman or a high-level outfielder like Cody Bellinger, can't help us. How many guys, Rico, of their everyday 9 are net positive defensively?
I feel like this is I'll go 3.
Correct. Nice job by you.
Thank you.
So now let's be clear. Scott Harris put a team together that made really difficult assumptions. See, this is the problem. When you get things wrong, it's not criminal, but you got to own up to it. He assumed Spencer Torkelson would be awesome. Absolute disaster. He assumed Parker Meadows would be a leadoff hitter and a Gold Glove center fielder. And the defense still could translate. The guy was hitting like 0-50 when he got sent down. He assumed these young players would perform, right? Well, when you're wrong about that, and you did nothing to insulate those players with proven track record guys, why does he keep to go back to the well of this, we don't want to block people? Who the hell are we blocking? So here's the team you've built 2 years in. Morbid defensively. And Scott Harris, part of this podcast, one of the reasons they drafted Max Clark is he, quote, flies around the outfield. Oh, okay, that's great. In 2027. So you value defense, right? Mm-hmm. You're terrible defensively. All right. You want to dominate the strike zone and you want to dominate OBP. You're morbid on both fronts. Okay. Do we have power? No.
Well, he'll say, well, all of baseball is bad.
No, that's fine. And you're bad of the bad. Do you have power? No, you do not. Okay, well, then we must be piranhas on the base paths and really attack with our speed. Do we have speed?
No.
Okay. It's not wrong to have a conversation and say, okay, I'm a little worried. I'm worried because I'm not interested in waiting till 2026 and 27 to compete for a wild card. Okay, so guys, when you're wondering, well, geez, he said it was going to be this way in the spring. Right, I disagreed with him then. Now after he's seen, okay, he got a chance to see, not the hope or the assumption, the actuality of his plan burned to the ground. I'm sorry, I don't feel it's appropriate to say what he said in that podcast.
No, it was very insulting what he said because it really just, I know guys wanted me to go after certain free agents, but they're not doing that. Well, actually they are.
Right. Meanwhile, you're trotting Zach McKinstry out there.
And, they'll be blocking our guys. Who are you blocking? Who's been that great, that developmentally? You're like, you know what? Yeah, this is a future, not even a future all-star, just a future star, a core piece to the team. That's why I'm saying that was insulting because just that statement alone, I could think of at least 3-4 follow-up questions that I need to ask you. I thought I heard you say this. Could you clarify, what did you mean by this? And yes, he probably can't get into specific players due to the nature of his job, but I think we all know who he was talking about. And I'm like, so hypothetically speaking, if one of the guys, at some point this season basically got on base 30 consecutive games, that wouldn't have helped this team out. Like, you play so many games where you either score, as you said, Mike, no runs, 1 runs, or 2 runs that, yeah, they could have helped you. And by possibly signing 1 or 2 of them, you're still interesting. You're still actually in the wild card hunt, not just because, you're in Major League Baseball and they kind of put everybody in the wild card hunt, but you would have been like maybe a game or 2 out of it. And yeah, we get to play 1 more month where we actually care about this team. We can't watch them on TV, but you would still want to find out what's going on with this team. You're listening to them here on the station, but instead you come out with this. That was just insulting.
See, but here's the thing. His job is to bring talent to this city and to this team, whether that's free agency, trades, or even believing in the prospects that you have in your system. And as of right now, because he's believed in those prospects, right now, today, he's failed at his job in bringing talent in. You have to do it one way or the other, and he's not doing it.
Well, and again, David, look, I'm not going to die on the hill. I didn't like when they did it last summer, so I have a right to occasionally bring it up. If you want to bow at the altar of Scott Harris and say because he took Max Clark, it got them the ability to get McGonigal, you have every right to say it, but I'm not interested because those guys are years, plural, from maybe helping you. Wyatt Langford currently is helping the Rangers. Go look at his numbers. Go look. Steals, speed, power, extra base power, RBI machine.
Stuff.
Like,
yeah.
Okay, I have a right to say that because, if you took him, you couldn't get McGonigal. Right. Also, again, guy who's years away from maybe being anything. I'm so tired. Like, guys, I want to win. And I don't think taking Wyatt Langford, who is the most accomplished college bat available to you, I don't think that's not trying to win.
No.
And I don't think that that's not building it the healthy way. That's a guy that the World Series champions thought enough of to break camp. And he had a rough April, no doubt. But if you're willing to show Colt Keith that grace, show it to the guy who doesn't play here, who, like Keith, has turned it around.
Yeah, you show Torque that grace. You eventually had to say, you know what, he's... Here's the thing. This has a lot of Troy Weaver type vibes to it, where you got to trust me. I know it looks like I'm bringing the pieces that I have. They're going to work. They're going to work.
Let me offer you my comp. And again, the book is not written. Scott Harris may end up being a baseball savant, but we operate in real time. Because unlike the Tigers, I don't get to punt 2 years of my radio show and say, see you in 2026. Let it play out. You know what vibes I'm getting? Early. Bob Quinn. Very smartest guy in the room type stuff here.
I think we're close to saying, because I think Troy came across very smart guy. Troy, this guy was but he was a former number 2 overall pick. Trust me, right? It's gonna work.
Jaleel Okafor was awesome. One problem. Troy, you signed a dead guy. All right. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason Northville can move that much product. It's in stock. It's all there. Right in their warehouse. You buy it, you build it, and you enjoy your summer. Some of the Trex as low as $1.59 a foot. And if you need someone to build that deck, they got you covered. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro today. Call Northville Lumber or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers face the Phillies tonight after an 8-1 loss last night. They'll face Ranger Suarez on the mound, while familiar face Spencer Turnbull goes tomorrow. He addressed the departure from Detroit yesterday with reporters saying, quote, "There's a lot of things that were out of my hands, out of my control. I didn't really have a lot to say, and a lot of stuff that went down last year, all the drama, whatever it was, all the negative press and things like that. Nobody knows the real story. No one knows really what happened, but it was definitely not the spin that was maybe told about me," end quote. You can hear tonight and tomorrow's game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch tonight is 6:40. We have a new list that will be enshrined in the Hockey Hall of Fame. Headlining it locally is Pavel Datsyuk, joined by fellow NHLers Jeremy Roenick and Shea Weber. It's also the first class that includes a pair of women in Natalie Darwitz and Chrissy Wendell-Pohl. The Wings traded Jake Wallman away today with a 2024 second-round pick that they received earlier in the day for future considerations. Wallman was under contract and due around $6.8 million over the next 2 years. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Great to have you with us. Odyssey.com. Rewind. You missed anything? We've covered the Scott Harris comments on the Fireside Chat Pod, or whatever the hell it's called, with Jason Benetti. I don't care. I really wish Scott would just join the morning show. They're very nice people. Jim Costa will take good care of them.
And if you don't want to get that early, you got the midday show.
Right. We don't even
We're
need
here
him.
for you.
Right. We're the mean show, so he doesn't need to come here. The point is, you can go get that. I'm not going to belabor it in the 5 o'clock. We also talked about the Pistons, going to bring that back a little bit, and Steve Yzerman's in the kitchen. Oh, Stevie's got the apron on, and Mama's got the spatula. He's cooking up something. We're going to get to that at 5:30.
See, I would say more maybe he's you saw him walking in the grocery store, and you don't know what he's about to get.
He's over to Sauce Pot. And if you call it gravy, I got a real problem with it. He's over to Sauce Pot.
Making gravy.
How dare you?
I thought you called it making the gravy.
Oh, no, that's only morons from Philadelphia. That's a Philly thing. Nobody uses the term gravy.
Okay.
Gravy's gravy. It's what,
Look,
like
Costa
cookies.
said it was called gravy.
He's adopted. He's not even real. Don't Michigan fans always like saying that? He's not the biological son. He's not a biological Italian. I'm convinced Jim Costa's adopted.
So he's like Italian Dearborn.
No, he's like
Italian Flint.
No, he's like Polish-Irish Italian, where he's not Italian. Jim Costa's the least Italian man on the planet.
It's like U of M Dearborn. They don't really count that. So he's Italian Dearborn.
At least it's got the right logo. Just whatever Jim says is moot. Guy doesn't know his elbow from his bleep hole when it comes to Italian food. And he's got that fake aunt that he claims makes ravioli, but he's never gotten the ravioli. Let's just move on. I get very upset by Jim Costa.
Didn't know I hit a button right there.
I'm telling you, there's something there. I think he's adopted. So let's just move it forward. Odyssey.com rewind you on all that stuff. We're going to get to Yzerman at 5:30 because they did something today that no one can figure out why, which gives me ultimate confidence. Stevie's cooking. We got something happening. But I want to reset tomorrow. Not quite 24 hours, but the NBA draft's tomorrow. I don't care if you're not a diehard Piston fan. It's a local team. We want them to be good. And this draft is awful. So Mr. Beard wants to take an established college player. Dalton Connect can score from anywhere. Degree of difficulty shots, three-pointers, runners, all kinds of things. He's a nice player. He's 23 years old. I'm on the other side where I look at a guy like Connect and I go, all right, fine enough. Fans might know who he is. They'll sell a few jerseys. He'll play. But I don't think there's a star in there. I'm going to do the more irresponsible thing because I think it's their only way out. I think the Pistons are so destitute. It's the equivalent of Al Pacino, Any Given Sunday. You've screwed up your entire life, and the only thing you have left after this halftime speech is buying lottery tickets. It's your only way to try to fix things.
See, but
the Pistons are Pacino.
Right.
They have to buy lottery tickets, and that's taking a unicorn who probably is French or from Latvia, and he's 18 or 19, or like Ron Holland.
Right.
Dark man, as we're calling him. We don't even know who the guy is.
Here's the problem with buying the lottery tickets, Mike. It's your last dollar.
That's right.
So
that's right.
You could either go and get something to eat now or buy the lottery ticket.
You buy the lottery ticket, and when it doesn't work, you just sell the Mini Hooper costume and you buy more.
You've been doing this year after year after year.
I don't have a choice.
You actually do, because you're going to end up giving Cade that extension.
Mm-hmm.
You got to put some pieces around him who can help him right now. If you go out and you go get your lottery, you go get the lottery ticket, and it's some guy, and you're hoping that in 3 years he does something. At that point, Cade, maybe, you know what, I don't want to be here.
Well, here's your problem. See, you have an issue, is that you're not wrong. It's that it's wrong for Detroit because you can't, listen, transport yourself. Let's say we were in Phoenix, Paradise Valley, Rico Beard's Valley, and we're doing Phoenix radio.
Okay.
God help us. The point is, they'd be able to attract something you've heard of called free agents. So you'd be able to legitimately get on the air and greet your audience and say, listen, I'm going to take Dalton Connect and we're going to go sign Paul George. And I'd be like, Rico Beard, brilliance. Here's the problem. We're not there.
No.
And Trajan Langdon has already said, do you know what this summer is? You're a pop,
you're
a pop bottle station.
Yeah, you're basically going to take everybody's other picks.
Right, so here's my problem. What you're saying is right, but when they get the dead body of Tim Hardaway and Ben Simmons, Rico, Cade's going to look around and go, why are you doing this to me?
Right, but I'm saying with the acquisitions, maybe one sticks. If not, if you go out and you get an established player, they can have a role on this team. Now, it may not be a superstar role, but you have a role that you know. I don't need to wait another 3-4 years before they become something and hope that they hit their potential. I know what he is, okay? You know, if he comes and becomes like your Tayshaun Prince of this team, okay, Tayshaun had a role on that team. He was drafted after his 4th year at Kentucky. Never became a superstar, but you knew what he brought to the table.
Okay. I have a different view. Rico's got a different view. What's your view, guys? Do you want safe and sound, or do you want to risk it for the biscuit? I believe the only way out of this, short of Gora selling the team, which isn't happening, and short of Arn Tellem not being here, which isn't happening, you need stars. It's the only way out in the NBA. I don't have another way out. I don't. Now, you guys tell us. Because tomorrow night, they are going to draft someone. And it might be Rico's guy. It might be my way of doing it, which is Rico's right. I am desperate. The Pistons are homeless. They cannot play it safe. Like, homeless people don't have Roth IRAs. Rico wants to do the 401k plan. I'm out here trying to play 3-card money and rob people of their money.
Like, Mike, there's a reason why they call this. You lose the second you walk up to the table.
Right.
You've already lost.
Doesn't matter.
I got the system beat.
Always bet on black.
I know where it's at. I can find the lady. No, you can't.
Yes. Curly shuffle. I don't feel like there's a way out. People, we need your counsel. You are our draft time consigliere. Do you want safe and sound, high floor, or do you want risk it biscuit, high risk? 248-539-9797. And guys, you don't need to know the players.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced the NBA teams know these players. David, you look like you're ready to explode.
Yes, I know a smart man that once said, hope is not a strategy. I'm going to add to that. Desperation also is not a strategy. While I understand everything you're saying.
So, David, you don't take the building fund and say, okay, 7, give me a 7.
I understand everything you're saying because I'm also frustrated and I want to win now. I want to get this thing right. But I lean more Rico here.
Okay.
Because, and the reason why I do is because of Cade Cunningham. I know it's not a Cade Cunningham discussion, but when you have to possibly give him an extension, you need someone with him that can play now.
Right, but when you bring in Tim Hardaway and Andrew Wiggins' dead body.
I'm fine with it.
But don't you understand how these two things don't work together?
I get it because what I'm hoping when you get those players, I need multiple first-round picks with them,
Correct.
and that allows you to then reset your roster. That's why you may cringe at this, but I've been saying it all weekend to my friends, bring on Ben Simmons. Bring him here. If you give me 3 first-round picks, yes.
No, I'm fine with that.
But yeah, the 3 first-round picks become the acceptable part of that deal. Now, for me, it's Dalton Connect. Please don't get it twisted, people. I'm not saying he's going to be an NBA All-Star. I'm not saying any of that. But if he can become a 3rd or 4th option on your team, then absolutely. If he is just a guy that becomes the spot-up guy from the corner and can shoot the 3, okay, great. That's all. Now you have 2 pieces to the team. Now you can go out and define more of your starters. You're developing an actual core, and you can control his salary for a while.
I can't interest you in players 4 years younger that might possess the same skill. Like, what about a Reed Shepherd? What about a Rob Dillingham?
Reed Shepherd, I would say yes. He can shoot the 3. Smaller, it's like at that point, okay, then what's Jaden
Buddy.
And
this
that's
whole
why I
thing
said,
is Fugazi.
And that's why I
don't
said,
know.
at least he's 6'6". You know, he actually got better. Now I know you think that they cap out, but Mike, he got better when he got to Tennessee, went up against better talent, and yeah, he was their guy. I mean, with 30 seconds to go in the game, you knew who was going to have the ball, and he rose to the occasion each and every time.
What I want to do is pray to God someone's dumb enough to trade up to my pick. And then I want to select a guy who's got no picture. He's just a silhouette. He's 18 or 19.
You want to get a guy that right in the middle of the pick, you go to a Taco Bell commercial?
Can't pronounce his name. Don't know what country he's from. No highlights. It's actually just cell phone video.
Take
Jokic.
Yeah, it's a Taco Bell commercial.
I want to shoot for the stars. And look, it might be Cody Williams. Okay, a guy who did not play a lot of Colorado. Absolute project.
And
high
I know,
upside.
But see, here's the thing. I know you can't blame Trajan for Troy's mistakes, but kind of like Scott Harris, these people are here.
I know.
You can't just get rid of the team. I'm not blaming you, Trajan, for everything that happened, but you already got a bunch of projects. None of them have panned out.
Yeah, but those are the bad ones. I don't know. Rico, you're right. The problem with Troy was he drafted all people who had the fatal flaw of, wait for it, can't shoot.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you got what? Beef stew.
Oh, God.
Luka Garza.
Yep, we're good here. Companies are out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing's really for free. You want a fair deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned, 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and they beat any price. You can bundle a high-efficiency AC and furnace and save up to $2,000 with fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, Rico's watching track and field, and someone just face planted. David, ticket text, we're going to go to the people, and Iserman. He just put the basil in the sauce, Kenny. He's stirring very slowly. We'll get to that at 5:30. David, what do you got?
I am 100% Team Rico. Trade back and get a scorer, be it Connect or Shannon. Someone else says Rico's right. You want Kemba Walker. You don't want Brandon Knight, but that can't always be.
Okay, time out.
Take a chance.
In fairness, you guys do realize I can start rattling off players that support my world too, right?
Of course.
I'm just saying.
And that's why neither one of us is right. Neither one of us is wrong. Both ways can work.
Right.
I would just say maybe invest that dollar and don't go up to the 3-card Monte table because you're going to lose.
I'm trying to trust Trajan Langdon. That's my mistake.
Connect is Max Strus. You just had a similar player in Alex Burks. You don't spend the number 5 pick on that level of player.
Okay, now let me. No, let me defend you. I hate myself. Let me defend. This is why I hate everything. Because now the texters put me in a position I got to defend you, which is gross.
I can do this, but go ahead. I'd rather you do it.
In another draft, none of these players would go this high. Dalton Connect would go 21st in a real draft. There, I'm Rico Beer.
Or how about this? You're telling me you don't take that person at 5, it signed the same team that took Arthur Thompson.
Which we agreed not to do.
Right. So how did that work out at 5?
I don't know.
So that's why
mistakes were made.
I just want to get somebody who can play. I am not saying that a Dalton Connect will be an all-star. No, I'm saying that I know I can put him out on the court. There's nobody that's going to be blocking him on this team.
Did you hear Kenny's scouting report on the draft? Very, very nuanced. Let's go.
And does that mean they're signing Xavier Tillman?
Mike in Ann Arbor. 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Good. So I'm looking at this a couple different ways. One is, when you look at what the Lions have done and when you look at what the, back-to-work Pistons did, and Rico, you just brought up Tayshaun, like those organizations in their rebuilds had a strategy, had a focus, had a purpose, and it panned out and it worked. Gores does not have us there. That is not who these Pistons are. Mike, let's just take the shot, see if we can get a huge win. Because whether we get 28 wins next year or 22, it doesn't really matter. We're not good, and we're not going to be good.
Look, my other problem, and Mike, believe me, I'm not sitting here telling you to tank or anything of the sorts. I'm telling you that this is, you don't want to get in the middle. And my fear is, look, they're going to sign guys, they're going to take guys in trades to fill this cap space, to get picks that will be years from materializing in either trades or in actualization. What I don't want to do is take myself out of the ability to land a star player in the draft. I can't give up on it, even though the league hates us. Even though Adam Silver called us the Detroit Pictons. I have to try to get Cooper Flagg. I have to try, because without another star, Rico, you will agree with me. Right. Without a star, we're headed nowhere.
No, Mike, I agree with that. I think the only difference that we have is the age of the star that I said that they should get. If Dalton Connect was 21, I don't think I get the pullback, the pushback from you.
Correct.
But I don't care. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I just don't know that picking away at the margins with sort of a decent shooter that'll help Cade, what are we building? We're not building anything at this point. So shoot for the shot. It doesn't matter.
And part of my viewpoint on this too, Mike, is Langdon is going to take a year, and this whole young core won't make it. There's going to be players here he has no interest in, and I do believe that the only way they can move forward is to start unwinding the giant pooper scooper that Troy Weaver left you. I mean, he's got to take on, literally, Andrew Wiggins, Ben Simmons, Tim Hardaway Jr. Hey, do you have a player and you hate his guts and he makes way too much money? Interested? That's going to be the Pistons. Trajan Langdon calling people and going, hey, got anyone you hate their guts? I'll take them. So that's not helping Cade. That's not surrounding him with talent. So all I'm trying to do is line up the timeline. This is a, what did you call it? A and a retool and a restore.
A rebuild and a reboot.
It's
or
a
whatever.
reboot
Yeah.
and a rebuild.
You name it. But yes, it's basically, let's just tear this whole thing down. The problem is, it wasn't your fault, Trajan, but you got a lot of bad pieces here. You got too many projects. I need a sure thing. And I think in this draft, where you have so many, consider one of the worst drafts ever, just go get me somebody that I already know what I get. And I don't care that he's 23. At least I know he can score. He can shoot 3-pointers. That's something you need on this team, because he would come in immediately and be your best 3-point shooter. You don't have one.
Let's go to Larry, 97.1. Larry, how you doing, buddy?
Great. I'm with Rico on this. Mike, do you remember Tom Chambers?
Oh, my God. Phoenix Suns, Seattle Supersonics? Sure.
Okay, I'm going to make a little stretch here. Dalton Connect is the next coming of Tom Chambers.
Wow.
He is about as sure of an above average to an all-star player as they come. He is a no-brainer. I came in late to the conversation, but I heard the word Dalton Connect. I'm telling you what, I've seen this guy play a lot. There's no doubt about it. He will never be a bust. Like Rico says, will he be an all-star? Maybe not, but I'll tell you what, he's plug in and play. He's potentially an all-star. He's Tom Chambers reincarnated. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, I'm not, and I don't disagree with you. I think he's a high-floor player. I'm not, Larry, there's no argument there. But
Now,
what
if
you
you-
said, you're kind of making my point. He'll never be a star. Well, then guilty, I'm not interested.
No, but Mike, maybe he becomes like the Derek White, where you have 2 stars, but then you have somebody
invoke
else.
the name of basketball Jesus. How dare you?
But he is not the star of the team. But
he's a star in my heart.
He's an integral part of that team.
I love that kid.
So maybe you didn't go out and get the Cooper flag next year to put with Cade, and now you have him.
I know. God, this sucks. David, go ahead. Man, it's depressing. David, go ahead.
Just draft me people who can shoot the 3. Then one day we can space the floor and let Cade do what he does best. I bet they take Edey. Oh, wait, Weaver's gone. I want the highest of risk. We're not good enough to overcome drafting safe. I agree with Rico. The NBA has become the G League. Give me a guy who is ready to play now. I agree with Rico. I want Dalton Connect. He looks the most ready to play in the draft now. That is from Ryan.
I'd like to just say this to the texters, not Rico. Here's the issue. You guys are being seduced with ready to play now, and that doesn't make any sense to me. What are we playing for? I just got done telling you, you're going to be taking on garbage cans for draft picks. Literally. Other teams are going to hand you things they hate and leave the money on the nightstand. And in the next cutscene, I got to get a guy who can play now so you can go 21-61?
Okay.
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm
No,
saying
I understand what you're saying, Mike.
make it make sense.
But even if you just go 30 wins, guess what?
30 wins.
No.
I can't get Cooper Flag.
You're putting yourself in a situation where we're asking what the Wings did, what the Tigers did. Can you at least be interesting? Can you at least be relevant for 60% of the season?
Yeah, in 2026.
But if the thing is, well, you only won 14 games, you only win 20 next year, okay, fine. But
YOLO. That's where I'm at.
But if that 20 plus this gets you another pick with all the other first round picks, okay, you're building pieces. You're not going to win the title next year. So get somebody that can become a part of your building block and not another project. If they had an established team, I would say, yeah, Mike, you're right. Take a chance on somebody. But Troy Weaver ruined this because he took so many chances on so many people, and then he went after bad picks. It gets to the point where I just need somebody who can play right now. I don't want to care about next year or the year after.
He was Matt Millen.
No, I understand, but you're still stuck with them.
David's yelling at me. David's yelling at me again.
Okay.
Well, more phone calls, and Iserman's got the spatula. I'll explain. 97.1.
Steve Yzerman weighs in on Pavel Datsyuk's Hall of Fame nod. Pavel's world-class skills made him one of the best one-on-one players of all time, but his high-end compete and work ethic separated him from his peers, end quote. Mark Stein is reporting that the Dallas is interested in acquiring Quentin Grimes in a potential trade that would send Tim Hardaway Jr. to the Pistons. Grimes was acquired in the Bogdanovich and Burks deal that culminated in February, but went on to play just 6 games for Detroit. Minwoo Lee is set to take the course as a member of the field in the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Here's how he's preparing. The Mariners have traded 2-time Cy Young Award winner Dallas Keuchel to the Brewers. The 36-year-old has been in AAA all this year, carrying a .392 ERA. This update brought to you by Builders First Source at the Corwell House Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, real quick before we get back to the people. I was showing Rico some Tijane Salwan highlights. I mean, wow, was he impressive at Cholet last year.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I don't care.
Chili's, Applebee's, what?
Exactly. Steve Yzerman is at the stove stirring the sauce. Kenny, work with me.
Yeah.
No one can explain the trade the Wings made earlier. I'm choosing positivity in that because it is so inexplicable. They took Waldman and a second-round pick and sent him away for, quote, future considerations, which is probably a DVD of Lethal Weapon 3. And you go, well, now why would they do that? The player, albeit not great, is worth his contract. He doesn't make an egregious amount of money, roughly $3 million a year. And you attached a second-round pick to it. Yzerman wants more cap space. Yzerman is stirring the sauce. Yzerman has big plans in the oven. Mm-hmm. He didn't just reheat a hamburger. We got some lasagna coming out of that oven.
Yeah, he's locked the door. Do not disturb.
Nona's cooking.
Yeah, so, I'll let you know when it's done.
Now, Kenny, who we getting? Now, because Olmark got traded during the Stanley Cup final, and he didn't do an extension with Ottawa, not mad about it, fine. Are we getting Juicy J in here?
I would love UC Saros. I think it's very much in
juicy.
play. I'm sorry,
Why
Juicy.
don't you learn your Slovenian?
Juice? I also think he's Finnish. Regardless.
Whatever, bro. The juice is loose.
Juice.
I think the only reason that I say Saros is in play is because we were in the trade talks for Allmark. Yzerman was reported as being one of the guys that put his name in the hat. So clearly he's looking to fill the goaltending role. I liked our boss Jimmy Powers' idea of Zadorov. I think that would work out nicely from
No
Vancouver.
one knows who these people are.
Nikita Zadorov, big defenseman from Vancouver.
Again, that's wonderful.
You asked me who.
That's me
I'm
making up
telling you
NBA draft
who.
prospects. Kenny, let's face it. More people are watching the U.S. Olympic trials than your sport. It's problematic. No, you're good. Is it wrong of me or am I, Lord knows that afternoon show, very unfair to Steve. Is it wrong that I'm getting my hopes up?
No, it's not, because you don't make a move like this. You don't clear cap space. You have to sign Mo. You have to sign Lucas Raymond. You don't make a move like this unless you have serious intentions of using that cap space. And now we see he's not even afraid to trade away draft picks, because before, a second-round draft pick to him would have been like gold.
And I don't think you would pay a second-round draft pick and get rid of one of the only functioning defensemen you have in order to, quote, clear room for kids from Grand Rapids. I don't buy that for a second.
You have Sider. You're working on a deal with Gostisbehere. You have Edvinsson. Those are your defensemen that I would consider to be.
Don't you dare forget our man and noted L.A. Lakers GM Rob Pelinka.
Yeah, he's one of the rookies that you're afraid of calling up, Mike.
Palika Johnson or whatever the hell
Axel
is
Sandin Pelika, damn it.
I love the 3 name people. It's tremendous.
The hyphen and everything. What
about Bobby Elfring Larson or whatever his name is?
I don't even know who you're referencing. That's so far.
The dude who used to play for Arizona and now he plays for Florida.
Oh, Oliver Ekman Larson?
That guy.
That took me a minute to figure out who you were talking about.
I love it. Any other hyphenated players we can acquire?
I don't think we have any more.
I want them all.
Team hyphen.
to team hyphenated. All right, let's get the people in the mix, but we're positive about it. It's a move that is puzzling, but because of that, I think it allows us to go, hey, Stevie's cooking right. We got something. This isn't to go out and sign more, depth guy. This is about making another cornerstone move. And what have we wanted as a show? Goalies.
Yep.
Right? Just the afternoon idiots. We don't know anything. We've wanted a goalie. Man, maybe he's going to go get it. And then we get to work on the helmet that has a juice box on it.
Giant orange juice on the side.
Right. Or like a Capri Sun with a Wings logo on it. Juice.
Or just put juicy on the back like the pants.
Why can't he go? Why can't he be like the Brazilian soccer players who go by one name? I don't even need your last name. Juice. Or Juicy. Whatever. I like Juicy. Just lean into it, man. Come on. It's the great. Juice. The juice. Have Al Cowlings pick him up at the airport.
That's my hope, man. That's my dream. Get the juice.
All right, hold on. No, categorize where he ranks in your mind as an NHL goaltender. A range.
As an NHL goaltender, he's one of the, I'd say, 5 or 6 best guys that would be available to you.
Now, in total, where does he rank?
I'd put
Forget
him at,
availability.
Okay. I can do that. I'd put him at maybe 6.
Oh, hell, in all the
6 or 7, somewhere in the top 10.
Get
for sure.
juiced.
See, I was going to say, is he outside the top 10? But you're saying he's 6?
I'd say he's inside the top 10.
If he's a top 10
well,
goalie,
you're hockey elite, so I'm never going to question.
And he's got a sweet first name like that.
Yeah,
done.
100%. He's been a legitimate starter in this league for several years. You know exactly what you're getting out of him.
Wait. So when the Wings start winning games 1-0, the other team got juiced instead of goalie?
They got juiced.
They got juiced. Now the only thing we got to do is get Owen Power, and we can do that Power Hour section.
I don't think we're getting Owen Power.
Listen, can he just dream?
Power juice.
Right there for everybody.
We almost had it, man. That would have been great.
It would have been amazing. Let's go to Charlie, 97.1. Charlie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we doing?
How are you, sir?
Doing fine. I hate that the ineptitude of Detroit sports is always what gets me to call you guys. But basically, I love the topic because basically what we're centering this whole discussion around is what do we do with Cade? So, essentially, Trajan Langdon had to sell himself to Tom Gores and Platinum Equity and all the other goofballs running that organization. So under the premise that Cade is staying, what motivation do we have if we're going to go through a free agency where we take on garbage to accumulate more picks? What incentive do we have to take a high floor player when we're committing max money to a number 2? And I mean this with all respect to Cade. He's been a pro. He said everything he needs to say. He shows up. He works. I don't think surrounding him with shooters and league average, high-ceiling players is going to make him a number 1. I think he's a number 2 no matter which way you, to quote Tom Gores, thread it. So from this standpoint, if I'm going to throw all this capital into this number 2, why don't I just go for the bomb pop?
That's right.
I want the big hitter. I want a number because – you look at organizations that have a superstar, Tyrese Halliburton, they got lucky. He was a mid-round pick. But, if you're picturing Indiana radio, you might have had folks calling in going, oh, we just need a guy that's going to bring the average up a little bit. The NBA is not built on the average being good enough, and that makes you equitable. It makes you a play-in team. It makes you basically incompetent when it comes to this time of year when we're looking at who's holding the trophy.
Right, but Charlie, you realize that person that you want is it's a unicorn. They don't come around that often. So
got to dare to dream.
Okay, it's irresponsible.
Pull up
because
those Cholette highlights. I mean, man, did you see the crossover on that stepladder he had?
Well, no, because I at the time I'm like, hey, I would go get drafted Halliburton. Like, you start getting pieces, and if you get enough pieces, they can complement each other. Mike, you saw that with your team that, you know what? Between the two J's, you had something, but then you started adding pieces around them, and you had one of the best teams in the NBA in a long time. You're never the superstar guy. It's rare, but you got to get competent pieces.
So is a dude named Juicy. We're getting it all.
You know what? Let's just divert Mishkov's plane and have him come to Detroit.
Man.
Is this Philly? Yeah, it is.
Yes.
All right. These are the Rocky stairs. Yes, right.
I was promised a cheesesteak. What is this hot dog? 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors of Southeast Michigan. Pavel Datsyuk is a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He played his entire NHL career in Detroit, which spanned 953 games. Saw him log over 900 points. Datsyuk needed 14 of 18 votes at the minimum from the committee. He is the 60th wing to enter the Hockey Hall of Fame. Easton Lucas has been recalled for tonight's game with the Phillies. He pitched briefly with the A's this season before being waived. With the Mudhens through 10 appearances, he has a 6.14 ERA. Mason Englert getting the call down to Toledo. Gator Montero was also seen in the clubhouse. He's assumed to be the starter tomorrow. The Tigers have listed as TBA kind of all week since the beginning of this series. Here's the rest of the Tiger lineup today. A.J. Hinch will send Vierling in center field and lead off. Ibanez to follow at second base. Cannon will play first and hit third. Green in left. Urshela at third. Perez in right field. That's the middle of the order. Justin Henry Malloy right back there at DH and hitting seventh. Jake Rogers will catch the ace Tarek Skubal today, while Ryan Kreidler plays shortstop and rounds out the order. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so in the lead up to the next excruciating display of baseball known as the Tigers this year, we have the big finish. Yes, David.
So you all had a difference of opinion on your draft decree for the Detroit Pistons. Rico wants to play it safe. Mike, you want to take the risk.
Yes.
At number 5.
I think this draft blows. And I'm not interested in a bench player. I don't think the way Rico does about Connect doesn't mean I'm right. It's just how I feel. I want to take a player who doesn't even have a picture or highlights. Give me a spaceman from France. Yeah, and let's shake it up.
I'd rather take Connect. I don't think he's a bench player. I think that he's a guy that could be your, in your starting lineup or first one off of your bench, but he's going to be playing a key part to your team. Get me an established player on this Pistons team because you have a team full of you got Caden the projects.
Don't worry. Tim Hardaway Jr.'s on the way.
Okay.
Tim Hardaway Jr. may be on the way. I don't know. There is a rumor out there. But we did talk about the Red Wings because the Red Wings made 2 trades today. One, insignificant. The other, very significant.
Yes.
They traded Wallman and a second-round pick to get future considerations. And within that conversation, you all said they should get this guy.
Every save at LCA, the juice is loose.
Sponsored by M2Man.
Juicy Saros.
You like that, don't you, David?
Kenny, say his name the right way.
UC Saros.
Juicy Saros. Okay. Get it. Every save that needs to be uploaded at LCA.
Get juiced.
Get juiced. Listen, that's right. The bottom line is they need a goalie. I don't care what any other show says. That's how we feel. He would represent a top 10 goalie in the NHL, long-time term, take the pressure off Costa needing to be Roberto Luongo 2.0. And you know what? Away we go. Love it. Yzerman's cooking, and not the way that fake-ass Italian Jim Costa cooks. He's not opening a jar. Stevie's breaking up the San Marzano tomatoes by hand. He's cooking, people.
Costa, I talked to him. He said, you're the fake Italian. He's legit.
That's the thing, okay. Kenny. Who is he getting? Who is Steve Yzerman getting?
We're getting Juicy, and then Kenny's got a fantasy about Gensel.
Yeah, I do have a fantasy about Gensel. I would love to have Gensel here, but yes, we're getting Juicy. I will accept no other terms.
No. We talked about the top 25 EA Sports, their video game. College football is coming out in 3 weeks, just under 3 weeks, and they released their top 25 for the places that you don't want to play, the scariest places. Michigan State was 22. Michigan was 16th on that list.
Pretty sure they've got MSU from like 2015. We've been very inviting. In fact, we offer full meal service when you visit Spartan Stadium and kick our ass.
So in your world, when every team just gets moved, who's going to be left here?
What do you mean?
Because, I'm sure you want Michigan State to just disappear and get relocated.
I actually wouldn't mind a move to the MAC because, we could win.
But you don't want to be with Central Michigan anymore. They have to move, though, before
No,
you do
because
that.
they're scumbags.
Yeah.
And I hope we ban CMU from playing any MSU teams forever. But I do think it was interesting, David, when you brought up EA Sports. Tomorrow, their grand reveal is the Ask Stallions button. So if you're ever confused about what your opponent's doing, you hit a button, and it's the Ask Stallions, and it reveals the exact play your opponent's running.
Oh, all of a sudden a pair of spy glasses just pop up on the screen. Right. And you see it. It's almost like the X-ray vision goggles.
It's called Limited Competitive Advantage Button by John Jansen.
See, Kenny.
But no.
I thought he was serious. No. I looked at him and said, oh, what are they revealing? And
No, it used to be in the old game, Ask Coach, and it was Lee Corso. It's Ask Stallions.
Yeah.
And you only get to use it like 7 times a game. Then you're on your own.
Because, those 7 plays mean nothing.
Limited competitive advantage.
But, Dave, here's the thing.
David, you got it. David, you got to live with it. You did the dirt. You got to live with it.
Yeah. When the teams are good, they have great atmospheres. Michigan, lately, they've been very good. You saw that when they played the Buckeyes at the Big House. That crowd, they did their thing. Normally, they used to be the quietest 110,000 people ever.
Maybe that's the way. That's
But
the
not
feature
anymore.
set. When you play at Michigan, the computer knows your play.
That's the advantage that you get playing at
That's
Big
right.
House.
And David, by the way, would you look? What player they're running? Listen to me. It's David. You did the dirt. Who cares?
Oh, I got a championship. I don't care anymore.
David, all you have to do with State, make a wiener joke.
I'm not Gov. Okay. I'm not Gov. I don't do that.
Rico, do I need to explain more?
I'm like, what?
He was confused.
Right. It took a second. Like, I don't get it.
Whatever are you referring to?
Okay.
Stop immediately.
I'll move right on. Continue the big finish. And the Tigers hit 8.
The worst thing that ever happened was you guys explaining that to me yesterday. And now all I can think about is her poor father. Yeah, okay. That's tremendous.
Oh, that wasn't even the worst thing that she said.
There's more? Oh, God.
Yeah, I can't play the rest of that.
That I'm sure Daddy is not proud of.
Well, and as we lead into Tiger baseball last night, hopefully we won't get it tonight, they hit into a triple play. Then we also heard from Scott Harris where he's saying players that fans wanted, that people wanted, haven't panned out elsewhere, and they would have blocked the young players.
Just not accurate. I mean, a 900 OPS for JD, a 710 for Chapman, and about an 800 for Bellinger. Not accurate. Oh, they're blocking people. Who?
Nobody.
So
insulting.
Yeah. Okay. But enjoy your ham respectfully or whatever Doug says. I don't care. Enjoy playing the Phillies tonight. Whatever. We'll talk to you tomorrow.